We'll start with the national anthem of
And
Hong
it's
Kong,
time for the
China.
national anthem.
I
So both the
request all
teams
those
are lined up, Hong Kong and the match referee as well as the Kuwait team.
Thank you. Now we move on to the national anthem of Kuwait. Thank you very much. All the best to both the teams for an exciting encounter ahead. It's Hong Kong, China taking on Kuwait.
Thanks to both the teams. It's an encounter between Hong Kong and Kuwait. We have the match officials. The match referee is Mr. Buddhi Pradhan. Alongside him is the Shiju. Right decision made by Nizakat Khan after winning the toss. As we have seen throughout the tournaments, most of the times the captain winning the toss and opting to bowl first to exploit the conditions very well in the morning. To talk more about the conditions and the match, joining me for the first time this match is Mr. Shamim Chaudhary. Good morning and welcome to Combox, Shamim.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to you, Mudassir, and very good morning to all our viewers all around the world. Sure, you're very excited about this match. We are, because it is a virtual quarterfinal with the team winning makes a place for themselves in the semi-finals. And what an achievement that is going to be in the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. We're coming to the last day of the league phase and we're really looking forward to two good teams locking horns here at the Mulpani Cricket Ground in Kathmandu. You see the match officials taking the photographs and getting ready to get into action there. As usual, there is a bit of haze in the morning here at Mulpani. We've seen that right through this tournament. And obviously the skipper winning the toss would be pretty happy with deciding to bowl first. Those are the teams for Hong Kong. Nizakat has done well. Anshuman Rath is the mainstay of the batting. Has done wonderfully well. Baba Hayat, very, very strong and good strike rate. They've got a depth in their batting with Kinchit Shah, Mahmoud Azaz, Murtaza, even Jishan Ali. There, the keeper doing well. And Kuwait, I think, on paper also, they've surprised a few big teams. Yasin Patel has been specially noticeable with some accuracy, and of course with Shahrukh Kudus and Munib, who was a little tardy in the last match they played, but other than that, they've also got a decent batting lineup.
Absolutely. Kuwait, they have displayed some good amount of cricket in this tournament, the way they have batted and the way they have bowled, especially Yasin Patel. His turnovers will be crucial. Very good all-rounder to have in your side. Yasin Patel, the left arm orthodox. The concern for me is their fielding. A bit sloppy in the field against UAE, and full advantage has been taken by the UAE batters. Coming back to Hong Kong, a well-balanced side led by Nizakat Khan, and they have the run machine, Babar Hayat and Anshuman Rath, both getting 100 in this tournament, and it shows their class and the form which they are in. Kinchit Shah, but key is Ehsan Khan, the off-break bowler, as we all call him, the professor, always among the wickets. And the fast bowling department is led by Ayush Shukla, and he has the knack of taking those big wickets, as we have seen in Asia Cup, taking the wicket of Rohit Sharma, and against UAE, he got better of Mohammad Wasim. That late swing, and he troubles the batters, Ayush Shukla.
So, a virtual quarterfinal coming up. Hong Kong winning the toss, choosing to field here. Let's talk about the arrangements here. Even with that heavy rain the other day, one of the matches, two of the matches in the two of grounds were washed out, but we got on the very next day a full game at the TU ground, and also a curtailed match here, but they did get match in, so kudos to the groundspersons who have done a sterling job in preparing the grounds for the matches. You see the huddle right below there in the picture, the umpire striding out. It's a nice morning here as usual. Sanjay Gurung and Shiju Sam are the two umpires who we just saw striding out. There they go. I'll be hoping they also get a good match. They also make their preparations prior to coming into the ground with the third and the fourth umpires, the match referee, they're getting together and making sure everything goes right. The communication between the third umpire and the on-field umpire is very crucial. And all in all, of course, the support of technology from our production unit is always there in terms of replays, in terms of appeals, run-outs, stumpings, a lot of things to be taken into consideration. So the whole unit works together to make sure that in addition to good cricket in the middle, a good production goes out to the world, that everyone can have a good time and enjoy themselves. Here we go. The two batters coming out, as do the fielders who have just gone to the middle of the ground. Just a reminder that Hong Kong skipper Nizakat Khan winning the toss there and deciding to bowl first, and that's not a big surprise. But a lot of work to be done by the two opening batters for Kuwait. There's going to be movement in the air. There's going to be some help from the overhead conditions for the bowlers early on. And they really need to button down and be careful with their shots. Be very selective with their shot making. Just hope that they can play out the first half hour comfortably, and then maybe they can go for the quicker runs.
Absolutely, as we always say, the first session is very crucial for both the teams, especially for the batters. The top order of Kuwait has been among the runs, Adnan Idris, Sandruwan, Muhammad Aslam, their captain, Meet Bhavsar, Yasin Patel. All they need is to apply themselves on the surface, put some good total on board, and they have a decent bowling lineup. Kuwait, it's Adnan Idris, the 90 number jersey, the man who scored that quick 50 against Bahrain.
Just having a look at the wicket, I did mention at the toss there's a sprinkling of grass. It's not live grass, it's dead grass which has been thrown on to keep the ground more compact, has been rolled in. I had a chat with Abdul Al Mamoon, the curator of the ground. He said they should be holding it together right till the end. Maybe there'll be something in the latter half for the spinners. That's his numbers, 94 runs so far in this series, 13 fours, 3 sixes. So he can really give the ball a clout. And he'll be hoping that his partner also helps out in that cause early on.
Ravija Sandurwan, 3 matches, 13 runs. So far, not the best series for him with the bat. Sandurwan, it's a crucial encounter and he would like to score some runs for his team to start the proceedings with the ball. The fast bowler is getting ready.
We're all set for the first delivery of this important match between Kuwait and Hong Kong. It's going to be Ayush Shukla who's going to come in and start. Here we go, 2 slips in position. Straight away, he has a little bit of a nibble at that one. What a lovely shape to that delivery. And what a wonderful bowl to bowl first up.
First slip, second slip in position. Because he has the knack of getting that ball moved, slight movement, getting away from the right-hand batter, Ayush Shukla.
First start that you can want as a bowler, Ayush Shukla. Third match for him. Just the 2 wickets. He'd like to just add to the column of wickets there. It's been economic. That is very important in this format of the game, just 4.03. So even though he's not taken any wickets, he's made sure that it's not allowed the batters to take many runs off him. And this one he just brings back in. There's a good mix early on. Batters will be careful and they need to be careful. Very focused early on. Knows that Shukla is just shaping the ball away, also bringing it back in.
See how important it is as a fast bowler with a new ball. Straight away bowling on the right channels, not giving away any room. Ayush Shukla can generate that extra pace and bounce as well.
Once again now, he is very annoyed with himself. The batter really didn't go across to the line of the ball. You can land in trouble, but look at the shape. Once again, just seaming away at the last moment.
Keep on sticking to that middle and off line. Waiting for the batter to commit a mistake. Ayush Shukla, first slip, second please, and catching gully for Adnan Idris.
Well, he squared him up just to that fielder. Did he get a better hand to that one? He was in a whole lot of trouble there, Idris. And consider himself to be fortunate.
Off the mark, but not in a convincing way. Adnan Idris got that edge. Excellent effort by Babar Hayat, just falling short of Babar Hayat. Off the mark, Adnan Idris and Kuwait.
He's making the ball talk. Have another look at this. Squared him up. He didn't know where to play. Just open the face to the right of the second slip fielder. Did very well. As you said, Babar Hayat to get a hand to it. Just past him, that would have gone for 4 runs. But living very, very dangerously. He's gone to the non-strikers end, the safety of the non-strikers end. And Sandurwan is now going to face his first delivery. Before that, there's a bit of a treatment for Babar Hayat. I think taking that catch, he possibly injured his finger. The physio now coming into the ground.
He just hurt his finger, Babar Hayat, trying to take that catch. In discussion with the captain Ayush Shukla. And Azaz Khan, yet another fast bowler in this lineup. As we have seen, Babar Hayat just coming out of the field. It's Ayush Shukla to continue. Sandurwan facing Ayush for the first time. Got the edge. That's a golden duck for Sandurwan. It's Ayush Shukla. Once again, the speed star of Hong Kong getting better off Sandurwan.
That's very irresponsible from Sandurwan, really. First ball he's faced, he's seen the ball move around, he goes for a drive, There is that little bit of a shape away. Gets the outside edge. Takes a good catch in the slips. That is the first strike. Kuwait lose their first wicket at 1. And Rajiva Sandharwan goes without bothering the scorers. Out first ball. And Kuwait out 1 for 1.
Keep it there, yeah? They're legit.
Well, trouble early on here for Kuwait, losing their opening batter Sandharwan without putting any runs, but they've got a run on the board, and it's been a terrific start here. Parvinder Kumar is the new batter in, and the first over is still on. And what a wonderful performance with the ball we've seen. Shukla right on the money from the very first delivery. It's troubled the batters, and this is difficult times here for the opening batters of Kuwait. That's Kumar, 57 runs so far into his 4th match. He's got a very good strike rate, but I tell you what, don't want the strike rate now. You want to survive. You want to stay there for as long as possible, because Kuwait are in a whole spot of bother. Straight, and that is the end of a superb first over from Shukla. It's 1 for 1.
Oh, tricky, great shot, buddy.
This is a match referee now. But still in the ground.
On.
Right arm over. Right arm.
यार मैं चाहता हूँ अंशुमन सामने रहे यार
Right arm over.
माइंड नहीं करना अच्छा
Match number 20
That's a leg.
of the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. Kuwait being invited to bat by Nizakat Khan, the
Yes,
captain,
covering.
and
That is the center.
immediately
तू गली में
in
जा
a spot of bother. Hong Kong skipper making the right decision, exploiting the early morning conditions, and Shukla with his first over has really made an
Bowling
impression.
right arm over.
A lot of work to be done by Idris and Parvinder, because the ball is doing a bit, which is understandable with the morning conditions and the brand new ball and the upright seam. Haroon is the new batter. Haroon Arshad is going to bowl the second over of the game. This rose up sharply, rather disconcertingly for the batter there.
excellent Shani excellent शाबाश यार शाबाश
Caught in 2 minds. Adnan Idris. Last one just taking his shot. Exploiting the conditions nicely. Especially Ayush Shukla, the way he bowled his first over. It's always a help for the fast bowlers.
come on Arun
Initial 10 overs. And look at that wicket. Keeping it simple, a slight movement and no foot movement by the batter. Sandharwan.
good Arun come on fellas
Saw that wicket. Yasim Murtaza took a very good sharp catch, and catches in the slips are normally sharp. They come at you so very quickly. Got to be really alert, really agile. Haroon, let's see what he can produce. He needs to bowl a little further up to allow that shape to happen, to allow, even if it lands on the upright seam, to get a little bit of movement. There is some sprinkling of dead grass on the wicket. Oh, he's trying to pitch it up. I think there's a missed opportunity. The batter could have put that away.
Early trouble for Kuwait. Just coming into the right hand batter. Slight movement in the air. Not in control yet again. Adnan Idris.
At the same time, Mudassir, I thought it was a full toss. I mean, There's no real lethal shape back in. It just was in two minds whether he used to go for an attacking shot, and that can happen because of the situation they are in. And that's better. That's more positive, and that's got positive results. 4 of them through a lovely looking cover drive.
A much better shot by Adnan Idris, and the first boundary for Adnan Idris and Kuwait. Yet again, a fuller delivery, a low full toss. Nicely put in the gap. Through the offside goes Adnan Idris. Finds the boundary. So first boundary of this innings comes from the blade of Adnan Idris.
There will be some relief with that boundary coming. Haroon, little surprisingly, first ball he bowled was a little short. Then he tried to bowl it up to the batter, and both turned out to be full tosses. One's been put away. He bowled short, back of a length. He has to just stand at his crease. So it's been a mix that Haroon's been trying. Very different in comparison to his opening bowling partner.
So absolutely, Ayush Shukla tends to move away the ball from the right-hander, wherein Haroon Arshad, the knack of getting into the right-hand batter. Look at that seam position, sharply coming into Adnan Idris, very watchful, defended nicely.
That's a good one. Almost cut him in half. Good finish to the over by Haroon. After 2, it's 5 for 1.
पकड़ लिए very good.
Batsman, thank you.
Hong Kong bowlers exploiting the conditions very well here. After Nizakat Khan won the toss and immediately decided to bowl first. Goes high, sliced it, it's up in the air, but it's going to fall safe because there are only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and that gives the batters the luxury of taking the risks, which it took on the bowler there, and fortunately it's worked for the batters.
This is how he plays. Parvinder loves to go aerial, loves to take the bowler out of the park, just managing a couple of runs off the mark.
Yeah, when we saw his figures, we saw it was 160 strike rate. That is all right, but what you got to do is play more like that. You cannot take the bowler on when they've got their tails up. The conditions overhead and off the wicket are helping them. And you're only into the 3rd over of the innings. So why go for an extravagant shot when you need, what you need to do is settle down, get a good look at the wicket, get the feel of it, and maybe if you want the runs, use the angles, rotate the strike.
In the T20 mode, Parvinder, rightly said, strike rate is not important as of now. Goes hard, finds the fielder that covers it, Ehsan Khan.
Yeah, just talking to the Bahrain captain yesterday, did mention they don't get too many chances to play the 50-over format, and it's very difficult for them to transform from that T20 mode into the longer version of white ball cricket. I don't know how often Kuwait play 50-over matches. Maybe you have a better idea about that. But it is showing here, that mindset that you're talking about, Mudassir.
There you go. Dancing down the track in a hurry, looks at Parvinder. This is the lack of experience in this format. As the Bahrain team struggles, it's the same case with Kuwait. They have that amount of experience of T20, but struggling in the 50-over format.
But you can see, excuse me, you can see that he's a batter who comes in early, so he must have the skill sets of a good batsman. It's just mindset. Now that's a big appeal. I don't think he's going to get a positive response from the umpire. But once again, ball beating bat and hitting pad.
Sharply coming. I think height is a concern there. And good decision by the on-field umpire. And talking about the Kuwait batting, after losing that early wicket, I'm a bit shocked sending Parvinder a hard hitter. Instead of they could have opted for Yasin Patel or someone like Captain Muhammad Aslam, who has that experience of playing 2 day, 3 days cricket. He's from Sri Lanka, and they want some runs on board, and keeping that in mind, promoting Parvinder up the order.
He's been given a purpose. It's up in there once again. He's chancing his arm. He's throwing caution to the wind. I think he's been given the license to go after the bowling. 3 overs done, 8 for 1.
इंसिंग हो रहा है ना उसका हाँ तो नोट से मारेगा वेरी गुड आनंद very early 10 is back you got it yes thank you
It's been difficult this morning for the Kuwaiti batters after being put into bat, losing the toss. 2.67, they've lost Sundar one without bothering the scorers. First ball duck. After that, kind of a different approach, particularly from Parvinder. Idris being more sedate of the two. This is a new over from Harun. Once again, not really sure of what shot he's going to play there, Parvinder. I think we're talking about his approach. He's been expressly sent in as a pinch hitter. They've been given the license. He's been told, doesn't matter if you get out early, just go after the bowling. Try to upset the rhythm of the bowlers early on. Exploit the first 10 overs with the two fielders outside the 30-yard circle.
With the positive approach, the Kuwait players and the captain promoting Parvinder up the order. Can he find some runs? Excellent piece of bowling. Slow bouncer here by Harun. Let it go this time. Very watchful.
Very intelligently bowled. See, just exactly doing what he wanted. He could put a lot of shoulder in, hitting the deck hard, trying to get some bounce. Not really getting the bounce he wanted from the action we saw. Once again, Parvinder not gauging the line and the bounce properly, because he's got hitting on his mind. Just throw the bat at virtually everything that comes your way. Don't worry about what type of bowling is coming to you. Can turn out to be dangerous, this approach. That's guided. That's guided, but found the fielder. It just adjusted. You could see that little bit of a trigger movement just before he played that shot. Then he had to check it.
Really good stuff, Hong Kong. Really good
This is
stuff.
better.
Come on, fellas.
He can defend as well, Parvinder. But still, it's a 50-over format. Do you think this is the right move?
Sometimes I think I've seen teams, even bigger teams, take this sort of action with at least one pinch hitter to go in. And he's given, as I said, he's told that don't worry about getting out, just get as many runs as quickly as you want. There you go again. He is not going to hang back.
Not in control, trying his best, Parvinder, to go after Harun. But look at that pace and sharply coming, hitting on the box.
But in the process of doing that, he's faced 11 balls, just got 3 runs. If he was more more orthodox in his approach, he could have just used the angles and got 11 of 11 balls anyway. So that approach, that gung-ho attitude, hit everything out of the ground, is not paying off. So that realization should come to him as a batter. Look, maybe I go the proper way. Pay respect to the good balls, use the angles properly. Oh, clean him up. That is it. That was on the card. This was a Yorker. He slithered that ball underneath the toe end of the bat and hit timber. This is marvelous from Harun.
Clever piece of bowling. keeping batter in two minds and just getting better of Parvinder, getting in the gap of bat and pad and strikes Haroon for the first time. Big blow for Kuwait. The hard hitter Parvinder just making 3 of 12 deliveries.
Fantastic.
Bit of bother here, Kuwait. It's 8 for the loss of 2.
Oh, lot of bother. Kuwait losing 2 wickets, just the 8 runs on the board into the last ball of the 4th over. This is turning out to be quite a disastrous morning for Kuwait. Reminding you all, this is a must-win situation, a virtual quarter-final. The winning team goes on to play the semis, and Kuwait really got their work cut out here. Put into bad, the 2 pacers have bowled marvelously from both sides, and it's paid off wonderfully well.
That is center. Yes.
They have tried Parvinder, but it did not
Right
click
number
for
1.
Kuwait.
1 to go.
As the experienced Muhammad Aslam, the captain, comes in. They're in a bit of a difficult situation after losing those couple of wickets. Experienced Aslam facing Haroon Arshad.
Oh, well, he's got at least that, some part of the, maybe not the meaty part, but once again, a successful over here for Haroon. After 4, it's 8 for 2. Sorry looking scorecard here for Kuwait. Run rate just 2 per over, but the bigger problem is they've lost their 2 openers. Idris and Aslam now trying to make amends. 2 more experienced players, Aslam in particular, with the mantle of captaincy and with the situation of the game. There'll be massive pressure on him. Watching proceedings from the other side, I'm sure telling Idris, look, let's build up a partnership here. Let's be sensible in our approach.
2 experienced batters of Kuwait, Adnan Idris and Aslam out there in the middle up against Ayush Shukla. On the back foot, finds the gap, but excellent fielding. It's a Professor, the veteran Ehsan Khan, putting that extra effort, saving a boundary for his team.
Who says he's aged? Look at that agility from Ehsan. Just diving to his left and stopping that ball. It seemed as if I was going for 4 runs. Excellent work. You need that to lift the spirit of the bowlers and the rest of the team. He's happy with it. Telling everyone, that's the way to do it. Learn from the master. Writes that. Not quite certain. Really made him hop up to that delivery. Shukla is doing well. He's mixing them up very nicely. Ayush Shukla.
Being a senior player, Ehsan Khan standing at a very crucial position, extra cover, not an easy position. Ball comes very hard at you. You need to have those reflexes. The age of around 38, he still have that quick reflexes. Ehsan Khan. Toss once again, playing an important role. Rightly called by Nizakat Khan and well responded by his bowlers.
That hint of a movement coming into the batter. Did well, Idris there. That it pays off to be watchful. You know for sure that the bowlers are going to get that little bit of extra help from the conditions with the movement in the air and also off the track with the seam movement. So why not ride out this very difficult period, particularly after you've lost 2 wickets? And Shukla has made the ball talk, has made the ball go away, has swung it back in. At the other end, his partner has bowled the ball short on occasions. Both have been successful in terms of garnering wickets. 2 slips in position. The ball to move away. That was coming in and that was in the zone. It's put away into the deep. Chase on. Ball wins the race. Pressure relieving boundary here for Kuwait.
Just changing the line by Ayush Shukla. And risk comes into play. Big gap towards the leg side. Easy picking this time by Adnan Idris. Finds the boundary. Boundary number 2 for Adnan and Kuwait.
You see how it helps to be patient. He's been patient early part of the over and then the bowler just trying something different. Pitches a little further up, little down the leg side, allows that flick away quite comfortably. So you can afford to be patient, afford to be choosy with your shots. That's the right way of going about this partnership with this captain, Idris. Again, right behind that. Good bowling and good batting. 5 overs done. It's 12 for 2. The 2 opening bowlers successful in terms of getting wickets as well as being very economic. With 12 for 2, a run rate of 2.4, you'd expect that. And the pressure continues. With Harun coming to bowl his 3rd. Got a slip and a gully in position. A point, cover and mid-off on the offside. And a deep 3rd man on the boundary. One of the 2 boundary riders on the offside. Oh, that rose up sharply. Goodness, what a ball to bowl.
Excellent delivery here by Harun Arshad, surprising the captain Mohammad Aslam. Look at that bounce, just hurried and very watchful. Mohammad Aslam.
Aslam not the tallest of batters, yet really had a trouble, and that is the area. If a bowler bouncer, you try to aim towards your rib cage, your shoulder area, when it's very difficult for the batter to get up, particularly if it's not a tall batter, get up. Sometimes you fend it away, it goes away for a catch. And that's one area when it's that kind of a height, you also don't have the chance of swiveling round and pulling it or hooking it away.
All the skills up his sleeves, Harun Arshad. Not only the pace, the bounce. Very clever piece of bowling display continues by Harun Arshad. Keeping the batters on their toes, keeping them guessing. Short delivery followed by a fuller delivery.
It's very sensible from the bowler. Harun Arshad, very impressive bowling so far from both ends. Solidly, compactly behind that. That is a good approach. Of course, Aslam, a very experienced batter. He knows that the bowlers are making the ball move around quite a bit. Unlike the previous batters who took a chance and paid for it, Aslam will have a different approach to how to negotiate these bowlers.
Throughout the tournament, we have seen first 10 to 12 overs are very crucial. Play out those overs, it will be easy for the batters to get those runs. Very watchful Mohammad Aslam continues. Harun Arshad.
Nah, that was not needed. I was just appreciating Aslam because he was very selective with his shot making. That shouldn't have been done. possibly a very touch and go in terms of the width of that delivery. I can understand Aslam seeing that full toss, trying to go after it, but he hardly moved his feet. He's just hanging his bat in the air. That can be such a dangerous move in trying to play a ball away from your body.
In the back of the mind, he's thinking that this delivery will come into him. Yet again a full toss, but finds the fielder.
A little surprised with 2 consecutive full tosses from Harun, of all people. You can see that he's trying for the wide Yorker and not getting the Yorker length right, not getting it in the block hole, and it's just made it easy for the batter. But I think 2 missed opportunities there for Aslam to get started, to get his innings underway. He's still on 0 of 6 bowls.
Disappointed, he has that pace, he can generate that bounce. Bowling wide Yorkers. Harun Arshad. Luckily no runs has been scored on the previous delivery.
Thinking of a run, not there. End of a mixed over from Harun. After 6, it's 12 for 2.
So 6 overs gone, 12 for the loss of 2 wickets. Kuwait losing those 2 quick wickets. Golden duck for Sandruan and Parvinder. Been promoted up the order. Just managing 3. It's now Adnan Idris and Mohammad Aslam out there in the middle for Kuwait, trying to build a partnership. But what a start it has been for Hong Kong, especially the way these 2 fast bowlers, Ayush Shukla and Harun Arshad, bowling, exploiting the conditions very well here in Mulpani. 6 overs, 12 for 2. Shukla continues. Good looking shot. An over pitch delivery. Nicely played through the offside. Finds the boundary yet again. Boundary number 3 for Adnan Idris. And it's the right time to introduce my co-commentator Suhas Vedam. Good morning. Welcome to Combox.
Very good morning, Mudassir. Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone watching. Adnan Idris is a little concerned with the bat handle, but I could tell you that he's less concerned about the flow now. It's a ball that he was waiting for, and eventually it came in the right region for him to go through with that shot. What a good comeback delivery. Shukla at his best. This is the kind of comeback that you dream of as a fast bowler.
What a comeback by Shukla. Just pulling his length back. That slight movement always troubles the batters, as we have seen. Mohammad Wasim has been troubled by Ayush Shukla. The slight movement getting that edge of Mohammad Wasim in the previous match. Shukla continues. Very watchful Adnan Idris on the back foot. Sensible piece of batting display here by Adnan Idris. Got the boundary, then a dot delivery. Follows up with single.
Aslam and Adnan Idris, 2 experienced campaigners. They've got to bail the country out of this difficult situation. 2 early wickets, and I think it was expected that the ball is going to do a little bit, as it continues to do, especially morning hours. The first 30 minutes, there's a bit of moisture. I was talking to Al Mamoon, the curator, the head curator, and he said it's going to stay there for at least 30-35 minutes because the sun hasn't started to beat down. So it's a good toss to win for Hong Kong, and a lovely decision as well. 2 slips in place. That must be so encouraging for any fast bowler.
He's having first slip and second slip, and But as a bowler, you expect your fielders to take those catches. We have seen Yasim Murtuza taking an excellent catch to get rid of Sandruwan. As a bowler, you always want your best fielder to have in the first slip and second slip position.
Of late, the world's moving towards who has the biggest span. He gets to be the slip position. That's why Chris Gayle started to be there. Some of the fast bowlers, they find slip to be a position. Not that they want to be there, but still they have to because of the span.
We have seen Asif Khan Behruz dropping that catch in the first slip.
Span cannot substitute for skill. He's a good fielder though, Asif Khan, but Ayan Khan is not talking to him now, I think.
Unlucky, he could have got his fifer back to back.
And you had a line that's going to stick for a while with everyone. And don't be surprised if it makes it to some of the WhatsApp statuses as well. This is beautiful bowling. If you want to remind our viewers what it was.
Keep moving, keep moving.
It's 18 for 2, 7 gone.
"14 of 19 for Adnan Idris. Aslam's walked out there and faced a few fireballs. 1 of 10 for him. Parvinder usually opens the batting today, number 3. Even though last time he was at Mulpani, he was sent in very late. Parvinder was sent in with one thing in mind, to destroy the bowling attack. That didn't happen today. Because he's somebody who relies a lot on power hitting. Look at that swing from Haroon. Any fast bowler would just love seeing that. It's as delicate as swing can get and still so effective.
Look at that seam position. Lovely piece of bowling continues here by Haroon. Pitching sharply, coming into the right-hand batter. Me and Shamim were discussing the same. Why to promote Parvinder? Is it just you want to have that positive approach, go after the bowlers, get some run? In doing so, you have lost Parvinder. And the first boundary in the meanwhile by Aslam, making that mistake again. Haroon Arshad going to bowl that fuller delivery. Nicely played through the offside, in the gap. Better looking shot.
Full toss, didn't try to hit it hard. Easing it in the gap and collecting a much needed boundary. Aslam will feel more confident about this boundary and after this boundary as well. Kuwait will feel more confident now that the captain has started to score runs. I thought he was struggling for a bit, but that was only due to some fantastic bowling. Relentless bowling. Haroon is swinging the ball though. And that's exactly why Aslam is standing slightly outside the crease. Not much, but slightly outside the crease.
In his 4th over, and each and every over we have seen bowling that first delivery back off length. How well he bowled those deliveries, getting sharp into the right hand batters, and next couple of deliveries making that mistake. Haroon trying to bowl fuller, and this time full advantage taken by Aslam, getting better of Haroon Arshad. We're talking about Parvinder has been promoted up the order. Not a good move for me.
I mean, he usually bats up the order, trying to take the shine of the leather ball. But today that move hasn't paid off. The idea was, I think the coach, the management understood that, yes, there's going to be a lot of swing. The ball's going to do its bit in the first 30 minutes or sometimes even 40 minutes depending on the sunshine. So let's send somebody who's not technically brilliant, but he can ensure that he can put the pressure on the opposition with his style of play. And I think that is the mindset behind Parvinder being at number 3. It hasn't paid off, it's a different story, but when it comes off, it looks brilliant as well. So it's good to analyze that, but now Kuwait have got to put that behind.
In the air, played towards the mid-on. Aslam, slight movement coming into the right-hand batter, troubling Aslam. It was not in control. This is not the average bowlers. The Hong Kong 2 fast bowler, very experienced, especially if you talk about Ayush Shukla. He has that knack of getting those big wickets. Lately we have seen he got better of Rohit Sharma, the short delivery, and Mohammad Wasim, the previous outing here in Mulpani, and today he got to Sandurwan.
What a good catch that was. The ball swinging, and swinging a lot more than Harun wants it perhaps. He's lost control. Good work by Ehsan, but still 2 runs are taken meanwhile. 8 overs gone, 24 for 2.
Let's move, boy, let's move. Come on, quick change, boys, quick change. Hurry up, boys, hurry up. कितना आएगा शॉर्ट मिड विकेट
A wicket each for Shukla and Harun. Now Hong Kong winning the toss, choosing to field first, aiming for those early wickets. They've got 2. It's the rebuilding phase that's already started with Aslam and Adnan Idris, 2 very sensible batters. Adnan Idris, remember, wasn't even part of the starting 11 when this tournament started. Now he's made this opening slot his own. That was a risky stroke as he checked it towards the end. A couple of runs.
Keeping the batter guessing. Ayush Shukla, back of lane delivery. He was in 2 minds whether to pull or to go straight. Luckily got a couple of runs. Adnan Idris. This is how you get your runs on this surface. Spend some time. Apply yourself. Better delivery. Displaying the skills what he has. Ayush Shukla, not only the outswinger but a sharp in-swinging delivery. Very watchful Adnan Idris.
Now that Adnan has got a start, he's got to make the most of it. The good news is that Aslam's alongside him, so he can get the guidance required from the skipper just in case, because he's bowled more on these surfaces, understands the bowling point of view. Suddenly the control factor is disappearing. Idris is sauntering towards the other end, still thinking about the shot that he's just played. How impressive has Shukla been? Generating opportunities, picking up that wicket as well.
For me, he is easily one of the top bowlers, fast bowlers if we talk about in this tournament, ACC Men's Premier Cup. Bowls with lot of control. Though he has got just a couple of wickets to his name, but he made sure the other teams don't get off to a flyer in the first power play. The line and length has been excellent throughout the tournament by Ayush Shukla.
Oh, very well played. This is the 3rd man in place. Runs in this over have come in that region for both the batters.
good to see now they are getting those singles. But coming back to Ayush Shukla Suhas, he is into his 5th over, but he hasn't given any extras till now. It shows what discipline he's bowling, sticking to that right line and length. Has been very patient, waiting batters to make the mistake. This is what you need as a fast bowler in this format.
Absolutely right. And when a bowler does not give away extras and he's almost completing his half the quarter, just tells you that he's not trying to do something different. He's trying to stick to the basics, and it has worked. He might have picked up just 1 wicket, but that too is very, very important. 29 for 2.
यासिन भाई अगला ओवर अगला ओवर
18 or 23 for Adnan Idris. Sandruvan's first ball duck is going to pinch him a little bit. Parvinder's move up top again, that's something that hasn't paid off with Aslam. Usman Ghani, who's now been asked to bat a little lower. Bilal, Yasin, Meet. It's interesting. When will Meet come out to bat if Ibrahim's coming up next? Bit of chopping and changing in terms of who bats where after Adnan Idris has made opening slot his own. Ezaz, another fantastic cricketer. Just love his bowling, especially the rhythm he generates. He was terrific in the previous game he played at Mulpani. Again, one of those men who showed that it's not only about the wickets but playing the supportive role as well to keep the pressure on. Interestingly, he's going to start with a cross-seam delivery to a ball which is 4 overs old.
No.
And he starts off with a no ball. Crime in the books of Shukla has been committed by Azhar's first ball. It's the first extra.
A very good call by the on-field umpire. Starts off with a no ball. And it's a free hit for Adnan Idris. We're fancying his chances to go big.
Don't be surprised if he goes behind the wicket as well, Adnan Idris. He is very cheeky.
On the back foot, goes towards the deep square leg region. There's a fielder. Just a single. No advantage has been taken by Adnan Idris. Still, after losing those 2 wickets, they're managing to go to around 3 runs per over, trying to build that partnership to Idris and experienced Mohammad Aslam. Spend some time out there. Then it will be easy for the batters, the likes of Usman Ghani, Yasin Patel and Meet Bhavsar. They are the key in the middle order.
Very good Yorker. And it's a slower ball Yorker as well. Just love the change-ups that Azaz can generate. But the thing is that he's doing it too early in the game as well. In the first over itself, and in the first power play itself, it's been a while since we've seen so many change-ups by a pacer coming in the first power play. Usually they try to utilize the shine of the ball and try and generate some swing, which is aplenty today. Edge almost carried. Yasim Murtaza once again brilliant. And Aslam once again in trouble. Just shot.
Excellent piece of bowling by Azaz, committing that mistake on the first delivery. What a comeback. Getting that outsider just falling off short of Yasim Murtaza. So far, he has been good. Mohammad Aslam very watchful. It's the first time the bowler getting the edge of Aslam. On the pads, a single has been taken.
There's a bit of a cloud cover still. And Azaz is a very different kind of bowler. He hasn't utilized swing to generate the outside edge. He's utilized the movement off the deck to generate the outside edge. And the cross seam deliveries, they seem to help, because when the ball lands on the seam, no matter how much Adnan can garden that area by tapping with his bat, still there is some movement, isn't it, Mudassir?
Absolutely. The surface is helping the fast bowlers. The pace battery, the trio of Hong Kong keeping things tight. But talking about Kuwait side, this is a new format for them. Especially they are used to play those T20 format. But looking at the way they have displayed their talent and the way they have performed, the expectations are very high. We all know they are taking up against Hong Kong, but still they can manage to put around 240 to 50. You never know, they have the chance.
Absolutely right, Mudassir, and what a story it's been for Kuwait. It was carnage against UAE, where UAE beat them by a huge margin. Their net run rate became a problem. To find themselves in this position, oh, good shot. If it's pitched up, then Idris is not going to be hanging around like that. He'll go after it. Very welcome boundary. First power play ends 36 for 2. Just extension of arms, and then he knew that it's going to go for 4. Just a chip over the infield. It's good to know that Kuwait have now got themselves into a situation where the net run rate doesn't matter. It's about a win. So I think that itself is a big plus for them. It's kudos to them that they got into this position.
Shab boys, back each other, boys. कोई बात नहीं, शाबाश. शाबाश. एक दूसरे को जरा बैक करके boys, शाबाश.
10 overs, 36 for 2. After those early 2 wickets going down cheaply and quickly. Partnership flourishing here between Adnan Idris and Captain Mohammad Aslam. We were so impressed by these lads of Kuwait. There's something new for them, but still giving some competition. Teams like UAE and Hong Kong, and this is the first time a spinner has been introduced by Nizakat Khan. It's a left arm, Yasim Murtuza. 3 matches, 4 wickets. Look at that economy, 3.36.
Shabash Yazi. Yes, good bowling Yazi, good shot Yazi.
Beautiful delivery.
Shabash.
Remember, Aslam is facing his own craft. Yasim Murtaza, who's high on confidence. When you do well in the field, you can always translate that confidence when you get the ball in hand. Slow, loopy, beautiful. As Aslam takes this single, I'm very sure he's also thinking about the template that he would be using to bowl.
As Shamim and you have said earlier, in the second half, it might help the spinners. So put some runs on board, give something for your spinners to fight up against Hong Kong. 37 for 2 Kuwait. Yasim Murtuza into his first over. It's Idris on strike. On the back foot goes Idris, goes big towards the mid wicket. A maximum, the first maximum from the blade of hard hitting batter Idris. Coming hard on Yasim Murtuza. Back of length delivery, weighted and dispatched towards deep mid wicket.
Brilliant shot. If you give him even a sniff of an opportunity, Adnan Idris will go after it. Oh, Idris has started to free his arms now. One over the offside and now one on the leg side, the biggest of the lot. And this new habit that he's picked up of gardening is actually helped ensuring that the ball doesn't misbehave as it falls in certain areas in the surface. With the pacer operating from one end, the spikes of the pacer, they're not good friends with the batter.
What
a comeback. Yasin Murtaza.
Good bowling, yes.
It's exactly the kind of over that you want to see. Some counter-attack, some comeback from the bowler. And Mudassir has got a lovely cup of coffee alongside him. Sit back, relax, commentate, get a sip. This is the kind of cricket that you want to see, isn't it? Brilliant from Yasim.
Good bowling, Yazzie. Good bowling, Yazzie.
Idris 1, Yasim 2.
He has no clue.
Shabai Yasin bhai, Shabai Yasin bhai.
Attacking batter, he loves to play those big shots.
Yasin bhai, good going Yasin bhai.
Putting him on the back foot straight away after going for that maximum. Yasin Murtaza. A good comeback by this experienced left-arm orthodox. Very watchful. Dot delivery to end the over number 11. It's 43 for the loss of 2.
(29 or 31 for Adnan Idris, who started to free his arms. It's good news for Kuwait and the supporters of Kuwait. Aslam's 10 of 23 has been resolute, but it has not been without hiccups. Sandru and Parvinder are the two men to have departed to the pavilion. Azaz, ever so exciting to watch him, but not if that's the line.
Experience coming into play. Captain Muhammad Aslam. This is what you need to do. The conditions favoring the fast bowler. It's good to see now both the batters getting some runs. Azaz has been a bit wayward in his first over, giving away 7 runs. Looking for that breakthrough. Adnan Idris on strike. Continues to be wayward with his line and length. Azaz, the first wide of this innings, conceded by Azaz in the 12th over. He loves to generate that pace. In doing so, sometimes he loses his shape and concedes those extras. Azaz
He's a different kind of an exciting bowler, isn't he? He's not utilizing convention, but he's able to pick up wickets and generate opportunities more often than not. Convention tells you hold the ball by the seam, run in, use the swing in the first 30 minutes when the ball's still new. He's you holding it cross seam, bowling into the wicket, generating the outside, and still when there is less swing for him.
If you compare to Harun Arshad and Ayush Shukla, he's completely different fast bowler. Azaz runs hard, hit the deck hard. Azaz, forget about the condition. He knows one thing: just run in and bowl as fast as you can.
That's going to run away for 4. Idris just went hard at it. When you strike like that, swing hard. That's what has generated the boundary, but it's important that Azaz doesn't let this one play in his mind. You're talking about Azaz being so exciting. So very true.
Easy batting, Adnan.
One shot of 50, Kuwait's recovery. And we'll have to wait for that single. Not very conventional, but still can deliver the goods, Azaz. And I just love the fact that Azaz can run in, as you said, he can run in and bowl so beautifully, generate the outside edges. I just love the fact that the captains ensure that Azaz has a clear mind. He doesn't give him too many options. He makes it clear that this is what is expected of you. The clarity of the roles. A word on that. That's in the air for a long time. Nizakat's after it, but will not be able to get there. Will be able to fetch it, though not field. 50 comes up for Kuwait.
Not in a convincing way. Trying to go big towards the mid-on region. It was a long chase for Nizakat. It was always away from him. A couple of bounces, a boundary. Continues to be expensive. Exciting fast bowler, Azaz. And full advantage taken by Adnan Idris. Moves to 37 of just 35 deliveries. Now they are looking better. It's 11.5, 53 for loss of 2 for the first time. They're going with a run rate of almost 4 runs per over.
And kudos to the fight back of Kuwait from where they were initially in the tournament to where they are right now. Straight to the field there.
That's over.
Idris does get a move on and a bit more control despite the outside edge. 53 for 2.
Shabash, 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 boys, shabash. Shabash Yazi, Shabash Yazi. Shabash boys.
53 for 2, 50 dot deliveries played by Kuwait so far, but it's a 7 boundaries that have been good to watch. 5 of them definitely so. And the 6 as well included, thanks to Adnan Idris. As Mudassir takes a break, we've got Shamim Chaudhary in the comm box. Very warm welcome, Shamim. The spinners are still operating. The spinners are doing their bit.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks. They've recovered very well. Must give that to Idris and Aslam after the stutters early on. And that shows that they have that mental resilience. I think as he plays that away, just puts back to ball. There will be cover in the deep. But just the fact that they took that experiment, sending in a pinch hitter early, that didn't work. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's not worth trying.
But I just try to put myself in the shoes of the coach there, and I thought that's what he could have done, because if you see, you want to safeguard your technically sound batters. Oh, that made a good sound as it came off the bat. Idris, he's peppering the boundary ropes over the mid-wicket region.
Well, Yasim bowling very short and inviting trouble. That was, could be put away by a schoolboy. Look at that. Look at the long hop and punished.
You're getting a call from Ayan Khan from UAE.
Second 6 of the match. They're speeding towards the 60 mark now after a very difficult start. He still bowls it a tad short. Allows the batter just to rock back and again amble the single. The runs are coming thick and fast here. And it is a time. I mean, you had the luxury of support from the wicket from overhead conditions with the pace bowlers early. Now, Hong Kong bowlers are being tested. So this is a period when the captain has to do his bit in terms of putting the fielders in the right place. The bowlers have got to bowl a tight line and length. Cannot afford to give away the advantage which was initially taken by the bowlers.
So very true. And then it puts Aslam at ease as well when you see that the other batter is going so well. This partnership has put Kuwait back in the game. Very watchful Aslam. 13 overs gone. 61 for 2. Yasim Murtaza choosing to not attack the stumps last ball. Still giving it a lot of light. It's the first ball that is pitched up to the right hander. 61 for 2.
It's us.
No, we have only two. I just changed mine.
But you need it.
इधर शो मिड विकेट आ जाएगा ब्रो एजाज को हत्ता ला बाबर को पीछे चला
So meanwhile, I'll ask him to get it.
Tre बार का अगे बार दे फ्रीदा
After the early stutters, a recovery period here for Kuwait in this very crucial match, virtually quarter-final, 61 for 2. The skipper Aslam holding out, giving support to the more enterprising Idris, who's raced away to 44 of 38 against the run of play, if you can call it that, because they have been going rather sedately. Been refreshing to see his approach. He took his time, settling down. This is Ehsan Khan, according to Mudassir, known as the Professor, the right arm off-break bowler, vastly experienced.
Can we call you that in the comm box?
Short, civil round. Could have done better with that. Shouldn't have found the fielder. There was ample opportunity to play it on either side of that fielder.
There's something that the surface is doing for the spinners already, and remember, it's not that old a cricket ball. Just tells you that this is going to be a spicy contest as the day progresses, even if sun beats down, isn't it, Shamim? Because spinners are galore.
Little tentative with that one, but did manage to angle the bat at the last moment as an afterthought. Initially, I thought he was going to let it go, and then he says, "No, I'll just have a little poke at that, use that pace, and get a couple of runs."
So very true, Shamim. It's not often that you see the slip fielder getting ready to collect the ball before the keeper does.
Talking about spinners, I think at the toss, talked to Aslam, and he was a little apprehensive about batting first, but he did take into account when I mentioned the fact that he will be bowling second, there will be more perches in the wicket. So that sort of negated well, not negated, it sort of gave them the alternative to batting first.
Incredible. So, oh well, he wants that single. That could have been disastrous. Luckily, Shukla decided not to throw because remember, Idris is not the quickest runners between the wickets and it takes a toll on him every time. He has to turn as well. He was nursing a knee injury as well not too long.
And he was on his back foot when he played the shot. So that would be the first thing to ponder. He's taking a quick run now. An attempt to pitch it further up. Almost made it into a low full toss there. Ehsan. But he's wily old character, isn't he? Ehsan will always try to bring in that little mix to surprise the bowlers. Did well to get to his own bowling. Bowlers are always good fielders to their own bowling. Very noticeable.
I don't think the fielder would like it if the captain comes up to him and starts a conversation saying, imagine if you were bowling.
He's got to talk to each and every one of them. That they do in the huddle.
Huddle, yes. It's turning a lot more than expected and Aslam doesn't know to smile or to not be happy about. 64 for 2.
It's 64 for 2 and it's time for a drinks break.
Yesterday the last ball was both defended and I was watching Bajaj Pulsar just swoops in. I have a wish. I want to do commentary with you in one of the counties, just one session perhaps.
I'd love to do that with
You know why? The way you come in, the way you started, you just pull back the tape and watch it. I didn't commentate for 4 to 5 balls, which I didn't used to. It's wonderful.
you come in whenever you want.
No, it's wonderful. There's something about it, you know?
There's always something good. Now, don't give me so much credit.
Just watch that spin. Otherwise, why would I say, go for it?
One man come here, Rusty.
But
One man help this
with your
flash.
strings,
Rosne, come here.
I don't think it's going to happen. They are very small. British. They don't. Just unless you're very sort of international exposure as a player and stuff like that, they will not. I've done test match special. It was good and bad in the sense that it depends on who you're working with. Give me the former. Well, test match special, I'm just going back about 5 years. They didn't come this time around. Adam Mountford is the guy who does test match special all around the world. So we got in touch. We got Dominic Cork, who was good. We had someone who was not very cooperative. And in radio, you need to complement each other so that we've got phone talking. We can sort of have our pauses when it comes to television. But it is
No dead air. No dead air.
yeah, absolutely. So that's when you need.
And I love that medium.
Yeah, that started off radio. So, but you feel that the guy's not giving you adequate support and he's got his own. So, what's the term? He's trying to be himself and try to expose himself more. It's French. That guy, I put him in his place.
You were able to. You took one for the team.
Well, it's been a very, very refreshing recovery here by Kuwait. 64 for 2 after 14 after 2 wickets fell so very early. And the fight back has been very appreciative, and I'm sure that Ehsan and company with the ball will just try and get this partnership to be broken. Tanwell Idris and the skipper Aslam has been in his shell a little bit compared to the more outgoing Idris. Start of play after a break here. So Harsh.
I thought I'll not remind you, but you're too sharp.
Just need to, I mean, it's very simple. It's very simple. You after a break, you lose your momentum. Take it easy. Have a look. Yeah, that's the way. Go and smother the spin. Don't have to go charging after the balls, particularly at this point in time.
I think we've also entered a phase of the game where a single is okay. And single needs to be the base of the partnership they're going to create, Idris and Aslam.
Good bowling, yeah.
Bowling is good. It's not only the batters who need to refocus. As a as a bowling unit, I think Yasim will do well to put the ball in the right areas. So he's had a break. So it goes both ways. It can work both ways for the batter or the bowler. This has been good. This has been tight and accurate.
Interestingly, Yasim hasn't dropped it short. It's been 3 deliveries. The previous over, every time he went short, Idris smashed it on the leg side. In Yasim's defense, was it a genuine mistake to have dropped a shot, or was he expecting Idris to dance down the track?
Well, if you have done your homework with the approach of the batter, I think it would be a deliberate effort. But more often than not, no bowler likes to bowl the ball short. I mean, it always stands up to be hit. Well, he's done so very well. It's the opposite of losing your concentration from Yasim. Excellent bowling. Drifting in, turning away, perfect ball to bowl.
In between overs, we were talking about the test match special. This is right out of there.
Yes, you talk about the basics of the game. This is where it will happen during the shorter formats too. Some periods of play where you see that. Oh! Got him! That was the quicker delivery. And would you believe it? It's the over after the drinks break once again that gets the wicket. What a terrific delivery there by Wasim. Much quicker through the air. Try to whip it away and pay the price.
Doesn't turn as much. Kissing the outside half of the off stump. And Idris is walking back in a different dimension, a slower dimension. It's going to feel like it's the longest walk ever. Run a ball 45 for Adnan Idris. And Kuwait have lost their third warrior. 64 for 3.
जो मैंने बोला था 90 पे कितने 5 ए भाई इधर आना
A partnership that did all the hard work after the early fall of wickets has been broken. And it's been broken at a time that they needed for it to carry on.
अंदर की तरफ
That's your center.
ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 here between Kuwait and Hong Kong. Must-win game for a place in the semi-finals. And suddenly, when things were just steadying up, there's a wicket. This is Mead Babsar. 91 runs into his fourth match. 8 boundaries, 1-6. Decent strike rate. Aslam now, Yasin. Big yelp as he closes the face of the bat on that one. But what about that last wicket, Suhash?
Oh, last wicket coming off the last ball. Who said that you can't set a batter up in 50 overs as well? Adnan Idris was absolutely clueless of the dialect that Yasin started to speak suddenly. Previous over smashed him for 6. Not after the break. Oh, got into a good position to play that shot eventually. And I thought he did too many things too quickly, Aslam.
Well, Aslam has got to be a little more proactive now with the new batter Babsar in. Going so nicely, but just talk about the variations in that over. There were so many deliveries which were floated in and kept turning away, and then one quicker one through the air. That's a wrong shot to choose. I think just seemed to have made his mind up to whip the ball away, close the face, allow the ball to creep through.
Shamim, it's the pressure of the 5-dot deliveries, isn't it? He was under pressure to do something. Not realizing his mere presence would have been more pressure to the opposition because he will get one in his slot.
Absolutely, and this is where your mindset, your temperament is tested. You can play out a maiden over. I mean, it doesn't really matter if you can make up in the next couple of overs. So that is where you've got to tell yourself, if the bowler is steadily bowling a tight line and length, I will not try and take advantage. And now, oh my goodness, this guy, Ehsan, is really making the ball talk.
Mead's wondering, where have I walked out to bat? That spun from middle stump line and still it didn't hit his off stump. A sigh of relief for Mead. 2 slips waiting to swallow any outside edge. This is magic from Ehsan. And that extra bounce as well.
Extraordinary bowling. And look at the angle that is coming around the wicket to the left-hander. It's drifting in. Sharp run. Give credit to the batter on that occasion that he didn't try and go for a little push there.
Can we have this curator for the final of the World Test Championship too?
Oh, that went on with the arm and he's got him. Oh, goodness gracious me. That was a zipper of a delivery. Just came back in after all those balls that drifted in. Set him up so very nicely. And Babsar didn't have a clue.
Never was settled. This one following him, cramping him for room and ever so slightly removing one crown of the stumps. And that's enough. Minimum damage to furniture, maximum damage to Kuwait, as Mead Babsar is walking back without troubling the scorers in an important game such as this one. More troubles for Aslam from the non-strikers in. The plans will change. 65 for 4.
Please. Arun. No. Arun. Khan, please. No. पीछे जा. ऊपर आ जा यार.
हारून 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 थोड़ा ऊपर रह नहीं नहीं एक बंदा ऊपर रहेगा हाँ इधर आ जा पीछे जा तू बाबर पीछे बाबर पीछे जरा बाबर तैयार रहना बाबर जरा
65 for 4. Idris's 45 stands out.
One ball to go.
Just love the way Hassan set up Bafsir in that over. And even the previous over, we saw a similar kind of thing happening. Oh! Just pushes it away. Gets off the mark, does Shiraj. 16 overs have been completed. Kuwait tottering at 66 for 4.
Terrific over from Hassan. And this is what made it even more beautiful. Meath being set up with the previous two deliveries, and the one that comes back in sharply got him.
Shabba boys.
That's for television. Some on OTT, other.
ओए इधर स्पिन हो रहा है कैसे लगेगा स्पिन हो रहा बॉल ऐसे कैसे लगेगा
Aslam, 15 of 35, has got that onerous responsibility, doubling up as the captain of the team and now virtually the mainstay. One who needs to hold it all together, but it's Shiraj who will retain strike after that first delivery he faced. There's been some magical bowling by Yasin and Ehsan from both ends.
This is where the experience of Aslam needs to come into play. He's got to mentor Shiraz. He's played a lot of cricket together, of course, but here is Aslam, who's played time and again in Sri Lanka in turning conditions like these.
Oi, good bowling Yazi, good bowling Yazi.
You got to love the fact that Yasin is not shying away from using the crease itself to bowl. The change in the release point is troubling Shiraz because he's unable to find out the right line to tackle. And the turn's not helping either, Shamim. This is a dream surface to be bowling if you're a spinner. Did he generally...
Big appeal. Umpire shakes his head saying it didn't get a feather, but a moral victory, and he says it touched possibly the thighs. The indication there. Let's have a look at this. Nowhere near the thighs.
Shabba Yazi, Shabba Yazi. Good bowling, yes, good bowling, yes.
To change his mind very quickly with that trajectory of the ball.
Since sometimes what you say comes true so very quickly, as if the players have 1 year on commentary. Shamim, I'm going to suggest a short leg. A silly point.
He does try to be a little innovative, and you need at times to just take on the bowlers, try something different. Yeah, I think more silly point rather than for the right-hander, of course, because the ball, it is going to turn. It is turning away. Maybe if just bounces, tries to fend it away, silly point might come into play.
Interestingly, he's been a little tentative, Aslam, in the entire over. He hasn't tried to smother the spin.
Good bowling, yes. Good bowling, yes.
In so many of those, a lot of balls with orthodox turns and the ones to go through with the arm to finish the over. 17 done, 69 for 4.
What is that? I think it's a finger. Crows are growing fingers. Hearing right now? No, it's not. 17 of 39 for Aslam. It's been a good innings so far. An innings which has been constructed according to the situation of the game. He's lost a couple of partners there, Aslam, and his innings at this stage can be one that will be talked about for a long time if he can bail Kuwait out of this situation. Shiraz hasn't been in the best of form as well. It's something that Hong Kong can utilize in their favor. It's easier said than done, isn't it? You do carry a baggage in the middle if you're not striking the ball well off late.
You may carry a baggage, but it's not always that the so-called baggage is heavy enough to hamper your progress. You might have a light piece of baggage you have to carry on your shoulders, and that you can get rid of very quickly. And he's hoping that is that kind of a baggage that allows you to come out of the so-called carrying the baggage. See, just the swivel of the wrist allows the bowler, the batter, to take it away from the diving fielder at fine leg. And once it's through with the fielders within the 30-yard circle, despite all the efforts from Shukla, was it? It was the batter who got the advantage.
Shiraz gets a boundary. I think Shukla, in a bit to stop it, has actually pushed it further. That gave the ball the impetus to reach the fence in the first place. Nonetheless, some momentum for Shiraz. Can he get going? Can we see vintage Shiraz like the one we saw in the Six Nations? Boy, can he strike the ball.
Yes, he can.
Oh, he's looking more confident now.
Just that little boundary, a couple of balls back. Uncanny how little things can give bolster the confidence of batters in particular. Talk about mind games, and you're curbed from your natural instincts of playing your natural game, and suddenly there's a freebie coming your way and you feel that you can take on the bowlers. Oh, once again, very tentative little push at that one. Very, very lucky. That inside edge could have gone anywhere.
74 for 4. Short leg, please.
Let the pictures tell the story instead of too much talk. Television. So then, it makes it look silly, you know, but seems obvious to us. Why isn't he doing it? Doesn't really
6-0 from here will take them to 266. There's one more thing that we need to consider. If there is a short leg or silly point coming in, who does he sacrifice? Because he stopped the singles very successfully, the captain Nizakar Khan.
Go boys, go boys!
And he's got to take into account that even though he may not have closing catches, has the defensive players, and as good as a wicket, you'd like the dot balls. And that is precious. Every time you get a dot ball, that adds to the pressure on the batters. This is a good run, despite the fact that those fielder covering it. Kinchit Shah in the covers. He was often running as soon as the shot was played. Yasim, 1 for 19 into his 5th over. He's been impressive. He's tried to just slide the fingers around the side of the ball. Seen him attempting those arm deliveries. Got the orthodox spin going. And now you're talking about changes in the field. Maybe thinking more on defensive lines.
Interesting that he mentioned that, because I thought Nizakar Khan's been going for the kill from the word go. Yasim's in no hurry. There isn't a single ball where it seemed like he's trying to push it through. He's quite content, tossing the ball up, sometimes over the eye line if required.
What he's done in the previous 2 overs is he's been tossing them up and getting the turn. The last 2 deliveries, he sets them up. Their arm ball's coming. Once again, gets the batter to smother the spin. Now look out for the last ball of this over, or last 2 of the over.
Yasim Murtaza also got exposure to Kuwaiti batters recently when Kuwait toured in Hong Kong. But they also played Malaysia. Now, in this format of the game, it's one thing to do homework, and it's quite another to call them to your own backyard and understand their game better. 19 overs gone.
No.
Now
still.
one more ball to go. Correction.
Good bowling, Yasin
And
bhai.
guess what? We'll come back
Come
to
on,
that.
lads. Come on, lads.
Having them in your own backyard. No one's in their own backyard here because they're overseas teams. But of course, that home advantage, that's an inside out shot. That's a bold looking shot and it's paid off. He has had enough of fending away, defending away. Now goes on the charge. Kuwait with that boundary move on to 79.
Extension of arms after he danced down the track. He picked his spot. Beautiful shot indeed. 79 for 4.
ओए शॉट फाना तू उसके साथ चेंज करना यार अरुण कोई बात नहीं यार भागो कम ऑन ताता पता था उन्हें बाल उसी चलो 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 बॉयज शाबाश ओए एक मिनट एक अंदर लाना बॉलिंग चेंज वाच आउट ओवर
79 for 4 here, but you're talking about home advantage short while earlier at the TU ground. They're not getting any advantage there, Nepal. See, 76 for 5, Nepal batting first, and then spot a bother to say the least. This is against Qatar. But that's turning out to be quite an interesting match. We'll keep an eye on that one too. Might affect the placings.
Yes, indeed. 2 wickets in 3 matches for Mohammad Ghazanfar. Again, someone who likes to ooze control. It's important that Shiraz takes him on first over. Also because Shiraz understands his craft a little better. He's a leg spinner too.
Ghazanfar will surprise Shiraj, even if he has worked it out. If you're thinking that he's done his homework or played against him earlier, this is a track which needs... I think as a batter, you've got to suss out how quickly the turn is taking place, how sharply it's coming, how much of a turn in terms of degrees it's garnering. So all in all, Ghazanfar, I just have to stick to bowling some orthodox deliveries initially and maybe the wrong one once in a while, instead of making it too obvious early on. Aslam on 21, more sedate, more appreciative of the good bowling that's come so far. There you see the flight, enticing and also trying to get more purchase off the wicket.
While Ghazanfar was getting ready to bowl that, we got a sneak peek of what the sphere of leather looks like, and it's looking older than it has to for a 9.3 overs old. Perhaps it is from this end, but it's looking older. Good control.
I don't see the reason why, because it's not such an abrasive surface per se, and the outfield is reasonably lush. It's got some bare patches. It's not really going to just in terms of softening up the ball, hasn't been really clouted about too much. Oh, didn't quite control that shot. It's gone past the diving fielder into the deep. Once again, inducing that thick outside part of the bat.
It's good to see him committing into that shot, but they couldn't plonk his front foot where the ball landed. And Nisaqat Khan couldn't control it. Ehsan had to clean it up.
Tall lad, Ghazanfar. He's not afraid to give the ball some air. Problem is, when you're trying to get that length going and get that purchase going as a leggy, we'll come back to that. So we come to the end of the 20th over, 83 for 4.
सही है किशन पर चलो यार बॉयज जल्दी करो यार खान साहब जल्दी जाओ जल्दी आयुष भाग के जाया करो यार
Kuwait 83 for 4, 81 dot balls. They really had to struggle early on, losing 2 early wickets, then a good partnership and then another wicket. So recovery work done here. The captain has to hold on, play the sheet anchor role alongside Shiraj. all the bowlers giving the ball a lot of air. They can sense there is some help from the wicket which they're trying to exploit. Mudassir is back. Welcome.
Again, they need to build a partnership here after losing those 2 quick wickets, especially of Adnan Idris, follows by Bhavsa. Better cricket. Keep on rotating the strike. Shiraz and Aslam. Lot of repairs needs to be done by these 2 batters.
Yasim has hardly given away anything loose in terms of shortness of length. It's been so very accurate. It's been successful with the arm ball. Sets up the batters very nicely. Aslam has been watching that kind of bowling. Just that, because it was away in line when it pitched from the off stump. It was simple to shoulder arms. But even when it's closer to the middle and off stump where it pitches and turns away, even then I feel that Aslam has got that capability of negotiating it. It's been there for a while. Sweeps, you see the confidence level he's attained.
Yasim Murtaza has a complete different plan up against Aslam. Bowling a bit slow to Aslam, inviting him to go big but very watchful Aslam. So far a decent over. There you go, now there's a movement. The front foot coming out for Shiraz. Not only the fast bowlers, the spinners as well, they're getting some help from the surface. Bowling brilliantly here, Yasim Murtaza.
21 overs of the innings have been completed. Kuwait move on to 86 for 4. Shukla and Haroon did it with their pace early on, exploiting the conditions. And then Yasim and Hassan have chipped in with a wicket each. Now the ball is turning, and it might be a good sign for the bowlers, Mudassir. Now, think of the second innings. I feel with the sun beating down, there will be more purchase and help, hopefully, from the Kuwaiti perspective. This is Ghazanfar. Nicely eases into that shot.
Absolutely, and keeping that in mind, he himself being a spinner, the captain Muhammad Aslam wanted to make sure to post some good total on board. For that they need to have a partnership. Very watchful, both the batters Shiraz and Aslam. Ghazafar into his second over, just 3 overs for the Professor Ehsan Khan. Here with 10 runs and a wicket to his name. Tall leg break bowler, a slip in place.
Just changing the field a little bit here. We see the cover going a little straighter and the extra cover, more of a short mid-off, coming a little closer, much straighter in line. Slip in position. Oh, throws his bat at it, catches the call, but no one's going to take that one. That's hit with a lot of power, a lot of authority from Shiraz.
Brave enough to play that shot because they have just got that fielder, that cover fielder from the fine leg. Anshuman Rath was there, but hit hard and finds the gap. Races towards the fence like a tracer bullet. Concedes a boundary here. Looking good, Shiraz.
Leans back, gaining in confidence. Seen a little tentativeness earlier on with a similar kind of delivery. Now he's backing away, making room for himself. Just the little adjustments that you need to do when you progress into your innings. Once again, maybe he played a little too late, but it's going to be a teaser. Ball has been just holding. Maybe the umpires will want to look at it. Once he touched that ball, where was his leg?
Waited on the back foot, deliberately played towards that short third man region, chased by the fielder Ayush Shukla. Then the slide comes in. He has done well. Ayush Shukla saving a run for his team. Not only he's strong on the front foot, but he's very quick on his back foot and getting those gaps regularly. Shiraz.
See the change is forcing the bowlers to go into. You could see prior to that, a lot of balls in there, enticing, trying to get more purchase off the wicket. Once he gets a confident looking shot in, the bowler is forced to try and push it through.
Leaking some runs here, Ghazaffar. Last delivery. Oh, look at that break. Inviting the batter to come front. Survives. Aslam 22 gone, 94 for the loss of 4.
जल्दी जाना यार, जरा जल्दी जाना boys, जल्दी चेंज करो, शाबाश। है ना, किंतु हो रहा, और यार मेरी बात सुनिए तो बोल नहीं, मैंने भी पॉइंट बोला। पीर साहब ठीक है, सही है यासीन भाई, शाबाश।
Going at this rate, they'd go on to 214, but they'd love to go beyond the 250 mark. That'll give the bowlers something to work with. Strong batting unit to Hong Kong. Quoting all the runs they can garner. This partnership has done well. And recovering from that early stutter. Nice flowing shot. Threads the needle, but there is some protection in the deep.
Look at the key to this partnership is the rotation of strike between these two, Aslam and Shiraz. They have been very watchful, but were able to get those gaps, those singles regularly, Shiraz and Aslam.
There's that fly to delivery. Yasin Murtaza very confident. When he flights the ball, he knows that he's going to land it in areas where the batters will not fancy their chances of taking him on. That is the confidence you need to have as a bowler. More control over your bowling.
Back foot played very close into that leg stump. Just a single, a risky shot, just for a run, not needed.
Well, sometimes batters can get into that frame of mind. Aslam and Shiraz having done so very well. Once in a while, let's give it to them. There will be times when they just lose it a little bit, try to be a little proactive. Once again, this is such a super delivery.
A bit quicker, but getting that turn away from Shiraz.
That's the problem. You see the ball drifting in. You think it's going to come onto you and maybe not turn as much. The shortness allows the batter to back away. Can't get it past the fielder. 23 overs have been completed. It's 96 for 4. Chandruan and Parvinder going early, but Idris building up a partnership with the skipper, scoring bulk of the runs till he was cleaned up by the beauty from Yasin. Since then, the skipper and Shiraz have rebuilt the innings, taking them at 4.17 to 96 for 4. Ghazaffar been a tad expensive, 12 runs off his first 2 overs. Maybe he's the man that Aslam decides to go after. Soon find out, but there is some purchase of the wicket, some sharp turn.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
As a leggy, you fancy your chances.
Good bowling, Jiru. Peer साहब दो ना है.
We haven't seen much of googly deliveries from Ghazafar. There is a fine leg for Aslam and a slip in place to bowl those regular leg break deliveries. Keeping it simple. Ghazafar, wicketless. But as a leg break bowler, there's always a chance that you might get a wicket.
Yeah, you don't see him bowling the googlies often. That's what he does.
देर खस्ते bowling देख सकते हैं.
Depending on the orthodox leg spin, and that allows the luxury. Once in a while, you've got to have that surprise ball. Get a googly going, get it going the other way around. That's when the surprise element comes in. We haven't seen Ghazanfar really trying for that. Let's hope he gets one in, because they need a breakthrough now, because these two are batting pretty confidently.
He had a different plan for Shiraz. No fine leg. The slip. Short third man and a point fielder Anshuman Rath, and close short cover fielder.
Goes big time. He's decided to go after it. And, well, I tell you what, at times you will get tempted with that kind of delivery, but he misses the line completely.
Luckily for Kuwait, no damage has been done, but brilliant piece of bowling display by Ghazafar.
Yeah.
What if that was the googly? It would have come back and struck wicket. You see, that is the variation you need to have. Zakat Khan will be hoping that Ghazanfar can bowl a googly. Bowl 5 orthodox leggies. Isn't he confident to bowl that googly?
Yet again, we're talking about Googly. Bowling that regulation leg break. Slides come in by the fielder Anshuman Rath. Excellent running between the wickets by both the batters. 3 runs have been taken. Continues to be a bit expensive. His 100 comes up for Kuwait with those 3 runs, 24 gone, 101 for the loss of 4.
सही है boys.
That partnership between Islam and Idris retrieved the situation after the early fall of wickets with the 56-run partnership. And then quick wicket of Bhavsar brought the pressure back on. But Shiraj and Aslam have done well. It's been slow and steady, the 36 runs partnership. Sweet. Going fine, with fielder covering in the deep. It's been good work in the deep. Earlier, the last over, we saw Anshuman Rath saving a run, going right to the edge of the crease there. Flights out of the Trivandrum International Airport here at Kathmandu on a hazy day, rather overcast. Also from the edge of the crease. Now that he could have done better with. He knew he missed an opportunity there.
Width offered.
Yes.
Misses that line, and there was a chance to get that boundary. On the back foot was Shiraz, and let's see what's happening at TO. It's in Nepal taking on Qatar, and Nepal bit of bother there.
Goodness.
They're 89 for 6 against Qatar. There's the last match for Qatar, and before this, no wins for them. Can they upset Nepal here?
They'd love to. They'd love to beat the home team at their home ground. But Nepal are a strong bowling unit also. So, sure they're recovered now. Oh, that is a beautiful delivery.
Excellent bowling,
was like an arm ball coming into the right hand, but at the last moment, look at that turn. In two minds, Captain Aslam.
That's the drift he keeps on getting. No, that's too far forward outside the line of off, and it struck him on the elbow. And that can be very painful. Can't protect that part.
He has been sweeping Yasim Murtada throughout the day. But this time just missing the line. Was in bit pain. Here is ready the captain Aslam. Moves to 32 of just 61 deliveries.
That's away. A little awkward playing that shot. Should have tried to play it on the onside, but he survives. Another good over from Yasim. It's 103 for 4.
Ana, Rasha, दो ओवर होगा वही गजनफर टू अगला ओवर दस यासिम भाई
4 wickets have gone down. Shukla
ओवर बचाने
and Haroon initially with pace. Yasim and Ehsan with spin. Gazanfar, tad expensive. So Azaz been given a couple of overs. As soon as the captain realized that he's not going to be offering too much of a bother to the batters, he's been taken away. Skipper Nizakat has used his bowlers very well. The wickets falling at 1, 8, 64 and 65. This partnership now on to 103 for 4. Could come back. It's almost 38-run partnership. Aslam and Shiraj, who's on strike now. Little pause in play because Aslam got hit on the elbow. Some magic spray coming in and getting some relief, hopefully, because the need his services does Kuwait in the middle. Halfway through the innings in this ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 at the Mulpani Cricket Ground here in Kathmandu on a hazy day. But good cricket, nice tussle between bat and ball. All set after that little pause in play. Shiraj, 21 of 28 on strike. Oh, misses it.
Was there an edge? Might be.
Yeah, difficult to say. Went through. If there was an edge, I feel there would be some more reaction from the bowler at least and the slip fielder. They didn't seem to be too worried about that. That's drifting down leg. For once, a loose ball.
Hassan Khan. Very clever off-break bowler. He has a knack of getting those wickets and also not giving away those easy runs. The mid-off goes back. 5 fielders inside the 30-yard circle. Now he's getting a turn as well as the bounce.
There's the bounce, and that is something that might be worrisome, because you can trust if you can trust the bounce, at least one category is removed. So you're having enough problems with the turn of the wicket, and if you add bounce, uncertain bounce, that can be really difficult for the batters.
And he's struggling here. Able to read the bounce and the turn from the Professor Ehsan Khan. Previous delivery, trying to hit hard. He's in pain here, Shiraz.
Physio is there, taking off his pads.
It's a lot of overs.
I wonder not where it struck him. Might be something else. Might be an ankle twisted, or maybe hitting the toe of the player. That, yes, it was the toe crusher. Normally you see the toe crushers with the pace bowlers, not the spinners who hurt the batters. But on this occasion, it's that hard ball. Needs some tape on the toe.
Getting some help from the physio. He's the key, Shiraz. What a partnership between Aslam and Shiraz. Losing those two quick wickets at 63 and 64. Slowly they're building up a partnership.
That hit was not quite on the toe. It seems between the ankle, the upper part of the boot, which is, I suppose you can say, it's more exposed and not really any protection on there. Got a good strapping all over. Just, you know, that is definitely is going to encumber him. It's going to play on his mind. It's not going to allow him to move freely with all the tape and have the sock over it and put on his boots. All in all, Shiraz won't be feeling too comfortable.
Absolutely, as you can see, there's a heavy strapping put up by the physio on his ankle. He might find it difficult, Shiraz. The short break gives the time for Hong Kong fielders to have some refreshment. Trying to hit hard, I think he'd find the inside, the toe of the bat, and then hitting on his ankle.
Well, we're waiting for him to recover. Kuwait moving on to 104 for 4. This is another pause in play. When you get your momentum going, we keep on mentioning the fact that drinks interval more often than not gets a wicket for the bowling unit. And then even here with that slight injury that Shiraz has had on his feet with the strapping now, and once again a pause in play, he will time. He just feel that foot gingerly. It's going to be painful, but he just wants to make sure gets his balance right. It seems all right. It's good to see him carrying on. There's a slap on the back of the back there for Shiraz from his skipper, and that's good to see. Encouraging the captain, saying, "Don't worry, carry on. Just make sure you get your focus back, your concentration back."
Not easy for a batter after the break. Here we go. Misses the line completely. So was the wicket keeper.
Not easy coming back, particularly when your foot, you're not 100%, you're still ginger, you can feel, and he's trying to back away. Lucky, very lucky that the ball didn't go on straight to the wicket. Missed by all and sundry, gives him the run, gives him that little bit of a cushion to come across to the non-strikers end and watch proceedings from this end. Another superb over by Ehsan. It's 105 for 4 after 26.
जल्दी शायद आना ऊपर आयुष बाके जल्दी करो यार अंशी बाके जाइए जरा प्लीज अंश बाके जाइए जरा ऐसे कौन है नजाकत लाला एक और आएगा ना बंदा
32 for the skipper. Shiraz has got 22. The run rate 4.04. Another 24 overs to go after this. Shiraz still not very comfortable. Still trying out his left foot as he prepares to take strike. This is something that definitely is going to be encumbering his movement. Free movement. He needs to be sure. Wait and see how he negotiates this delivery from Ghazanfar. Oh, he stood his ground, didn't need to use his feet. Threw his bat at that one. A desperate effort, a good effort. But the pickup not good enough, allowing that extra run to be taken and a wildish throw from the deep.
Change of hands for Ghazafar. Yet again, flighted delivery and nicely played. He has the liking against Ghazafar Shiraz. An excellent effort coming from the fast bowler, Harun Arshad. A clean save.
Just let's have a look at it slowly. Just stop. There you go. Now, as he tumbles, the ball is released. I think he's done well.
Okay, then go.
The TV umpire wants to make sure before giving the decision. Looks like he has saved a couple of runs for his team. Harun Arshad, the fast bowler, putting the dive.
Need to have a look at another angle because he seemed to have slapped the ball away, pushed away before he tumbled. But that doesn't tell you exactly. The umpire, the third umpire, will have to make a decision from what we have, the angle we have here. There, it's touching. Maybe it's being pushed away, brought back in. Tough one here.
We don't have the other angles, but from this angle it looks like he has saved a couple of runs. Harun Arshad still waiting for the confirmation from the TV umpire. So play on. It's just 2 runs. Well done, Harun.
Absolutely. Says a lot for his commitment. Oops, there's someone behind the bowler's arm. Just taking a walk in the park. Enjoying the weather. Not realizing that he's disturbing play in the middle.
You have so many stoppages. Last couple of deliveries.
Yes! ठीक है
Still wondering why he is not bowling those googlies. Ghazafar. Easy picking for Shiraz.
These days we see leg spinners bowling a high percentage of googlies. And we've hardly seen any into his 4th over from Mohammad Ghazanfar. More of the same.
Good Ghazi, good Ghazi, good Ghazi.
Can't really understand. Maybe he's not confident.
Come on boys,
I'll tell you, one person who was not confident in bowling googlies is talking to you now. I was a leg spinner and I was never confident in bowling my googlies.
Very well bowled,
It's a beauty.
very well bowled,
I think this is hard as a leg break bowler to bowl those googlies on this surface especially.
No, you'd be happy on this kind of a surface, but the surface I was bowling on was in England. It was grassy. You hardly got any turn from a regular orthodox leg break, and a googly would be hit out of the ground.
Bobby.
What I did whenever I bowled the googlies and I got hit, I used to, instead of bowling a googly, I used to bowl an off break.
What matters is the ball coming into the right-hand batter, whether it's off break or a googly. Trying to go big, trying to clear that mid-on fielder, settling, pedaling back. Excellent catch taken. It's a Nizakat Khan, the captain.
What about that catch and what about that pose? Nizakat, this was a difficult take. It was hit in the air. They're getting a little bogged down. He tried to take the bowler on the slog sweep. Look at him covering so much ground. So difficult. And eventually stretches out his hand and latches onto that one. A marvelous catch. And he's striking a pose for the photographers. He's a tall, handsome guy. Maybe some movie director would take him on. Mohammad Aslam, the opposing captain, has to depart for 32. and they are now in some trouble.
Big wickets. 108 for the loss of 5. 27 gone.
And now out. Aslam is out. I'm out. Yes, long over. It was a long over.
कौन बाहर गया है? कौन बाहर गया है?
27 overs, 108 for the loss of 5. Top 5 batter in this lineup are back in the hut, courtesy to some excellent fielding. The previous over, last delivery by Nizakat Khan, the captain, backpedaling and taking that catch. Was running 20-25 yards to get rid of Aslam. Hassan continues, but Shamim is off, and we do have the comm box. It's Suhas Vedham. Welcome, Suhas.
Thank you, Mudassir.
Oi,
Time to come in and bowl. This is good thinking from Nizakat Khan. As soon as the opposition skipper departs, he brings in one of his main bowlers.
Surprised the way he played that shot, the previous wicket, which went down of Aslam. Just got frustrated and out of nowhere tried that shot. In the meanwhile, Shiraz continues to get those runs for his team.
I think he senses that he can go for the kill at this stage. Nizakat Khan, that's exactly why Ehsan Khan's been brought on. Otherwise, I thought he'll save a few overs of his for the 30s to 40s. And Ehsan Khan, someone who'd love to bowl in the third power play as well. Usman Ghani Ibrahim, 4 games, 39 runs, a little short of runs for someone who loves to open the batting usually. But he was in tremendous form, even in that Hong Kong tour. What a terrific half-century.
An opener of this team, he's pushed down the order. Ibrahim, can he pull something special for his team? Can he get a half century here? Very watchful. There was a turn. Let it go this time, Shiraz.
Very risky letting it go because it's turning square. Look how close it was to the off stump. And then Zishan's theatrics just confirming the same from behind the wicket. There was a point in time in that appeal where the fielders of Hong Kong had to choose whether they are a part of the chorus or no. That's a good shout, but there was bat involved. Shiraz showing the bat as well. It's spinning so sharply that sometimes it's difficult to pick if there was bat, and it's a good work by the umpire. 28 overs gone, 110 for 5.
Look at that run rate. They are going at 3.93 and they keep on going at the same rate. They'll manage 196 in their allotted 50 overs. Let's see what's happening at TU International Ground, where Nepal is taking on Qatar. Qatar winning the toss and opting to field first. They are in control. Nepal in big trouble. 105 for the loss of 8 wickets. Can they pull something special at TU Qatar?
Fast थोड़ा बाहर ही.
Ghazafar continues
Oh, very well bowled.
and continues
Shabash.
to bowl his regulation deliveries, the leg break.
Excellent, Gazanfar. Gazanfar, जिधर मैं तुझे कह रहा हूँ उधर कर
We
दे ball,
haven't
शाबाश.
seen a single googly from
मार
him.
दे रहा उधर 3 बॉल करके दिखा दे रहा शाबाश.
Terrific turn. And yesterday there was Mr. Mayappan with the first delivery being a googly picking up a wicket.
ये देखना, yes Yadi. क्या बात
A
है
little
शाहिद,
while
क्या बात
earlier
है
when
शाहिद.
Shamim was in the comm box,
देखना
was
Gazanfar,
asking him
very well
if
bowled,
there's
शाबाश.
a difficult art to bowl those googlies.
थोड़ा सा खींची दे रहा, थोड़ा सा.
Straight away he said he himself being a leg break bowler, he used to bowl off break. So it looks like a googly for a right hand batter.
यार, शाहिद. Oh, good effort शाहिद, शाबाश.
First run for Usman Ghani, who was patient to see what the ball is doing on that surface
इसने normal आई है ला.
before he offered a shot with conviction like that. This situation heightens Shiraz's innings at this stage. 26 of 40, he's got a start, he's got to make the most of it. Still a lot of overs left. Nelson for 5. Surprised that the appeal was so prolonged.
Look at that nod from
नहीं.
Shiju Sam.
हाँ मैंने तो लग रहा है.
Very good decision. It's pitch outside the leg stump.
शाबाश
Very
Gazanfar,
experienced
शाबाश.
umpire from UAE.
Gazanfar, यही तेरी
Shiju
जगह,
Sam.
शाबाश.
Absolutely, I've been
आगे,
following
आगे,
his
तू
work.
आगे,
We
शाबाश.
were talking about that Scotland tour of his. Absolutely magnificent umpiring. And it's one of those thankless jobs, isn't it? You'd expect it to be good all the time.
Yes.
Or this could be trouble. It's a reckless shot, but it lands safely, much to the delight of Shiraz. I think this ball falling in the no man's land has saved Shiraz from a conversation with the coach.
It was a Nelson on board. Trying to go big, not in control. What was he doing, Harun Arshad? He said pointed with frustrated Captain Nizakat.
Absolutely right, because he set an example of how to take a brilliant catch in Nizakat. And Haroon, he wanted Haroon to dive in front and take that catch, convert that into an opportunity. The sun is not blazing, remember that. There's no sun in the eyes. Really no reason for not to have gone for that catch, because Kuwait would have been in
चलो जल्दी चेंज करना है.
more difficult a situation. 1-1-2 for 5.
शाबाश यार, जल्दी चेंज करना बॉयज. जल्दी आओ जरा. शायद भाग के जा. बाबर थोड़ा सा बाहर रहेंगे अभी जरा. शाबाश बॉयज हो.
Usual. 6th over.
यासिन भाई आ जाओ.
Plan.
112 for 5. 27 of 42. Shiraz's 27 of 42 would have had his heart in his mouth for just a moment as three fielders were converging towards that cricket ball. And it was in the air for a long time, and anyways, when you're the batter, it feels like it was there forever. Can Shiraz make the most of that life that he's got? 27 of 42, it's important for him to attack the right deliveries as well. Yasin not necessarily a good candidate to go for the big shots off.
ये बैठ के पास रहना है. शाबाश यासी.
Excellent captaincy. Look at that amount of experience he has. The spin department, Yasin Murtaza. Straight away, getting the turn. Yet again, it looked like an arm ball, but the pitching going away from right-hand batter.
Good Yazi, good Yazi, good Yazi.
This is a masterclass of left-arm orthodox bowling. And I know Aslam might be licking his lips now with his side-arm action, low action, but still,
Excellent bowling,
this is
yes,
brilliant
excellent bowling, yes.
from Yasin Murtaza.
Well
Now that he bowls his 9th over at this stage, and we're just about entering into the 30s in terms of the overs.
Number six, come on.
Interesting choice this by Nizakat, because I thought Yasin would be held back at least for 3 overs towards the end.
Yet again, beats the bat, beats the edge. As a captain, he has some other thoughts, I reckon. He wants to get a couple of more wickets. On the back foot, Kuwait. He knows Shiraz is the key for Kuwait in this middle overs. This time, very slow in there, watchful Shiraz.
It's good that Shiraz is watchful, especially after that reckless shot. This will calm the nerves of everyone in the dugout of Kuwait, the dressing room of Kuwait. Textbook shot, but straight to the fielder. It's that phase of the game where a set batter is also taking his time. Just tells you the quality of bowling that we are able to see. And at this stage, Kuwait are at 112 for 5. Nepal into you are 111 for 9. It's not a good outing for the home side today, but a terrific outing for Yasin here. Another good over comes to an end. 112 for 5.
जल्दी चेंज करो boys. अच्छी कवर इजाज अंदर कहाँ है ये बाबर आई
2 weeks ago, I think. Yeah, Dilshan's also on.
अरुण अंदर जा बाकी हो और
30 overs, 112 for 5. They have got a couple of partnerships. 50 runs partnership between
Well done, shabash.
Idris.
Well bowled,
Losing
Idris. Come on, boys.
Slow down a bit here.
आवाज आए जरा अरुण,
Struggling here to
शाबाश
find
जी.
the
Number 6 here, boys,
boundaries.
come on.
Ibrahim. Usman Ghani Ibrahim, the wicket-keeper batter.
Very well bowled. Gazanfar, क्या बात है तेरी?
Shiraz
Very
has
well
played
bowled, शाबाश.
bulk of his cricket in Kuwait.
शाबाश गजनफर,
Even though he
शाबाश.
hails from Kerala,
एक ball
India,
अच्छा हो जाएगा,
he's
शाबाश.
played bulk of his cricket in Kuwait. As far as Usman Ghani is concerned, at an impressionable age, he learnt all his cricket in Bharuch in
ठीक है.
Gujarat. Turning tracks there, the turning tracks, you are better prepared, you would assume.
शाबाश गजनफर.
This is someone like Aslam, who has batted a lot in Sri Lanka and still goes there for first class at times.
शाबाश गजनफर,
So you
शाबाश.
expect him to do
देख
well
ले, तूने
against
किधर
spin.
ball करना था, शाबाश.
Similar condition
बाहर
here
नहीं जाना
against
इसको.
Ibrahim.
Absolutely, and it was looking good, Aslam against the spinners.
ओहे!
That one
very well
reckless
bowled,
shot.
शाबाश.
It was the end of
Good
Aslam.
bowling गजनफर.
It won't be easy for Ibrahim being an
देख लेना,
opener
जा रहा है वो.
and pushing him down the order up against the likes
चेक
of
कर ला जरा, चेक कर ला.
Ghazaffar,
जा रहे हैं,
leg break
शाबाश.
bowler off break Ahsan, and Yasim Murtaza.
Yo! Very well bowled,
Finding it hard to get the gaps as of now is Shiraz. Excellent captaincy on display here by Nizakat Khan. With 3 fast bowlers, and you have threatening spinners in your side to bowl those middle overs, leg break, off break, and left arm orthodox.
ठीक है, very well bowled. आयुष अंशी को दे दे.
A single to end the over with 31 overs gone, 114 for 5.
So it's 31 overs gone, 114 for the loss of 5. It's time for a drinks break.
but they are not picking this side. Why have they not picked Linto? ತಾಂಗಲಿಗೆ ಚಣಕ ಅಸಂಗ ಒಳಗೆದರ. He's a good bowler too, no? ಒಳಗೆದರ. True. Just one or two good series for him. 28 of 51 for Shiraz Ibrahim. Usman Ghani 2 of 8 for him. And Kuwait have reached 114 for 5 thanks to Idris's innings up top for 45. Aslam hung around for a while, 32 of 67 for him. Meath departing without troubling the scorers. It's a big blow for Kuwait. There's Yasin Patel, the half-centurion from the previous game here at Mulpani for Kuwait. He's still there. They bat deep because Syed Munib can score runs. Terrific stuff. And when you see a senior put in the dive like a youngster, it lifts the whole team up. Rath at his best.
Just the last over. Look at that. It again playing with soft hands. Big single has been taken. Big surprise the way they have used their batters. Kuwait, they have promoted Sandrowan as well as Parvinder, not going in their favor. And where is Yasin Patel?
Yasin Patel usually bats down the order. That day he was sent up top to curb the lack of off-spinners. They were forced to bowl off-spinners there, Bahrain, because they have a plethora of left-arm orthodox options. But it had to be Syed Ali, the captain Haider Ali, to come in and bowl off-spin, if that was the case. And it became the case, and that's why Bilal was also sent up top so that the left-handers can dominate. Meath being another left-hander. Good ball.
Taking his time, the wicketkeeper batter Ibrahim. He knows this is the last over of Yasin Murtaza, showing some respect. One more man coming in the second slip. It's Anshuman Rath.
Will Usman cut the ball? Will he try to cut the ball? Superb turn. I mean, it's just a pity that Yasim's over are getting over after this one.
It's completely a different class bowler, left arm orthodox Yasin Murtaza. Look at the control he has while releasing the ball. The last delivery. Survives Ibrahim. Yet again, very economical. 10 overs, 31 runs gave away and a wicket to his name. Yasin Murtaza, 32 gone, 115 for the loss of 5.
जल्दी चेंज करो 2 ओवर पीछे हम कम ऑन अंशी भाग के जा इजाल इधर ही पीछे सब है उधर कौन है पीछे जल्दी बॉय जल्दी बाबर अंदर नहीं
3.59 the current run rate will take them to 180. They're definitely looking for a big finish. If they push towards the 240 mark, it's game on with so much turn, and Kuwait having a lot of spinners.
नहीं कोई नहीं शाबाश
The sun hasn't come out really today.
शाबाश अपनी जगह
It's been overcast.
शाबाश बाबर तकीजा करने
What does the weather report say? It states that it's going to stay this way for a while. First sign of attack, Nizakat will eventually get that ball. Cloudy the entire day, precipitation chances just 10%. Good ball.
Good Babar. Well ball. Shabash Zanfar.
The first delivery of the over, I thought there was some intent shown by Ibrahim to attack, to put Ghazanfar off his line in lane.
Almost.
2 of 14 balls for Usman Ghani. Oh, very risky this shot,
Good Babar.
but it's yielded him at least a couple of runs as Babar Hayat has fallen on top of the ball.
We're talking about the efforts put in by the senior players, and yet again we have seen that extra effort, that extra dive, saving a couple of runs. It was the Babar Hayat, short third man.
Very well bowled.
Excellent piece of fielding. This player earlier we have seen Hassan Khan, Anshuman Rath and Nizakat Khan putting those efforts. Now it's turn for Babar Hayat to show some skills. Down the track, not in control. Just getting frustrated, Ibrahim.
Trying to break free but not connecting. The second time it's happened in this over. Ghazanfar is sensing that there's a wicket around the corner. How will Shiraz play Ghazanfar? I think a solid front foot defense will do. Very good delivery. 33 overs gone, 119 for 5.
Quickly.
अच्छा लेकिन अब पीछे जाना पड़ेगा ना ले लेगा पीछे बाल आयुष
119 for 5. Kuwait in 33 overs with 5 wickets in hand, and they also bat deep. Will they take chances at this juncture of the game, or are they still waiting for at least 4 overs, 5 overs? But guess who's not waiting? Nezakat's not waiting. He wants the best bowlers to be bowling at this stage. Big swing and a miss. And I think the idea, that's wide. The intent shown from Usman Ghani is that no matter who the bowler is, the first ball I'll try and attack. He tried to do it against Ghazanfar, failed. Ibrahim went for the big shot against Shukla. It works sometimes, it doesn't work sometimes. But on that occasion, that being a wide works in the favour of Kuwait. Would have missed the leg stump, says the umpire. Shukla has been very impressive as well. Come the big games, he's bowled well. It's been the case every time you give him a big opportunity, a big match player. Shukla.
Sometimes we all just see the bowler who gets 3 wickets or 4 wickets in his kitty. We talk about those bowlers, but he has been exceptional throughout this tournament. And don't praise the bowler. The commentators curse. Following me, whenever I praise the bowler, the next delivery, it goes for a wide 4.
Shukla's missed it completely. It was an attempted Yorker, but the line was off. No chance for Zishan. 5 easy runs given away to Kuwait. Is this the shift in momentum that Kuwait are looking for? Can they make the most of it? Shiraz has moved on to 30 of, not moved on, but he's been there to 30 of 55 balls. He's played 55 balls. If he wants, he can change gears. It's been wayward, Shukla. This over has been disastrous.
Kuwaiti supporters believe they want us to praise the bowler Ayush Shukla. It was all started by you in this over, praising Ayush Shukla.
I saw you giving me side glances like that. Do I say it's a good delivery? That's a very good delivery.
Good comeback after conceding those extra runs. This is where he is best. Shukla bowling that middle and off line, just trying to generate that pace, misses the line, the previous deliveries, and it has helped Kuwait to get some runs. The key is Shiraz on 30. He did all the hard work. Yes and no. Nezakat off the block quickly from mid-off and denied that single. If you talk about the big hitting, it's up to Shiraz. Then Syed Munib is the key for Kuwait in that lower down the order.
Munib can score a lot of runs and very quickly as well, but can he hang around is a different story altogether. So you don't want to give him a situation where he has to hang around. Good Yorker. Something he was attempting a couple of balls before as well. That went alright, but not this time. And really well played by Shiraz. Good cricket all around.
The best part was he bowled this Yorker a bit slow. He did not try to generate that pace. As we have seen, whenever he's trying to generate that pace, he has been a bit wayward.
Shukla is getting the rhythm. Inside out this time from Shiraz, not from the best part of the bat. Yeah, hence yielding only a single, as there was a sweeper in place. One more ball to go for Shukla, what seems to be a longer over. He's running too many times. Ehsan Khan, who continues to show the world that age is just a number. Ibrahim has been trying to break free, but he's still waiting for that one shot. Will not get the single. Another dot ball for Ibrahim. Usman Ghani.
That's over.
34 overs gone. 1, 2, wait for 5.
एक बॉल गलत हुआ है बस और कुछ नहीं शाबाश शाबाश let's go boys hurry up boys hurry up शाबाश Ayush very well bowled शाबाश go boys come on lads come on lads come on lads पीर साहब थोड़ा इधर
1, 2, 8 for 5.
Bowling! Back up!
Risky single.
Nice catch! What I can do?
They will have a word with each other, Shiraz and Ibrahim. There needs to be a bit of glove love in the middle right now. This conversation,
Well done,
and it shall be about the calling. Who gets to call?
अच्छा कर रहा है, अच्छा कर रहा है,
continuing?
Gazanfar.
Very risky. Very, very risky, that single. I've got Shamim Chaudhary alongside me to tell you the story of what's unfolding now and what will as well with the crystal ball. Oh, slapped it away. Perhaps the boundary that he was waiting for. Usman Ghani is searching for this very shot where he can break free and tell the world he's back in form.
शाबाश शाबाश शाबाश
Yes, indeed. I
शाबाश
think you needed something like that, a little bit of a gift.
अपनी जगह पे
The shortness of the delivery, the width offered, and it was pretty simple for him to put it away. Just those little incentives that you need as a batter to bolster your confidence. Ghaznafa goes on and entices the batter. What about that clout down the ground? He pitched it a little too close for comfort for Ibrahim to really hit it down the line. Such a good looking shot that.
And he waited. It's a great shot to play. As straight as it can get. Now a riddle for you as well. How did it squeeze through that little gap between two boundary cushions without disturbing both of them? Wow.
Bobby!
Reading the leg spinner much better in this over, Shamim.
And the leg spinner is becoming a little too obvious. He has got very few mixes to his bowling. I hardly see him bowling the googly, which is one of the most surprising arsenals in the armory of a leggy. It's not quite there.
Yar!
Shiraz is a leg spinner himself. Ghaznfar is getting a little too obvious as a leg spinner. You said the only leg spinner who's not been obvious and you don't know what's going to come out next, equally exciting, is actually sitting alongside me.
I don't know about that. You're talking about the crystal ball, which is pretty cracked. I can't see into the future of this innings at the moment.
No, I pleaded you to tell me if it's going to rain or not. That's more important.
Not for the next 5 minutes, I can assure you. Don't know after. That is the over. 35 done. 139 for 5. Ejaz could do with a wicket. 6 bowlers used. The other 5 have got one. Why not him? I think because of the reason that he's given away 17 runs in his 2 overs. It's not making it very exciting prospect for the skipper to put him back on. But you know, let's go back to that in a minute. Now back on. No, it doesn't want to bowl there. And talking about the confidence levels of the bowlers, sometimes you might go for 17 runs in 2 overs, but you expect the captain to give you a second chance. Otherwise, it just shows the lack of confidence the captain has in you. Give him another over, maybe he'll take a wicket. I think it adds to the confidence level of the bowlers. And also, captain can seem to be very broad-minded, give you a chance despite the fact you didn't bowl too well.
I'll tell you what, on this surface, where every spinner is turning the ball square, you got to bowl well as a pacer, otherwise you're not getting another over.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, unfortunately. It's just going back to the weather. It is getting a little more overcast now. Bit of breeze blowing across the ground. Really hope that the rain does not play foul here. We've had a few problems in a couple of matches earlier. There has been threat. Thankfully, it's stayed away in the hills in the distance.
Commentator, presenter, voiceover artist upon cajoling and soothsayer. Ladies and gentlemen, Shamim Chaudhary. No, but it's been great fun.
Too many adjectives. I just thank you for all that. It's just great to be here. Such a wonderful personalities next to me, and such reactions we have, the banter we're having, and commentary as good as the bowling out there from you guys.
And thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. Oh, this is a good delivery, testing the outside edge. I think this is what he was trying for from the first delivery. Every time he's gone down the leg side, he's attempted a Yorker. So that's one thing that the coach would have noted. Practice the Yorkers. Sometimes the problem with practicing the Yorkers with only the boots is that they don't move.
Well, you can practice the Yorkers, but don't make it too obvious. That is the thing. It has got to be the surprise ball. You do your normal bowling. You try to vary the lines and lengths. Not on that occasion. It was easy. It's just wide. There was space on it. Little tickle. Just the opening of the face, and off it goes to the boundary.
Ibrahim at his best. This is the Usman Ghani that we usually get to see, no matter where he tours. Deft touches, powerful strikes, especially when he's cutting the ball. Those drives that mean a lot. But this is so cheeky. Any fast bowler does not like it when his strength is deflected.
Yeah, and that's what I was telling you about, that the consistency in lines and lengths before you concentrate on the Yorker.
Good ball.
And he's overcompensating straight away. Down the leg side. This is not good. Ayush Shukla looked to me to be a more accurate bowler, more disciplined bowler than what he's delivered in the last two deliveries.
This is not looking good. It's important for Hong Kong that Shukla gets back into his rhythm, because he is one of the main components of a good death bowling unit.
It's going to be the captain thinking of maybe take him off. If he doesn't take a wicket, if he takes a wicket, he's going to continue. Oh, now that's control, but he could have been in trouble. He was cramped for space, just trying to guide it at the boss. Ball really reared up on him rather disconcertingly.
Look at the amount it jacked back in. I'm very surprised that he got his hands in the right position. Otherwise, it would have been a tickle to the keeper. Very lucky Usman Ghani, and it again shows that he's oozing control. As Ghazanfar as well there does not go for the drive. Sometimes as a fast bowler who's making a comeback in an over of this kind, you want everyone to put in a dive. Shiraz, who will not feel the pressure now because Ibrahim has eased it.
A little bit of discussion on what the way the last ball should be bowled, change of the field. We've got a fielder coming in from mid-on towards mid-off, so hopefully from the bowler's perspective, he's going to try and pitch it outside the line of the off stump, get the drive in, got that fielder in position just on the edge of the 30-yard circle. There is a cover too. He's got the right line. He's got the right result from that good delivery, which is a dot. After 36, it's 147 for 5.
खाने की नहीं ओवर कराने थोड़ा बाहर नहीं बाबर
.147 for 5. The captain decides to bring himself on. Nizakat Khan didn't feel the need to bowl
Ayush ऊपर आ, Ayush ऊपर
up
आ.
until this point. Not just in the game, but in the tournament, I believe. Good work by the people sitting there in the stats group as well. In the graphics group, they had to make this. But he's bowled a little for HKCC for sure in the domestic.
Ayush थोड़ा मेरी तरफ.
What a time to come on, and that is quite a
Aro,
brave,
idhar aa ja.
bold move from the skipper. You know, sometimes batters are lulled into a false sense of security when they see a part-timer. That's a loose ball first up from the skipper, and it's gone many a mile, almost hitting that guy going by on the scooter there. Ah, he'll love it. Ibrahim really lashed onto that one.
Terrific shot. Backed himself and posted this beyond mid-wicket fence. And yes, that's why you need to wear a helmet when you're riding a scooter, because sometimes the threat is from up there.
He's got to come back with a better delivery. Width offered.
सही है
But
रोज.
this is not good from Nizakat. He's just taking a little bit of the pressure that was created. It's just going back to that point. Sometimes the batter get a little complacent when they see a part-timer coming on. And more often than not, you get a good ball in and they fancy their chances. There might be a wicket, but not with those two deliveries we have seen so far.
Oh, it's slightly short. This time it's Shiraz who's taken him on. Nizakat's learning it the hard way that a short ball is not going to work in his favor.
This is not good from the captain. Really needed the pressure to be continued. His bowling short pitch deliveries is got hit me written on the ball, and they're obliging. This is over and over that he might like to forget. But the vagaries of the game, Suhash, hey, don't be surprised if there's a wicket coming.
Excellent. Just love the effort in the deep from Kinchit Shah. He saved at least a run, because I thought they could get 2 runs with 2 good runners between the wickets.
14 of the first 4 balls from Nizakat Khan. He took a splendid catch earlier, held his pose. What did I say?
Very well bowled.
It's always a surprise when a part-timer comes on.
सही है निजाकत सही है शाबाश.
This was from the front of the hand, I felt.
Come on, Nace. Come on, boys, oh.
He wasn't even looking to turn the ball. That means almost got a wicket. Superb stuff. And a great comeback by Nizakat Khan.
सही है well bowled निजाकत.
Still 14 runs of the over. 161 for 5. Momentum shifts.
यार ढीले मत हो यार शाबाश. अंशी तू इधर आएगा प्लीज. टेंचे तू पीछे जा. उसको इधर कर दे.
With that big last over, you'd feel that 250 is on the cards. Need to break this partnership. The projected scores looking much healthier than it did when you saw those earlier. Just maybe the over that changes the whole attitude of the batters and the whole complexion of the game. I talk about the death overs or the slog overs as the last 10 that used to be called in this format of the game. This is when, with the advent of T20 cricket, lot more runs are coming and coming regularly. Not sure that shot. Very annoyed with himself, the batter.
Absolutely, the mindset remains of the T20 format that they play. But the ball they get to face is already 20 overs old. That is, if you start the attack from 40 overs. Hassan, you give him a brand new ball, he'll still turn this much.
Yeah, he's been a revelation. I mean, he's very, very impressive. And short while earlier, we saw him fielding right in front of us here. He's got a good throw in too. He's got a strong arm. And that turn, that bounce, a little awkward. Might have got a run, but Ehsan will not be too unhappy with that.
Shukla, it's important that he wipes the memory of what happened in the previous over. He's much better a bowler than that. The reason I say that is because his 3 overs are going to be crucial for Hong Kong. 27 of 30 for Ibrahim. He's got to move on. And that's the investment he makes, the first 15 deliveries. Because he believes in his abilities to cover up. Ehsan's bowling really well, curtailing the options of Ibrahim. And he's not somebody who loves to go inside out a lot against the spinners. But you'll be very surprised when you see his shot selection against the pacers. The 6 over extra cover, something difficult to hit. Ibrahim can do that.
That's a good comeback after that big last over from Nazakat, went for 14. Ehsan, his parsimonious best, really bottling it up and ensuring that the batters don't get that momentum which seemed to have gathered in the previous over, keeping it tight. And more of the same. This is marvellous bowling. 38 overs done, 162 for 5.
ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਖਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਕੋ ਟੱਕਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਰ ਦਾ
The 5th wicket partnership of 54 or 71 has retrieved the situation. They seem to have just gotten the pace to go for the quick runs in the last 10 overs. Looked good. 27 from Ibrahim, 16 from Siraj, the more sedate of the two, but important runs being achieved here for Kuwait, looking towards the 250 mark. The skipper has quickly taken himself off and brought back Ghaznfar in.
Shabash, shabash, shabash.
Seems that he was eyeing that leg side even before the ball was bowled. Quickly through for the second run. Here comes the throw, but they make it quite comfortably in the end.
Usman wanted the second. Shiraz seemed to be content with one, but good running. Interestingly, every time Ghaznfar has been able to push the batters back on the back foot, the big shots haven't come by.
You cramp for space straight away. You don't have the luxury of freeing your arms when you're pushed back, and more often than not, it will be coming towards you. Goes down the ground now.
Good bowling,
The bounces into the deep there. Intentions clear. It is time to get a move on, understandably. Ghaznfar 1 for 43 into his 9th over. He's been orthodox right the way through. Somewhat predictable. There's the back of, short of a length ball, and you're talking about how they cannot sort of really put it away with more power. Evidence of that is it keeps on sort of cramping you for space when you're going back. If you're trying to make space, you leave that little bit of a window open for the bowler to try and creep through. So you stand your ground, you sweep the ball, you clout it to the deep, and good effort. This is very, very good work. Babar Hayat had to cover a lot of ground, and that's the commitment shown.
Terrifically swept. I think he connected it brilliantly. But then Babar Hayat had other ideas, saving a certain boundary. This is marvellous. to see someone who's young at heart do this. 169 for 5.
चलो boys जल्दी करो ठीक है बात की है उसने अंपायर ने बात की है
Early wickets, Sundarwan, Parvinder, but then that partnership with Idris and the skipper, Vafsar came and went. But Shiraj and Ibrahim now building up partnership that the Kuwait team will be hoping will take them to amount of runs that will make them comfortable to come and defend. Ehsan, the master crafter, carries on. Look at his figures. Into his 7th, 1 for 13. Hardly gives you any room to work with. Turns the ball prodigiously. Very easy run up to the wicket. Looks so very comfortable in at point of release. Oh, once again duping the batter, enticing him to a cut shot. Almost got him there.
Extra bit of bounce is always troublesome for the batter against Ehsan Khan, and cutting him has been very difficult. I just love the confidence of Ehsan, who leaves that area open to entice Usman Ghani further to play the cut shot. It's not often you see a finger spinner turning the ball more than a leggy.
Prodigious turn. And talking about the leggy, earlier in the overs from Sundarwan, that didn't really get it to grip as much as you'd expect from a leg spinner, who are normally the bigger turners of the cricket ball. Wonder how much did Ehsan practice to be doing this. He was getting out of the way. He didn't even want to play the ball, and still it follows him. Sorry, I said Sundarwan, I meant Ghaznafa. Just got a little confused with the names there. But that is something that is going to make Ibrahim happy. Ehsan for once being taken and hit to the boundary.
Oh, that's a very good shot. Again, playing the ball and not the reputation. Beautifully done. And someone who was able to take Ehsan Khan on is still raring to go in that dugout. Bilal hit him for 3 sixes in the same over.
What a good adjustment. We see the power hitting in the previous delivery and that deft touch. And Shiraj has looked so very comfortable. Look at it. He waits and uses the pace and guides it fine so that the fielder can't get to it. What a delectable looking shot that is. After 40, it's 180 for 5.
चलो गजनफर अभी बस बाउंड्री नहीं देनी गजनफर अभी बस बाउंड्री नहीं देनी थके हुए बाकी नहीं कर सकते अब.
Usman Ghani Ibrahim on 41 with that delectable shot, that wonderful mix that we see. Now it's Shiraj, who is slow on the uptake, 44 of 72. The last 10 overs coming up. This is going to be the so-called slog overs, and slog might not be in the repertoire of Shiraj. Definitely with Ibrahim, you can expect that.
The inside-out shots have started to come from Shiraz's bat. Even though they might not be yielding a boundary, it's a great confidence booster. Ibrahim is off to a runner ball 41 now. This shift in gear is helping Kuwait. And this partnership itself, marvelous to watch.
10 overs virtually remaining. And with the progress they've made and the shifting gears, as you mentioned, that they've decided to go with the singles and the doubles coming at regular intervals, interspersed with the boundaries, that 250 is definitely on the cards.
Terrific cut shot, and the torque taking it further away. But still good work by Haroon. Every time, still doesn't surprise me. Every time a fast bowler bends down like that, puts his body on the line, it is a treat to watch. Little bit extra flight.
Yeah, gone are the days when the fast bowlers had the excuse or the luxury of being given a little bit of leeway in terms of loose fielding. But with everything tightening up, everyone being, tested, the yo-yo tests and all the other tests that they've got to go through, that they've got to be 100% fit. And the captain won't stop at showering words of disdain if there's not an effort in the field wherever you're standing.
That is so true. And the last bit is so relatable, as I had butterfingers at covers.
You still have butterfingers.
Do I?
I've seen you dropping things all around the ground, all around the com box here.
Well bowled, Gazanfar, shabash.
I second you.
Sweeps, the ball drifting down leg. Maybe could have done a little better with that, but still a single nevertheless to finish over number 41. Kuwait now move on to 186 for 5. Despite the 151 dot balls, it has been somewhat negated. Or the positive side of it is the 15 boundaries and 4 sixes in that Kuwaiti innings has allowed them to compensate for the dot balls.
And what an innings Ibrahim has played. So sensible. I'm not quite sure if it was part of the plan for him to send him so late and not open the batting. And I'm very interested in knowing when was this decision conveyed to him. Did he sleep on it? Or did he just get to know today morning? But either way, he's grabbed the opportunity with both hands.
That's one of the things that as a cricketer, just go through this. Oh, it's clouded that, and it's through that fielder. It's gone to the boundary. Opening up the shoulders and the arms now, Ibrahim.
Very powerfully struck. Just moments ago, he was showing how delicate he can be. This one was about brute force. He can handle an elephant one moment, infant the other. I will get that single. And if there is no decision from the umpire, it's off the bat indeed. It's a half century for Usman Ghani Ibrahim in the most difficult of times for Kuwait. And it's one of the most fighting half centuries that he's ever scored.
Oh, you can say that again. He came in at a time of strife. He guided his way. He stuck around, paid respect to the good deliveries. He was very strong against anything wide, and he's eager. You see the eager beaver that he is, going to that striker's end. He wants more balls to be hit around the ground. That is a very positive attitude. Sometimes as a batter, you've got to your 50, you try to ease off at the sort of safety of the non-strikers, and not him. He wants to have another go. Oh, that's going to be close. Oh, goodness, he's just got a feather to it. And the keeper takes a good catch against the run of play. So all that eagerness did not pay off for Ibrahim. Goes after scoring the 50.
Would you believe it? Just that little bit of an edge, the feather, that's all he required, Ehsan. And it's the end to one of the most brilliant innings when you're trying to make a comeback into a game in this virtual eliminator, the virtual quarterfinal. Usman Ghani Ibrahim departs for 50 or 48 after showing patience, aggressions, and a whole lot of emotions in that innings. It's 192 for 6.
Little bit inside. That's your leg. Bowling right time over. One ball to go. ज़्यादा पूरा वर्ता लग बरा उसा.
192 for 6, 1 ball to go. Ehsan's been terrific.
And the new batter, Munib, gets off the mark straight away. Once again, Ehsan struck in that over, which was the 42nd of the innings, and Kuwait are now 193 for 6. Shiraj on 47. A little bit of a painstaking innings, but he's been the one who's held it together, built up that wonderful partnership with Usman Ghani Ibrahim, who unfortunately just after reaching his 50 got a little bit of a feather and was caught behind very well by Ali. Muhib, the new batter in, striving now. We will be trying to build up another partnership. We've had some good partnerships. That is very crucial in building up an innings. As I say, welcome back to Mudassir Ali.
193 for 6. Yes, they had the partnerships in the middle. Couple of partnerships working for Kuwait. What matters is how they finish here. It's Syed Munib. 4 matches, 74 runs, 68 best, which he scored against UAE in just 33 deliveries. Azaz, the fast bowler, to Shiraz, to Munib. The batter misses, so the keeper, ball racing towards the fence, slides come in, but ball wins the race. 4 runs for Kuwait and 4 runs for Munib.
A bit of good fortune. Very lucky. Ball could have gone anywhere. They threw the bat at it. Look at it. Nice flowing shot. Gets the inside part of the bat. Too difficult for the keeper to get a hand to it, despite the desperate chase. Could not hold it in. 4 streaky, 4 lucky runs for Munib. But as they say, it doesn't matter how they come. As long as they come, 17th boundary so far in this innings. Oh, he goes after that one. It's up in the air, but it falls a little short. Allows the run to be taken.
The intentions are pretty clear from Munib. Wants to go after the bowler, get those quick runs. Anything above 250, 260, they can fancy the chances. Kuwait. This man, Shiraz, on 47. He worked really hard to get those runs. He's up against Azaz.
Oh, deviating down the leg side. That's going to be... Well, did he get a bit of... Look at this. It's deflecting off the pads there. Thus, no wide given, understandably. But Ijaz has been given the chance. I was talking about whether he would be catching the eye of the captain. And it's good to see that he has been given his 3rd over. It's been a tad erratic with his lines. And the Yorker almost went wrong and became a full toss. Surprised the batter, Shiraj, who is not in a very aggressive mood. If he was in a proactive mood, he would have put that away. Seems to be content to be playing within himself at the moment.
He knows the importance of his wicket. He wants to make sure he stays till the end. Get those 3 runs quickly, get to that milestone, and then go after the bowler.
Yes.
He's slowing it down. But problem with him is that he's not really pitching it in the right length. He's striving for the Yorker. 2 balls, it's almost low full tosses, which I think because it is Shiraj, that if it was any other batsman, they'd have really hit it hard. So just getting away with it a little bit.
has been the story for us throughout the day. That is the reason. He's bowling his third over. We are into the 43rd over of this innings. Fast bowler. We expect him to bowl at least 6 to 7 overs in his first spell. Goes for big shot. Finds the boundary. Beats the man at a long off. An excellent effort by Kinchit Shah. But what matters are the 4 runs from the blade of Munib. And with that 200 comes up for Kuwait in 43 overs.
Yeah, that's another loose delivery. Ejaz, I think, was given the chance to come and try and make a comeback, but another over with a lot of runs in it, despite that effort in the deep. The captain might be pondering and taking Ejaz off again. He's gone for 27 of 3. It's 203 for 6.
बस पैर से नो ठीक है जाकर लक्षा दशा
Once again beating the bat. Ehsan has been so very comfortable with his bowling. Just eases in, surprises the batter. He's got the variations. Wily old customer. Just past the diving bowler into the deep for another amble single.
As a batter, you need to be smart. He's into his 9th over. Just get 4 or 5 runs. Don't try to be too smart against Ehsan. Just bowling that quicker delivery, going down the leg. Manages. It's a leg by given by the umpire. So just a single will be added to the total.
Not often that Ehsan errs in line down the leg side. He's lucky from the bowling perspective that they didn't get some bat that would have gone for more runs. It's just the leg buys. Big appeal, shake of the head straight away from the umpire.
Loud appeal. Not at all interested. Still requesting the umpire, asking him what went wrong. Shiraz on 49.
Goes back and gets the run that takes him to his 50. He's also going to get another run. This has been such a very sensible, sedate innings, a very disciplined innings. And the team needed that. Shiraz has really been impressive. He goes on to 51 and gets the applause from his peers.
He knows the importance of this 50. Shiraz Khan of 82 deliveries with the help of a couple of boundaries and a maximum. He's the key for Kuwait. Needs to make sure he stays till the end. A couple of more deliveries in this over of Ehsan.
Compact shots, that's to be expected from Shiraz. He's gone the orthodox way. He has hardly tried to innovate, to improvise. You sometimes tend to do that in this format of the game. But he's seen that happening from the other side. And Munib is going to take the... there you go. I said he's going to take him on. And he's really clouded him away. That is to be expected. And that is what Shiraz can bank on.
Just a 44 gone, 215 for the loss of 6.
There you see the big swing. And even Ehsan, with all his accuracy, cannot stop the ball. And the batter in hitting it away over cow corner for a maximum. The 5th 6 of this innings. If Munib can keep on going at this rate, that 250 is definitely on the card. 16 of 6. Shiraz is going to go in the way he's gone. Maybe last 2 or 3 overs he might open up. That is to be expected. current rate will take them to 244. More likely they'll go past the 250 mark. Nice. Just simple. Drive it down the ground for a single.
Sensible piece of batting, making sure that he gives the strike to Munib. Top of that is a no ball. He struggled with his line and length, as well as overstepping once again. Azaz is a free hit, and it's hard hitter Syed Munib on strike.
I'm really surprised that the captain Nizakat kept on bowling Ejaz. He's gone for so many runs. He hasn't looked penetrative. He has not really bothered the batters. And to add to all that, he's just bowled the no ball, and it's a free hit. And Munib is on strike. There he goes. Get him not where he wanted the ball to go. But anyway, the effort was there.
The free hit delivery. The way he went after Ehsan on the previous over's last delivery. Ruthless if it comes to the hard hitting, the death overs. Now they need some quick runs. They have already got 23 runs in 13 deliveries.
Just on the leg side, deviation, little bit of a fumble. Ball goes through to the boundary. This is not good cricket here from Hong Kong. They're giving away free runs, easy runs.
Now slowly the pendulum is shifting towards the Kuwait. Runs are coming thick and fast. Look at that. It was a poor effort from Ghazafar. Sloppy work resulting in 4 runs.
Going back to the point, your weakest bowler, and you brought him on in the 45th over. That is not a good option. He has his spinners. He has a lot of options. Making look so very simple every time Shiraj is there. He's going to go down and show the full face of the bat. Munib is going to have other ideas. He will go after the ball. He'll really try to throw caution to the wind, take a few risks, and that is the call of the hour for Kuwait now.
And he's the right man to do that. It's Syed Munib. Quickly moves to 17 of 7 deliveries, and they have got 8 runs in 3 deliveries. Continues to be expensive. Azaz runs in.
And he's got a bowler who is not overly confident, but that's going, and it's gone over the top. It was hanging tantalizingly in there for that fielder in the deep, but enough bat in that from the strike of Munib to take it over the top.
Fortune favors the brave. He's in the top gear, top form. In the slot, out of the park. Sends Munib. Azaz in trouble. Poor captaincy by Nizakat Khan.
Yes, it really felt okay. It was all right to give him the third over after he went for 17. Then 10 runs in the third over. Really should have signaled. Now, that is fortunate. That is, well, what can you do to a shot like that? You're aiming the cover region. The ball ends up at deep third. Very fine.
Change of pace by Azaz. But what matters are the 4 runs from the blade of Munib, going after each and every delivery. Trying to hit hard. Getting that thick outside edge and races towards the third man region.
But that bad luck of the bowler was compounded when he bowled that no ball. And the batter Shiraj took a single. And the Munib comes in. And he sees the free hit. And he's licking his lips. And straight away, he's really given Ejaz a real thrashing here. Goes again, not quite making contact. Gets a run, gets to the striker's end and retains strike. The misery hopefully will end for Ejaz, who's gone for 42 in his 4 overs. It's 234 for 6. Shiraz Khan with a very, very well compiled, composed, sensible and a patient innings. held the innings together, allowed Ibrahim to make a quick fire 50, allowing Munib to really hit the ball to all parts of the park here at the Mulpani Cricket Ground. The crowd have enjoyed the fireworks that have come from the bat of Munib, and the 5 overs to go are going to be very, very interesting. 234 already, 270 even on the cards now.
They were a bit to relax Hong Kong, and they're paying for that. It's Harun Arshad up against Munib. A slower delivery, trying to go big. Just falling short of that long off fielder.
Just could not get the timing right to that slow delivery, very intelligently bowled. You expect Munib to really go gung-ho at virtually everything. But Shiraj, more orthodox in his approach, and Harun was bowled very well. It's 1 for 10 prior to the start of this over in his first 4 overs. Well, that was the surprise for me. Seeing Azaz being brought in instead of Harun, was bowled so very well in the death overs. He stands his ground. Once again, the timing a little awry. And a dot ball, a precious dot ball for Hong Kong bowlers at the moment.
Poor short selection. He should have played this through the offside. The Shiraz, 39 runs have been scored by these 2 batters in the previous 20 deliveries. Shift off gear, especially from Syed Munib. Kuwait are looking good to go beyond 260, even 270.
If Munib is around, you can expect that. 2 maidens in his last 4 overs. Harun Arshad. That is a superlative strike. That is a proper cricketing shot. Straight as an arrow from the bat of Shiraj. Spectacular stuff.
It's time for Harun Arshad. Come under the hammer, and this time it's Shiraz going straight over the bowler. Slower delivery, nicely picked. 1 bounce straight into the side screen. Runs are coming thick and fast. The blade of Shiraz as well as from Munib.
It's as good a shot I've seen in this game so far. So perfect. Lovely balance right down the ground, through the shot and over the top. 20th boundary. Bowler under pressure, thinking what to bowl next. Harun, who's been so miserly, so very good in his first spell, is coming in for a better stick, which is expected at the end of the game. End of the innings, the batters will take a fancy, will take a few chances. But Shiraj has not taken chances. He's been so good. He's generally, I think, 99% of his shots have been proper orthodox cricketing shots.
Absolutely, it was all about the patience and the perfect timing and the placement so far by Shiraz. At the other end, it's the Munib doing the hard work of getting those maximums, but doing it with ease as well. Munib on 29 of just 11 deliveries.
And he goes again, throws the kitchen sink at it, does not make the contact.
And beating with that pace, not in line, but the intentions are very clear from Syed Munib. Doesn't matter whether it's Azad or Harun Arshad. What matters are those boundaries, looking for those quick runs, Syed Munib.
Well, he got a streaky boundary in the previous over. Even if you don't get the middle of the bat, with that big swing, it can fly away to any part of the ground. And he's going to continue doing that. And he does. This time, ball at trajectory, a little lower, a little more angled. That's the toe end of the bat for a single. Chen's over number 46. It's 200. Before we say that, there's a little bit of a tardiness, a little bit of an overthrow, gives that extra run. This is not good from Hong Kong, wilting under pressure. And that is the over completed at last.
Good boys.
Kuwait really easing themselves into a very strong position here after what seemed to be a very difficult period when they started off in the morning, and slowly and gradually they came back, clawing their way back into this match, which is not the easiest thing to do. Some sensible cricket earlier, and then the finishing touch done here by Munib. Spectacular hitting, but Shiraj has also been very eye-catching. That's going to be a wide. Oh, I think he's got away with it. Batter looking up at the umpire inquiringly.
Not sure why he's continuing with Azaz when there's an option like Ayush Shukla.
Inexplicable, to say the least. 42 he's gone for in his first 4 overs. Over 10 runs per over. Hasn't looked threatening. Some confidence that the skipper has on him. And now, once again, maybe the mistiming a little alright. I cannot understand this thinking behind keeping on Ijaz.
Themselves to be blamed here. Fielded badly, I would say, in the last 5-6 overs, leaking those runs, not supporting the bowlers. They'll be eyeing to go past 270. Syed Munib on strike. Azaz runs in.
Make room. That's a kind of a helicopter shot that goes flying away, and I think that fielder there has taken a blinder. That interesting. I'm not quite sure. They're going to have a look at this, whether it's been taken cleanly.
I want to check this. The on-field umpires chasing the delivery. There was a chase from the short third-man fielder Harun Arshad. It was cleanly taken by Harun Arshad. Change of pace working in favor of Azaz. Get the other angle. Eyes on ball. Yes, he has taken cleanly Harun Arshad.
Well, also looking at the front foot of the bowler, I think that catch is taken cleanly enough. Let's have a look at this. Ijaz, just a little bit behind that line, I feel. Eventually got a wicket. Maybe that was what the captain was hoping for. And finally it's been decided, because it was a legal delivery, that the wicket of the attacking Munib has fallen. He scored 31 in quick fire time. 14 balls he's faced, and they lose one. The surprise wicket taker is Ijaz. So eventually got rid of him, caught very well by Harun. 31 is what he garnered, Syed Munib. 243 for 7. Just in the last few overs, Kuwait losing their 7th. Man who would have liked to have stayed in the middle. It's the way Munib was going, is looking very threatening. But in comes Bilal Khan, the left-handed batter. I'm not quite sure if he's going to get a move on in a similar fashion as Munib. But that's a surprise that Ijaz had for us. He was looking rather ordinary and suddenly comes up with a wicket.
The new man, left-hand batter Bilal. Very watchful. Off the mark, straight away.
And this is where Shiraj has to say now, okay, with Munib, I had that bit of comfort. I had that bit of confidence in that he could get quick runs. Now that you're into virtually the tail with Bilal coming in, I think Shiraj should try and hog as much of the strike as possible. And Bilal should also take note of that.
Yes, we are talking about the tail, but we all forgot where is Yasin Patel, the man who scored those 50 runs in the previous outing. No signs of Yasin Patel. Back of line delivery played towards the deep mid wicket, just a single. Good comeback in this over.
Good ball, Azaz. Excellent bowling, Azaz.
Took almost 24 deliveries for Azaz to learn how to bowl on the surface.
Well, you know, sometimes when commentators talk about a batter being so good and doing so many good things, he gets out the next ball. We talk about Ejaz not being too good, and now he comes back with a wicket and a decent over. Well, the last ball to bowl out, and Bilal should be just fending it away. It's either a dot ball or a 4. You want to ensure that Siraj comes back on strike for the next over. Down the wicket, goes too quickly for the first one. They're going to call for the second, and that is good. Gets the 2 runs, ensures that Siraj stays on strike for the next over. 47 completed, 3 to go, and it's 247 for 7. Kuwait have done well in this crucial match. The winner gets to play in the semi-finals. It restarted off. They lost early wickets. Then the skipper Aslam did his job rather quietly. Not a very quick innings that. But after that, Siraj has held the innings together with support from Ibrahim and Munib. That cameo that he played for 31 or 14 balls. And now it's up to Bilal to ensure that he gives the support for the remaining 3 overs of this game. 3 overs, another 30 runs, as you said off air. Mudassir will really be a terrific score if he can go past the 270 mark.
To go somewhere near 270, they need to play his 6 deliveries very sensibly. Shiraz up against experienced Ahsan Khan.
Oh, he's definitely making a move on here. He's hit it so delightfully. Such a good player down the line. Seen him so very confident. The meaty part of the bat showing the full face. Lovely shot.
This is the confidence he's having after spending a lot of time out there in the middle. Nicely played. Straight. No chance for long on. And 250 comes up for Kuwait.
Goes again, this time towards cow corner. It's stopped, but not before the batsmen go through for 2 very good runs. This is looking good. 6 runs of the first 2 balls. And it's come from orthodox, proper cricketing shots.
They have lack of experience in this format, but just a couple of matches in the tournament and learning the skills. Kuwait quickly.
No, that's up in the air. And it's going towards the fielder. He's pushed it. Well, that was on the card. You'd expect Siraj to try and get a move on. Understandable. And that is something that happens at the end of the last part of the innings. And he holds out into the deep. It's a well-judged catch. But what a fabulous innings it has been by Siraj.
Trying to take the experience. Ahsan is bowling away from the Shiraz, and easy catch taken. Well judged by Babar Hayat. Excellent knock comes to an end. Shiraz making 67 of 95 deliveries. Impactful inning played by Shiraz Khan with the help of 4 boundaries and 1 maximum. It's 253 for the loss of 8.
Will that fall of the wicket of Siraj make the difference now in getting to the 270 that we were talking about? I just feel Yasin. Now there's your man Yasin. He's still got a few balls to negotiate. It's it away. Has to be watchful. Take one, at most 2 balls. That's the only thing that you can be given by
Well, boy, son.
your captain, and then he's going to say, you go for the runs, take a few risks. That's the second bowler, and he's into the groove, into the move straight away, down the line to open his account.
Off the mark, Yasin Patel. 13 legal deliveries. You need to be sensible. At least if you can get 13 runs, he'll be somewhere around 267. Looks good on board instead of going for those big shots and losing your wicket. Bilal up against Ehsan.
Hangs out his bat, quickly through for that run. But once again, a very good bowling performance by Ehsan. 3 for 49 in his 10 overs. And that is excellent under the circumstances. 255 for 8. Well, if Said Munib had stayed on, you'd see that scoreboard a little healthier than what it is. Still 2 overs to go. Still that 270 definitely on the cards. With Yasin coming in so late. He's no mug with the bat. He can really get a move on.
He scored 62 unbeaten runs against Bahrain. The previous outing at the same venue, Mulpani. Azaz continues 5 overs, 47, but got that big wicket in his previous over, getting rid of Syed Munib. It's Bilal, the left-hander, who loves to target the fast bowlers. Up against Azaz, Bilal.
Swing and a miss. To be expected. Bilal now needs to go and talk to Yasin, or Yasin needs to go and to talk to Bilal. Because if he keeps on throwing his bat at virtually everything, it's going to help the cause of the batters. Much better option. Just use the angle, get the run, give Yasin the strike.
As a bowling team, you always feel those 2 wickets and you can keep them below 265. Just a couple of more wickets needed for Hong Kong. Runs in, slower delivery this time, manages to put the wood. It's a single played towards a long off.
Yeah, that's proper cricket. That's good cricket. He has given the strike to the better batter, who's done well in the past, takes fresh guard, does Yasin. Yasin Patel has been so impressive. Tall lad, spectacled. Down the wicket, doesn't quite get hold of it, but it's straight. It allows the fielder to just come over and stop it from going to the boundary. So he'll be happy, Ijaz. Decent comeback, I must say, after being taken apart early on in his spell.
Dancing down the track is Yasin Patel. Change of pace and just pulling his length back. Good comeback in last couple of overs by the fast bowler Azaz. They needs to get a boundary here. Bilal on strike.
Moves across, waits for the slow one, swivels round, and there's a fielder just there for the bounced ball. Doesn't take it cleanly initially. You can expect a lot of throwing of the bat in the next few deliveries.
Short delivery in control. There was a slight fumble. Poor running between the wickets by Bilal. Not pushing for that second run. So far, just 3 runs in 4 deliveries.
What an excellent comeback at the death overs. If you can manage to do that after you've been taken for so many runs earlier. Slower, it's up in the air. It's hit very hard. How far is that going? Well, he did well. I think he just flicked it back in. And it might be a no ball once again. Wait and see. Thought we saw a signal from the umpire.
And 50 comes up for Azaz in 5.4 overs.
The wrong figures. Have a look at this. Ijaz Have a check of that no ball, and there's a big one. Oh, last thing you want to do. We're talking about him coming back reasonably well in this over and the previous over. Now the free hit. Not going to make his captain very happy.
But an excellent effort by the fielder at long on Kinchit Shah. Did he manage to save that maximum? Excellent job by Kinchit Shah saving 4 runs for his team.
Wow, what about that acrobatic effort? He's so aware of that rope, the boundary rope. His off balance is still flicked it back. That is a magnificent effort.
But no ball, giving a bit of edge to Yasin Patel. It's a free hit. Yasin Patel on strike.
There he goes, swing and a miss. Good comeback. That slow delivery foxed him.
Not reading the pace. Nicely bowled the free hit delivery, keeping away from the left-hand batter. Change of pace, beaten Yasin Patel. It's been expensive, Azaz.
Another over to go after this. Have another look. Rolling the fingers on the ball, slowing down the pace. The keeper having to bend down low. Swing and a miss, a repetition of the same. So, some solace for the bowler after he bowled that no ball. Into the last over. Have another look. The ball dying on the keeper. 2 good deliveries to come back with to finish the over from Ejaz. Kuwait 261 for 8. 1 over to go. Seven bowlers used, 3 for 49 by Ehsan. But they've gone at a slower rate. Scheduled time was about 12:30 for the finish of the innings. Now we're almost coming up to 12:43. Will be 12:45. Taking 15 minutes extra. Haroon is going to bowl the last over for Hong Kong here. 1 for 18. Still surprised that his full quota was not used by the skipper. Last over coming. Bilal on strike. Goes down the wicket. Has hit it pretty hard. And just going over for the maximum right at the moment you need it.
So Haroon in the slot and nicely played. This time he was in control and manages a maximum on the very first delivery. Much needed maximum.
Yeah, he did so well. As you said, it was almost in the block hole. And just trying to dig anything out of the block hole is hard enough. But he goes full swing, makes that requisite contact and gets it long and handsome. That is a very, very good strike. Bilal quickly on to 12 with that massive hit. 267, nearing that 270 that we anticipated. Goes again, not quite timing it. It's going towards the fielder, just falling in front. Little bit of a fumble. He's not quite sure whether he's going to try and save runs or take that catch. It resulted in a fumble and an extra run.
8 runs of 2 deliveries. It was played towards the deep mid-wicket in 2 minds. Babar Hayat putting that dive, which helped the batters to go for that second run. 269. If you can get a couple of more, you never know, they can go beyond 280.
Well, never know. As you said, Haroon will be just slowing down the balls. I think it's a wise option. Don't give pace to the batter to work with. Yes, and he's trying for that wide-ish Yorker. Umpire thought about it, the batter thought about, why isn't the umpire giving that as a wide?
Cleverly bowled within the line.
It's not easy, Mudassir, when you're trying to bowl a slow ball, also trying to make sure it's wide of the batter. That control, that confidence you have in yourself to bowl that kind of deliveries at the depth is exemplary. He's got a hold of that, but it's up in the air. It's got the air. Wow, what an effort. What an effort. He had to cover so much ground, the fielder there. Almost got a hand to it.
It was Ayush Shukla, the fast bowler. It was miles up in the air. He had the time. Coming from deep square leg. Ayush Shukla. Went miles up in the air. Unable to judge. He put the dive, but what matters are the 2 runs for Bilal and Kuwait.
Bilal, same kind of shot virtually every delivery, but not the same result. This one going quicker to the fielder. He's off strike, but he's done the job. I think he's got the runs that you needed. This last ball to go of the innings. Yasin is just even going to close his eyes and have a big swing.
Third man is up in the 30-yard circle. It all generates the pace. You never know that swing and getting that outside edge to the boundary. It's Yasin Patel facing the last delivery of this.
He's going to have a good look. He's not going to close his eyes. Moving across. And a dot ball. Did not get bad on ball. That is a decent finish to the over. Haroon finishes at 1 for 29.
11 runs conceded by Haroon in this over, but what a comeback by Kuwait. They had that partnership, little partnership in between, and a good cameo in the end by Shiraz and Syed Munib, making sure they post 272. A good total for the bowlers to defend.
Absolutely. I think they'll be very happy with reaching the 272 mark. Good work from the tail enders, but a lot of work done in the middle. And you know what? The bowlers will be very relieved with this score. Idris starting off with a run ball 45. They had the starters early on. Sandaru and Parvinder going early, but then the skipper hung on. Shiraj and Ibrahim built up that wonderful partnership. Brilliant cameo of 31 of 14 by Munib. And some lusty hitting from Bilal at the end ensured that Kuwait went on to score 272 for 8 in their 50 overs.
7 bowlers have been used by the captain. Pick of the bowler clearly once again it's Ehsan Khan, the off break. 10 overs, 1 made in 49 and 3 wickets to his name, and each wicket for Shukla, Haroon, Azaz, Yasim and Ghazaffar. And Azaz going for runs, though he has got a wicket to his name. Nizakat Khan, the captain, bowling just an over, going for 14 runs, wicketless. And looking at the fall of wickets, look at that partnership for 6 wicket, 84 runs, which helped this team to make a comeback. Kuwait posting 272 in their allotted 50 overs for the loss of 8 wickets. Let's see how it panned out in the first innings. Some early wickets. Parvinder getting cleaned up by Haroon. Then was a time for Adnan Idris show, getting those quick runs alongside his captain Muhammad Aslam, finding those boundaries. This was just falling short of the first slip. He bowled really well, Ejaz. But then the onslaught by Adnan Idris taking over the fast bowlers, and Yasim Murtada has been sent over the deep mid wicket by the big lad Adnan Idris. The first maximum for him. Ejaz continues to be an expensive line and length, wayward line and length, helping the batters getting better off. Adnan Idris, Yasim Murtada, then came in the man in form Shiraz off the mark with that boundary. Fielding has been a bit sluggish by Hong Kong fielders. This was one of the best catches of the tournament, backpedaling the captain Nizakat Khan, getting rid of the counterpart Aslam. This partnership was the key. Shiraz and Ibrahim. At the stage, the team was in trouble. Then came this little man Ibrahim and played a wonderful knock. Mostly used to play in the top order, but this time played a brilliant knock coming down the order excellent effort by Babar Hayat. This was an inside out against the professor, experienced Ehsan Khan. He scored 3 fours in a row against Ehsan Khan. This shows his class. The wicketkeeper batter. Once they lost the wicket of Ibrahim, then came in Syed Munib, scoring those quick runs in no time. And some sloppy work helping Kuwait to get some 4 runs. This time it was Ghazaf for the culprit.
But Munib continued his merry way. It's a terrific take by Haroon, who's put no foot wrong today on the field. Then after a fantastic innings, gifting a catch for Shiraz. But Bilal did what he knows the best. Score runs from the first ball and score big as well, giving respectability to the total on a track which is turning a bit. 273 is the magical number required for Hong Kong if they want to see themselves in the semi-final. Can they get there, or will Kuwaiti bowlers find a way to pick up the wickets at regular intervals to ensure that Hong Kong does not advance? It's going to be a cracking contest coming up, that's for sure. We'll come back in a few moments with a reply of the Hong Kong batters.
Very good afternoon and welcome back once again to Mulpani ground in Kathmandu. It's time for game second innings run chase for Hong Kong taking up against Kuwait. It's ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. For the first innings thriller, we have seen what a counter-attack by Kuwait batters and making sure they post some good total on board. Batting first, invited by the captain Izakat Khan of Hong Kong. Kuwait started off really badly. Sandrovan was dismissed for Golden Duck, then follows by Parvinder. Then a partnership between Idris and Aslam, making sure they get some runs on board. Then came in Shiraz and Ibrahim, the rescue ranger for this team. And well managed those runs quickly by Syed Munib. Down the order, 31 of 14 deliveries and helping Kuwait to post 272 on board in their allotted 50 overs for the loss of 8 wickets. It won't be an easy run chase this time for Hong Kong. To talk much more about the first innings is Suhas with me in the comm box. Welcome back, Suhas.
Thank you, Mudassir. Good afternoon, everyone watching. Hong Kong have always had bowlers aplenty. Hassan, the pick of the bowlers, with 3 wickets and an incredible economy of 4.9. In an all-important contest like this, you can't ask for more. Still, Kuwait end up with 272, which is a great number indeed, on a surface that's turning square. And with the services of Yasin Patel, this is going to be exciting. And of course, Aslam himself. The first innings, if you'd see, Kuwait did not get the start that they intended to, losing Sandrovan first ball, then Parvinder also left early, was stuck at the crease today. But Idris continued with Aslam and stitched together a 56 of 69. That's a great partnership indeed. But after that, Bhavsar being bamboozled by Ehsan, Shiraz had to take over. Aslam Shiraz put together 43. Shiraz Ibrahim, the partnership that turned things around, 84 of 94 balls. You could see how quickly they got to the 84 as well. And then with Munib, Shiraz ensured that they get another wonderful partnership, inching towards a respectable total. And Munib's brilliance towards the end took them beyond a respectable total. They're looking at 272 to defend now. Pushpa Kumara, the coach, very animated in that dugout. Will be telling his boys, you've done this before. You've been in these positions before. 272, a good total on a track that will assist you. Be 100%. These are few words that'll echo. Looks like Clinto is going to be on the field as well. He's not a part of the 11, of course. And Nizakat is ready with Anshuman Rath. In walk the two batters. 273, the only number in mind for Captain Nizakat, who strides out a bat along with Anshuman Rath. The good news for Hong Kong is, of course, both these batters have been amongst the runs recently. Anshuman Rath showing how it is to score a century. That too on this ground when the team was in dire states. He'll draw confidence from that innings for sure. But can the boys in red deliver? With the bat in hand, no doubt about this. No doubt about Yasin Patel bowling the first over. Gone are the days when your eyebrows went up and the spinner got hold of the new ball. Now it's become a norm, especially in Mulpani. And especially if your name is Yasin Patel. Mudassir, how many slips is he going to start with? That's a good question. In my mind, it's just lingering on that it might be 2, or would it only be 1?
The amount of turn he got on the surface last time he played here in Mulpani, it will be better to start with 2 slips and a silly point.
2 slips and a silly point. We're missing the silly point actually in the first innings as well, when the ball was turning square. How sportive a wicket is this? The 3 matches, 73 runs for Nizakat Khan. Best of 51. He was a little slower. That's again because of the situation that he found himself in, that his team found itself in. And Anshuman Rath, the centurion, the second centurion from Hong Kong. Babar Hayat was the first in this tournament. 106 for Anshuman Rath. In 3 games, 112, out of which 1 innings contributed 106.
That 106 have given him a lot of confidence. Short of runs for that Anshuman Rath. It's Yasin Patel. 4 matches, just a couple of wickets, but look at that economy is very key. 2.59. Can he get a couple of wickets here early for Kuwait? It will be Nizakat Khan on strike. Just a slip in place. You're talking about second slip and silly point.
Don't be surprised if Nizakat wants to attack him. Runs on the board right away. The chase is on.
Nicely played, in control. Nizakat off the mark with that single. Key for Hong Kong is Nizakat and Anshuman Rath. They need to give them a good start here. 272 up against Kuwait bowlers. It's like 290, 295.
Do factor in the good fielding as well from Kuwait. But the good news for Hong Kong is the fact that the engine room is in form. 51 for Nizakat. He's already got a half century under his belt. Rath has got a century. Babar Hayat is looking dangerous, and all that in this very ground.
Forgot Kinchit Shah. He has got those crucial 40s, 30s for his team. It won't be easy for Kuwait as well. Yasin Patel bowling the first over, the left arm orthodox. He has that knack of getting that extra turn with the new ball. Can we see a short leg fielder? Yes, there is a short leg fielder, a bit squarer for Anshuman Rath.
Acrobatic effort from the captain Aslam, but more runs here. Was a little late to get the throw, as he was still searching for balance to get the throw at the right end. It's never easy to pick up and throw in one swift motion, isn't it, Mudassir?
After that lunch break, coming in and straight away putting that sprint. It was Clinton, the substitute fielder. Anshuman Rath off the mark with a couple of runs. Looking good. 3 balls, 4 runs. It looks like in control. That confidence that Nizakat Khan and Anshuman Rath has in batting.
There have been times on this Mulpani ground where Bilal didn't even need to bowl. It was all spin. Just remember that as Bilal got that throw in. Beautiful. It's hurt him though. He's good enough to continue here, Aslam. His services with the ball will also be very crucial on this track.
Good tactics by Nizakat. Get Aslam injured. Just misses that line, the trajectory. Aslam, look at that delivery. This is where he is good. Yasin Patel with the new ball. Getting the turn and that extra bounce.
Makes for great viewing. And a very strong Ravija, ready to pounce on the outside edge. Still no change in the field. If you would see, he's blocked the drives, Muhammad Aslam, and you got to give credit to that. He's so astute in reading the field and setting the field. Muhammad Aslam. Tidy first over. 4 without a wicket, Hong Kong. 1 of 4 for Nizakat, Rath 3 of 2. Babar Kinchit. It is a very long batting lineup, and Hong Kong will believe they've got the goods. They've got what it takes to reach 273 on this track.
Batting has never been a problem for Kuwait, especially in this tournament. It's their bowling which leaked a lot of runs. Shahrukh Kudus, the fast bowler. Yes, he has a few wickets in his kitty, but economy-wise, very, very expensive. 9.06 in 3 matches. Really up against the experienced Rath and Nizakat.
White ball.
Very poor delivery. It's also not 100%, I feel, running in. Shahrukh Kudus. Can generate that extra bit of pace, but looks like his trailing leg that might cause troubles. As of now, he's good enough to continue. That's what matters for Kuwait. The captain will be telling him, get me the early wicket.
Oh no!
We'll arrange the massage table for you. Don't worry about that. Just get us the early wickets. Make early inroads.
Clearly struggling here, Shahrukh. The batters have posted a good total on board. Now it's up to the bowlers to get those wickets. Very good chance here for Kuwait to get those 2 points and get into the semi-final. It's 273. Being chased by Anshuman and Nizakat and his team, and there's a loud appeal. Smart piece of work by Ibrahim. He's very clever behind the stumps.
As Anshuman he was absorbed in practicing the shot, perhaps. No, before that itself, Usman Ghani tried to do the damage, but Anshuman was shrewd enough to walk back into the crease, even without knowing that that might be a throw. Straight to the fielder. You got to love this. I say this again. Mohammad Aslam is a little different a captain in terms of field setting. Look how quickly he was able to move the fielder to back foot point, knowing that Rath will score exactly there. Try and hit the shot exactly there. It went straight to Meath. Not towards his left, not towards his right, and he's not standing at a conventional position.
These small changes do wonders. An excellent captaincy, as rightly pointed out by Suhas, making right adjustment in the field. Are coming into the right left-hand batter, Shahrukh. He's not looking in his rhythm, though gave away just a single this over. There's a big gap between the point fielder and the covers. Through the offside, he loves to play those shots, especially against the fast bowler. The cut shot behind the point. That is the reason you can see that Meath Bhavsar standing a bit slightly towards the third man at point. They need a couple of early wickets here. Kudus to Rath coming into the left-hand batter, nicely timed, but look at that field placement yet again, putting the fielders at the right position. Captain Aslam.
When you cut off singles like that early on, it applies more pressure on the batters, and they start telling themselves just 2 men out at the boundary rope, go for the big shot. And that's when you can eke out the mistakes, especially if it's early on in their innings, which it shall be in the first 10 overs. Oh, this one almost chopped back. Very close to the stumps.
Played bit early, and with the single 2 gone, 6 for no loss.
The first ball I got stuck here. Aslam bhai. Ajo, okay. चलो. Prince, थोड़ा बाहर से. Okay.
Edged, but it's going to go through. A flying Sunderman could not get there in time. These are the crucial chances. Rat survives. And it's absolutely no doubt that he would want to make the opposition pay for this.
It's going between the keeper and the first slip. Unlucky, I would say, Yasin Patel. Lucky escape for Anshuman Rath.
With the we were talking about the angles that usually Aslam gets covered. That was the slightest of gaps. The narrowest of alleys. And the ball sneaks through.
Who should have gone for either the keeper or the first slip?
When I look at it again, I feel it's the keeper to go for it. That's exactly why Sunderman couldn't get there, if you see. It wasn't like he was a late fielder there. He wasn't late. He was still far away from him.
See, this is where you need to be sharp in the field. You need to take those chances against the team, against the batters like Nizakat and Anshuman Rath. One mistake, you need to grab those opportunities. Survives Anshuman Rath. It's not a good news for Kuwait, but good news for Hong Kong. Rath is still out there in the middle. Continues. Be very watchful. Nizakat Khan. This is how he has been so far in the tournament. Very watchful. Getting those runs for his team. The captain leading from the front. Nizakat Khan up against Yasin Patel.
The ball will turn. Yasin's inherited the same surface. And this is the opportunity we were talking about. That is definitely Usman Ghani's catch to go for. No doubts about that.
Absolutely, as a wicketkeeper, you need to go behind the ball. Just standing still, Usman Ghani. And a good over comes to end. 3 gone, 12 for no loss.
Three overs, 12 without a wicket. Hong Kong have been kept under check so far. Opportunities are being generated by Kuwaiti bowlers. That's a lovely length to bowl, especially if you've got the pace like Shah Rukh Khuddus has. If you lack the pace, then you'd be smashed away on the leg side by Nizakat.
See, this is what the captain expects from the fast bowler. Just getting his rhythm back. Shah Rukh Khuddus, the previous delivery, putting that extra effort, bending the back and hitting the deck hard. Coming into Nizakat Khan. These two batters have been in such kind of situations n number of times. They have that experience, Nizakat and Anshuman Rath. They know how to chase these kind of totals. But Whereas Kuwait, they lack that experience.
But the man at the helm of things right now, Aslam, he's got the experience that he's trying to rub off. Beautifully done. Just easing into the gap. It's going to go for 4 as well. Just love the control factor from Rath. Even if it means a hand has to come off. Aslam's right away asking Shahrukh, where is the delivery that you asked me that you will bowl? This was too full.
Through the offside and putting in that big gap. It was chased by Meet Bhavsar, but look at that quick lightning outfield helping Anshuman Rath to fetch his first boundary.
tablet.
Convincingly, yes.
So 23-4 so far in this match. Feeling the pressure here, the bowler Shahrukh Quddus.
Shahrukh Quddus is wondering why is it not sneaking through to hit furniture. It's the second time he's able to generate a delivery of this kind. Just loving this battle within a battle. Anshuman Rath has just got a boundary. And a reply of this kind from Shahrukh. Rath is a fighter too, remember that. This is going to be a battle to watch out for when everything is on the line.
We have seen a couple of times the ball going past the Anshuman Rath's leg stick and the catch has been put down by the wicket keeper. So far the luck is on the side of Anshuman Rath. Once again drive, this time finds the fielder. It's a Meet at point.
Meet at slightly backward point now. Now a little more backward point. Anshuman Rath. Well, some of the innings that we've seen of Anshuman Rath, there's been his fluent best is that century versus Malaysia in Hong Kong. And a couple of 50s against Kuwait itself in different formats of the game. So he understands this very bowling attack as well. Terrific stop. You give him the gloves, put him behind the wicket, you put him everywhere. He will be very, very effective. Meet Bhavsar for you. Tackling the bad bounce. Superb stop. 17 for no loss.
Come on, Yasu. Asla. Shuru. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Sira थोड़ा सामने से लेना.
17 for no loss in 4 overs.
Come on, Yasu. One good boy, Yasu. Chal taade wicket se Asla.
Yasin Patel, 2 overs, 10 runs. That's because the outside edges do not have a separate column. The outside edges had run away for 4. And Yasin Patel at his best again. Testing Nezakat's outside edge, asking its questions. I think Yasin Patel's already prepared a questionnaire. Every ball he lets out one question. Just marvelous to watch. For any purist of the game, that ball squaring up batters. Such a treat. Aslam, it doesn't carry to him. Nezakat not in control. 2 of 11. The ball's turning. It's a testing innings for Nezakat. Some batters usually bat the way out of such a situation by going for a hard hit in between, by taking the risk. Is Nezakat one of those? Because remember, he can let the instincts take over. Superb stuff from Yasin. Remember, Nezakat can let his instincts take over that way as well, because he's played a lot of tennis ball cricket growing up in Pakistan. Before he made the switch to Hong Kong, where he grew up for at an impressionable age as well.
survives yet again. He's finding it hard against Yasin Patel. Yes, you might counter-attack. They know it's a do-or-die situation for Nizakat Khan and his team. As a captain, he wants to make sure he play out these overs. The threat from Yasin Patel.
Just that outside edge, it's going to run away quickly. If runs are being scored. Oh, well done. I think Parvinder has stepped on the ball at the right time. Yasin Patel is not happy that the runs are being leaked behind the wickets from the outside edges, not the middle of the bat.
3 runs, and look at that effort by Parvinder. By doing that, he could have injured himself.
Oh yes, his ankle can go for a toss. I think it's the first time the batter is just wondering why is the umpire checking the shape of the ball after this. He's definitely stopped it one way or the other. One way or the other, the strong man has stepped on the ball and stopped it. And rightly pointed out by Mudassir, there's a photographer waiting for him to appear in frame like a ballerina.
The last delivery, Yasin Patel. And Anshuman Rath. Some problem with the fielder. Banter going on between Anshuman Rath and Parvinder.
Superb stop from Parvinder. The fact that it wasn't a boundary has added a little more pressure. 20 for no loss in 5 overs. Five of 14 for Nizakat. Rath's 13 of 16. But I'll tell you what, Rath can kick into the next gear anytime he wants. He's that kind of a cricketer. It's getting difficult to play spin, but pacers do give you the opportunity. The way he squadroned off that area from point to all the way to the keeper, let's put it this way, inside the 30-yard circle. Men at catching positions. Aslam's hosting a party there. Just waiting for the ball to arrive. Glorious start from Shahrukh. Outside edge has been beaten so many times. Overcast conditions. And the ball is swinging from one end, spinning square from the other. Clearly Kuwait is one side that's enjoying the fact that there are 2 balls used, 1 new ball on either end of the wicket. Nizakat, he knows that the runs will flow. It's about him being there. His presence is imposing. Oh, what a battle we are having here at the Mulpani cricket ground. What a battle. This time the singles, well, it was tricky. Misfield, a rare misfield from Mohammad Aslam. Otherwise, even that single would have been challenged. Now 2 runs are taken.
Just behind the ball, Aslam. Last moment, a fumble and resulting in a couple of runs for Nizakat. They need to get rid of either Nizakat or Anshuman Rath, or else it will be a problem for Kuwait. Because once they get in, then they'll go for that big score.
There are wafts, there are edges, but Hong Kong cling on. They know. Oh, well, again, this one was from the thigh pad. And that's exactly why umpire Gurung shouts not out. Came back in sharply, 100 marks for Shahrukh to have delivered this beauty. But no bat involved.
How many times They will be lucky, Nizakat and Anshuman Rath. The smile says it all.
A wry smile. Nizakat's reminding himself the good days will come, the good time will come. This is relentless bowling from Kuwait. This is top-notch bowling. Look at it, cut back in ever so slightly. What a spell this is turning out to be. This is one of the best spells of pace bowling that I've seen from Shahrukh Quddus in this entire tournament. Or two tournaments put together, let's put it this way.
Teams like this just appeal for everything.
What might be going in his mind, the captain Aslam?
Yeah, you're right.
They had their chances earlier, especially that Yasin Patel getting the edge of Anshuman Rath, going between the first slip and the wicket keeper. Then couple of deliveries inside edge going past the leg stick.
Full toss. The first mistake committed, and that yields a single. I was aiming for the Yorker, you could just sense it. There's a bit of swing in the air for Shahrukh Quddus.
So this is a rare occasion I have seen Nizakat Khan missing on a juicy full toss. Just a single has been taken by Nizakat Khan. He has been very watchful.
It's important that he doesn't kick himself. The fact that he's missed out on a full toss that he easily could have been put away on the leg side for four, knowing Nizakat and the style of play that he endorses. One delivery left. Aslam asking if Quddus needs extra protection on the offside. Last delivery. Height factor, the height factor. Rath was absorbed in the appeal. Nizakat said run. And the singles complete. 6 overs gone, 24 for no loss. Oh, what a time it is to be a bowler. The ball is swinging, the batters are missing. 24 for no loss.
शाहरुख पाजे याद रखो अपना ये पे ओके 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 इधर अंपायर का इधर ओके ओके बराबर है ना आप लोग
8 of 19 for Nizakat, but more importantly, the wicket is intact. All 10 wickets are intact. Yasin Patel, who was itchy to bowl. Sandurvan does dive, but the ball misses him again. And it's going to go for 4. As we invite Shamim Chaudhary in the comm box. Your thoughts on this?
Well, angled ball could have done better. It's just a little quicker through the air. I think that should have been taken. And that little deflection of the pads also didn't allow the slip fielder who made that effort to get to it. 4 byes. It's a period when the batters, after scoring the 24 runs in the previous overs, will try and just be a little more aggressive or proactive in their approach. But that angle being used pretty well here by Yasin, deliberately angling that ball across the face of the left-hander.
That shot selection giving Nizakat a scare as he went chasing at it. Anshuman Rath, this is a good collect by Usman. He hasn't had the best of times behind the wicket today. A couple of missed opportunities. One of them an opportunity for sure. Yasin Patel is troubling the batters so beautifully. He keeps it so simple, Shamim. Even at the highest level, we're just surprised by the facets of the game and the nuances of the game existing, but it's all about keeping it simple at times.
Absolutely, and that's the way to go about it. And in that simplicity, you just add value by subtle variations. And I emphasize on the word subtle, because once again, repeat of the same. If it becomes too obvious, that subtlety that is anticipated by the batter, then they have the advantage. But he does that with just a little change in line, just like that, bring it the ball and back in with that the others going across the face. Nice variations, very intelligent bowling. 7 done, 28 without loss. Has given us 13 runs. What was the signal? Leg buzz?
He was 10 at the beginning of it. 10 and 2 overs.
Oh, then
28 without a wicket.
no, it doesn't matter if it's wise. If they do go into the ball,
If it is,
it's wise, it is. Nazakat on 8, very, very patient knock so far. Person very capable of the big hits, rides that bounce. And here is Shahrukh. He's bowling with a lot of heart. 9 runs in his previous 3 overs. He's managed to put his shoulder into it. He's hitting the deck hard. He's just making use of the new ball. And he has so far been successful in whenever he bowls short in targeting the ribcage area, which is absolutely the right place to trouble the batters.
absolutely right. And he's also ensuring that the Hong Kong batters do not get settled to a certain pace. There's Shahrukh steaming in from one end, Yasin Patel, a very wily customer from the other. Once again, look at the angles that this field has been covered with by Mohammad Aslam. Your thoughts on the field setting? I always wanted to pick your brains on the field setting by Aslam, and this is the right time to do so. The extra pace is what has not seen that being flicked away before. I think umpire Gurung is asking, what are you appealing for? If you could just tell me that, I'll be at ease.
Obviously, it was trying to negate any kind of decision from the umpire in terms of thinking that it might have got a little bit of a brush before it went to the pads, but he was wise to the fact. Yeah, I just talking about you've got the lone slip fielder, and that could be sort of changing the fact that you add another one early on, still with Ruth particularly going for drives. That's a no ball. Whatever field you set, no ball ain't gonna help. And now you have the trouble. You can't change the field because no run has been taken. You have to stick to the field that you've had for the previous delivery. Oh, now that angle looks pretty tight, but it's when he lands. He might have gone across now. Interesting call. It's the frame before when he lands. It's just over.
Nizakat is mirroring the front foot of the bowler. It's going to be a free hit. And that might just be the thing that Ruth is waiting for to get into the momentum that he needs. Oh, he's missed this.
Too eager and trying to go full hog at that point. Just a swing of the bat, not inside the line of the ball. Sometimes you just get this mindset with a free hit that I'm going to just swing my bat and hope for the best. But more often than not, if you go the orthodox manner in lining yourself up in a proper manner, that would yield better results. You can see what happened there. The dot ball. Bowler is going to be pretty happy. Got away with that little angle delivery. Oh, did he get a bit of glove on that? Yes, he did. According to the umpire, there was a little bit of a deviation. Big appeal behind. A swivel round, but it didn't do the trick for the batter. Ruth trying to get a move on, has to move back to the pavilion.
And Usman Ghani has pouched this to perfection. Anshuman Rath departs for 13. Hong Kong have lost Anshuman Rath. More pressure on Nezakat, as Babar will join him and will try to ease the pressure. It's 30 for 1.
Aslam.
30 for 1. Shahrukh was bowling beautifully, but Shahrukh did not bowl two good deliveries. One of them yielded a single when it was a full toss. The other one a wicket. 3 matches, 113 runs, best of 108. That was a sensational innings. 11 fours, 6 sixes, knows this ground really well. Babar Hayat.
It's going to be a different kettle of fish, if you can call it that, because of the conditions overhead. Hasn't been the easiest to get a start with, taking advantage of the power plays. Once again, there's a gentleman hovering in front of the side screen.
2 balls to go.
Well, maybe he's closing a little too late, but it's fifth ball of the over. I don't know what he is up to. Anyway, we carry on. The wicket has fallen. Babar's in.
Shoulder arms.
Good way to go about it, because if you come in, you want to have a good look at what Shahrukh is doing. A good view of the line of the delivery. Get a feel of what the bounce that's being extracted. Ample time. A lot of time for them to settle down, be a little selective. Do not have to attack at all early on. Shouldering of the arms. But I'm very impressed with the bounce that's been created here by Shahrukh. 8 done. 30 for 1.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Shabash, Shahrukh. Good, Shahrukh. Shahrukh. Aslam bhai. Aslam bhai. Aslam bhai.
Babar is yet to get off the mark. Nezakat has been joined by Babar as Rath departs.
Come on, Clinton.
Well, Hong Kong will look at Nezakat as hope. Nezakat and Babar, two men who have got a lot of cricket behind them. In the air, almost completing the catch. In between overs, we were just discussing that position and how Yasin Patel will ensure that Nezakat leans into it.
He did just go and check the shot. What a spectacular effort there. That would have been one of the great catches. Oh, the bowler thought really he deserved that, but 100% for the effort from the skipper.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
He was the one who set the field. He got his hands to it, and he's clung on to some brilliant catches before in the same region. This one didn't stick.
Yeah, one of those which either stick or not, but moral victory for Yasin. He really brought out that false stroke from Nezakat. Babar. Oh, clean him up! He might not have got the catch. But now he said, I'm going to do it myself, and clean him up completely. What a delivery that is. Didn't have the foggiest Babar Hayat and got beaten all ends up. This is the death rattle.
Squaring Babar Hayat up. And what a comeback by Yasin, suggesting I don't need a fielder this time. The finger goes up. Babar Hayat goes out. And that too without troubling the scorers. Hong Kong are in trouble. 31 for 2.
Lefty boys, lefty. Come on boys. ले मीट का हेलमेट दे देना एक हेलमेट चल पहले
8.2, 31 for 2. 31 for 2 in 8.2.
Well, they've got another breakthrough, and this is looking pretty difficult here. The ride or the climb to that mountain now seems quite difficult with the early wickets. You can see Yasin being congratulated. What a comeback. Just, you'd feel that as a bowler, you'd be disheartened with seeing that dropped catch by the captain, though it's a very difficult effort, but a drop catch nevertheless. But then he comes back with a peach of a delivery. Brings in Kinchit Shah, 36 runs. Now he's a man who can get the runs. He's not really been his run scoring self so far in this tournament. But he's come at a position when his team are not in a very happy situation. So he'll have to just be careful in his approach. Yasin has got his tail up. He's bowling some delightful deliveries.
After the heartbreak just moments ago. After the heartbreak just moments ago, how quickly he forgot all that, regroups and delivers this to a man who has an average of 70 in first-class cricket. That's very, very heartwarming for any spinner.
So into the deep. Did you see the reaction of Babar Hayat? He didn't believe it. He looked back at the wicket with the bails being dislodged, and he looked up sort of admiringly at the bowler. How on earth did you bowl something like that?
Okay.
Yasin Patel, he is having a dream tour.
Come on boys, continue boys,
He earns a lot
continue
of fans
boys.
here in Nepal. Young Yasu Patel.
Oi,
No, the backlift is not getting any bigger.
No chance, not at this stage of the match. With 2 down, you're going to be pretty sure that you get the timing right. So any chance of the backlift going high and coming through, that split second is required for Yasin to sneak through.
Very good delivery. What an over this is from Yasin Patel. A successful one for Kuwait, 32 for 2. Ten of 23 for Nizakat, but what's more important for Hong Kong is that still out there is the captain. And then Kinchit has just joined him. The first delivery that Kinchit faced to Yasin Patel, there was a short leg. Is that the first change that we see? Or will Kudus bowl another over? Shahrukh to continue. A slip in place. there a gully? Yes, there is a gully in place. A backward point in Meath. And a shot mid-wicket perhaps if he takes a start.
Picture of accuracy. Shahrukh has mixed that up with a couple of deliveries which were short. He's testing the batters with the short pitch deliveries, but more often than not it has been that angled one across the left-handed batter. Generates a bit of pace. He's got a lovely rhythm coming in, very balanced at point of delivery of the ball. Just that straightening almost allowed Kinchit to whip it away.
You could see that the Kuwait fielders are buzzing now. And it's going to be a good test for Kinchit.
You know what? It could be so different in the last over after the dropped catch, despite the superlative effort. If that wicket didn't fall immediately after, it'll play on the mind. It would play on the minds of the other fielders. It'll definitely play on the mind of Yasin. But immediate wicket in the very next ball, the whole scenario is back to where it should be when the bowlers have got their tails up.
Another fantastic perspective indeed. And now, do you think Nizakat would be a little more careful?
Absolutely. Just cannot to do anything otherwise, because the bowling has been so well complemented. The spinner complementing the pacer, and from the other end, the spinner getting the batters in trouble. You just cannot, in any manner or form, think of taking the attack to the bowlers with the discipline they're bringing into their bowling. There's got to be a period of calm, period of rebuilding, period of sensible approach, and very, very precise shot selections.
Some of the run chases that Hong Kong have had in Mulpani Cricket Ground have been such that the depth of the batting order has never been tested. The engine room did the trick more often than not. Today a different script for them to get into the semis of the tournament.
Even looking at, we're about the end of the 10th over, even looking at the run rate, if there was a bit of a comparison with the other team, they're not too far behind. And about in a similar position with the 2 wickets down for Kuwait also. So I think this is the time we can afford to bide our time, be a little more patient, as I said, selective with the shot making. Just ensure the bowlers get a little frustrated.
Superb take. Yes, that's a wide delivery. But it was a flying Usman Ghani who saved at least 4 runs.
Definitely. And look at the effort from the bowler. It really put his shoulder in the process. He lost the line completely. What a take. Flying through the air like a swooping eagle. That was lovely. Just even when you realize as a bowler, I bowled a bad delivery. But that effort from the keeper really says, thank you, keeper. I'll try to bowl a little better the next one.
Barring that wide delivery, it's one of the most complete bowling. Oh, now the no ball as well. Shahrukh Kudus is trying something new. In the process, the experiment is not working.
Just the point I was making about frustrating the bowlers with some stoic batting. And that seems to have gone into his head. He puts his shoulder in, bowls one down the leg side, a wide, then he tries a little bit of extra. And the free hit signal has been given because of that overstepping, which we can see now. Simple decision for the umpire.
It's getting a little too ubiquitous for the captain's liking, because every time he is bowled a no ball, the free hit is another testing time for him. He survived the first one, he survives the second. Shahrukh is staring right at Kinchit.
It's so uncanny. You can read the mind of the batter. You can read what he's trying to do. despite the length, the line, or whatever, the variation of pace, he's going to have a good swing just standing his ground. It's much better if you take the orthodox approach, I keep on saying. And missing out on these freebies with the free hits, you just see what the ball is doing and play according to the merit of the ball, all the demerits of it. But if you are ready to swing from the hips, more often than not, you're going to miss.
Glorious, but it's not taken. Would you believe it? Another opportunity gone down, and this time it's Usman Ghani.
Come on.
Tell you what, he was appreciative of that wide being taken, but the one he would have loved to have taken is that edge. Just chipping away at the last moment, squaring him up. He did go for it, just could not get the glove in the right position, the deflection going away. So, very, very contrasting efforts from the keeper in the same over. Could have been very, very difficult from now on if that catch was taken. 10 overs have been completed, 36 for 2. Kuwait 35 for 2. Pretty much neck and neck now.
Come on, Yasu.
10 overs later, Hong Kong are 35 for 2, Kuwait were 36 for 2. Nothing much to separate. Now Yasin Patel would want to make sure that the template remains the same. The first power plays ended, more protection allowed in the deep for them. The template has been a drop catch has been followed by a wicket.
Bowler. He's not bowling.
The terms and conditions that are printed is very, very small underneath that crystal ball.
Yasin continues. Closer and closer. Big appeal. Umpire didn't hear anything. It's an appeal for caught behind. Kinchit says, what's that all about? What's the hullabaloo all about? I didn't touch it. Oh, he didn't catch it. What was he appealing for? I thought he had caught it actually. Didn't see the deflection initially. What was the appeal for?
Yeah, that's what I thought 2 balls ago actually, that he'd caught it. It's a very difficult take, to be honest.
Did he feel that it brushed the pads instead of the gloves? That would be an appeal for a leg before. Very confusing. You know, keepers are very cheeky in terms of always having a few words here and there. Even there, trying to confuse the umpire. Got me confused, seriously, because I thought he was appealing for a catch there. Not even catching it. Put it away for a single. That will be one of the few runs that are taken from Yasin, who's been meticulous.
This is going to be an interesting phase in the game because Yasin, would he be persisted with, or will the captain say it's time for me to roll my arm over? Because his overs are gold dust, remember that. And Hong Kong are getting into a zone where they're trying to play out Yasin. I can expect Munib to be introduced as well from the other end. There's Shiraz in case the ball's turning.
Silly point in place. That is a good move. Nizakat has been there for a while.
Look, I predicted just 27 overs earlier. That's it. I'm off by 27 overs.
Your voice, the speed of your voice is very slow. Took 27 overs to get to the fielders there. Another beauty. What about that? Drifting in, turning and bouncing away. Another great over completed. Worth another look. "11 overs are done. It's 36 for 2.
Bowling change. Right jump over.
He's taken one good catch.
40 ओवर पड़े हैं अभी भी.
We expected that change to happen. Munib did well with that innings, that cameo that he played. Can he replicate with the ball? Not the first one, which is down the leg side, and a wide given.
He's trying to bowl the cutters from the first delivery. Munib. Oh, what a find he has been for Kuwait. Taken right from the talent hunt. He used to run in, feel the wind on his face back in Afghanistan. Made the switch, 4 for 69, his best. Oh, that's a poor delivery. Easy pickings.
Yeah, 2 and 2 down the leg side. This time it's not going to be a wide, it's going to be a little glance. Little touch away, simple matter to put it to the boundary. Just used whatever pace there was. Can't afford to do that. There's been a lot of pressure built up in the last few overs. Just cannot afford to give it away with freebies like that. Munib has to tighten up his line of attack. Target the angle across the left-handed batter. Get to pull a little wider of the crease. Accentuate that angle.
Direct hit could have been a little tricky, but I still believe he has made it. Nizakat. I think he would have a sigh of relief that Kudus is not someone he has to face now. Shiraz, good pickup, but he made it. The batter, Nizakat.
He tried to release the ball a little too early and was not on target. But Munib, I think he came back well after those 2 down the leg side. Bowls within himself, not express space, as we can see. And when you do not have that express space, all you need to do is ensure that you are very tight. Accuracy, the forte, needed for his pace.
Yeah, it's the first time I'm seeing him bowl this way on this tour, to be honest. Otherwise, he is clearly the quickest. But he's definitely reduced his pace at which he runs in, and he's concentrating on something else altogether.
I wonder why. Because it's pretty evident that he's not really, maybe his capability is there, I don't know. But why isn't he using it? Maybe he's getting just rhythm going early on with trying to get the balls in line and length, and then maybe as he gets suppler with his muscles, bowl a little faster. But just the way he runs in, seems to be ambling in rather than making a deliberate effort to put speed into your ball. In addition to the run in, you generate the pace, and also the arm speed, which combine together to increase the pace of a ball. Effort not there.
Yeah, something has changed definitely. Perhaps a word with him after the game will tell us why he has changed to be a different kind of a bowler now. The intimidation factor has definitely gone down, but if the accuracy can increase, then it's okay. Syed Munib. Aslam having a nice chat with Munib before this delivery. Didn't affect a field change though. There's a man at deep backward point who's moving slightly towards his left. That's the only change.
Yeah, with the left-right combination, those changes will be needed. But I just feel that Aslam was asking his bowler, are you happy with the way you're bowling now? You seem to be a little encumbered. Don't seem to be in your normal rhythm. Is there anything wrong? Should I continue and give you another over? Or do you need a bit of time to sort things out? But I think after one over, you obviously get another one. Sometimes it gets a little bit of time, takes a little bit of time for a bowler to find his rhythm, get the adrenaline flowing, the blood pumping, ease the nerves. Pitches it up, driven nicely, but straight to the fielder.
10 over.
Munif gives away 6 in his first, 43 for 2.
Come on, boys.
12 overs, 43 for 2. Going in a similar fashion in terms of dot balls to the Kuwaiti innings. And if you just compare the two, I feel that it's pretty much neck and neck so far. So all to play for both the teams. Such a crucial match. Winner goes on to the semi-finals of this wonderful tournament, the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. Mudassir Ali has come back in to the combox. Mohammad Aslam.
Come on, Aslam bhai. Come on, Aslam bhai. Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
That is interesting. A little bit of a change. Immediately on the money. Impressive.
Feeling the heat, clearly the captain, Nizakat Khan. They were a bit relaxed in the first innings and went on to concede 272. Losing those couple of wickets, Rath and Babar. It's up to Nizakat and Kinchit Shah to make sure take the team beyond the 272. Moreover, it's a do-or-die situation for Kuwait as well as Hong Kong. They might be feeling the pressure. Hong Kong being a mighty Hong Kong team against the minnows of Kuwait. Goes big this time, goes down on one knee, clears the corner with ease.
Wow, what a strike. He paid respect to the first two deliveries, but this one was in his arc. And what a flourish of the bat. Look at this. Full swing of the bat. Couldn't be better. The slog sweep over cow corner. Gets the results. They needed that big hit. It's one captain going after the other. Aslam has bowled pretty well in the previous games. Got a few wickets under his belt. But Nizakat just making sure he doesn't get into the rhythm of things. Doesn't get bogged down. Nizakat was very careful prior to this. Suddenly out of the blue, that massive shot.
Just slow in the air and was invitation to go big and grab the opportunity with both the hands and still searching for that ball. There you go. Just having a look at the ball. Shiju Sam. What an extraordinary shot it was from the blade of Nizakat Khan.
Yeah, it went many a mile across the boundary line, across the fencing, onto a dusty area. Tell you what, Aslam might not mind that because it gets a little more abrasive, a little more scruffier. You tend to grip a little bit more.
Absolutely, as a spinner, you always want the lacquer to get out of that ball so that he can get that grip and a bit of loud appeal, but clearly going down the leg. They're getting excited, the keeper, the bowler, the fielders.
Understandable, because he's been hit for a 6, so anything is definitely going down leg. And it was a pretty round armish action. You can see, you can spot an arm ball very easily from a left arm orthodox bowler if he's bowling a little more round armish than he normally does. The stock delivery would be that one. When he tries to come nearer to his head at point of release, tries to get the ball to turn away from the right-hander, and a little round armish action, you'd know as a batter that it's going to be an arm ball. 13 overs done. The Hong Kong team have gone on to 50 for 2. Nizakat and Kinchit now trying to build up a partnership. A couple of wickets falling. Rath taken by Ibrahim behind. Very good catch. And then peach of a delivery by Yasin after a catch was dropped off his bowling. The very previous delivery, and he comes back with Jaffa to clean up Baba Hayat, who has been so good with the bat recently. Those were two big strikes for Hong Kong, who are now on 50 for 2. Nizakat will feel more comfortable with that over boundary. Munib now to him. Oh, just throws the bat at it. Very fortunate once again. Just could have gone anywhere. Inside part.
Third time, and inside it just going past the leg stick. All about the nerves. So Nizakat Khan, the experienced Nizakat Khan, the captain, alongside Kinch's shot, trying to build that partnership. The likes of Yasim Murtuza and Azaz Khan yet to come in this lineup, but these two holds the key for Hong Kong.
We're talking about the pace normally generated by Munib. In this spell, not so much. It's maybe an effort to bowl a little quicker in the process. He gives that bit of extra pace to the batter Kinchit, and he's not shy. And he's pretty good in putting that away to the boundary.
Releasing that pressure, Syed Munib, by conceding those easy runs. Fuller delivery, nicely played through the offside. Was in control, Kinchit Shah. Reminder, he was dropped on 1 by the wicket keeper Ibrahim.
He's got to take full toll of that life that he has got. And once he plays those nice shots that look so pretty. Just deviating down the leg side. Little erratic, the bowling from Munib. Even in the first over, I thought he did not really generate that kind of pace he's famous for. Even in this over, he's struggling with his lines and lengths.
They're taking on Syed Munib. There's not much options if we talk about the fast bowling in this lineup of Kuwait. They do have the spinners, Meet Bhavsar, and the part-timer Adnan Idris, the leg break bowler. They want Munib to bowl those tight lines. Yes and no, thought of a run. And the direct hit coming at the non-striker, and Kinchit Shah was interested for that run sent back by the captain. In trouble. Hong Kong in trouble, Kinchit Shah.
I think they're going to have a look at it, but I suspect that the batter had not made good his ground from the reaction of the players. You can see, and a direct hit always tends to get your man. And I think Kinchit Shah himself was to blame because he just scampered down the wicket, and there it is. It's short. Here comes the throw, and you got your man. Despite that extension of the arm, trying to slide the bat in, he's got short. And the out signal has been given. There's elation. Hong Kong are in trouble now. They've lost their third.
They're a bit sloppy in the field. They drop the catches. The right time getting the direct hit. Kinchit Shah just adding 12 runs after got that live. Big wicket. Shiraz, the fielder, 13 of 19 deliveries, couple of boundaries. Wicket number 3 goes down. Score 56 for 3.
The drinks interval now being completed. 56 for 3. Things getting more and more difficult for Hong Kong in this crucial match. A must-win situation for a place in the semis. Oh, not quite sure. Big appeal. Umpire is not interested. Deflection goes away. It's all happening in the middle, but what about that run out as we have another look at this?
The new man, Azaz, I'm rightly sent back by the captain. It was the same case. Kinchit Shah was sent back by the captain, but direct hit from the point. Shiraz in that bullseye. 3 down, 56 on board Hong Kong. A bit of bother.
When Zakat had attacking instincts in the previous over, the fall of Kinchit Shah, he'll be much more apprehensive. Definitely more careful with how he goes about the rest of his innings, because he's the man who Hong Kong will be looking to hold it together for them. After 14, 56 for 3.
Come boys, hurry up boy! Can do it boys, can do it boys! Clinton! Clinton! What we gotta see, what we gotta see! Come on, Aslam bhai, one good ball Aslam bhai, one good ball Aslam bhai.
As usual, Yasin Patel giving you the accuracy, the wickets and the economy. Aslam now has got to continue with the good work done earlier. They've had a bit of success, a bit of good fortune, but also give credit to Shiraj for this fabulous run out. So in the last over,
No, not easy, Aslam bhai, not easy, Aslam bhai.
I think Nazakat can feel a little guilty. His partner asked for a run, he did not respond. And I think it was the wrong call on the part of Kinchit, because he went off running. Ball was going pretty straight to the fielder. Nazakat hardly had an option but to send him back.
Giving away those easy singles. Azaz has been promoted up the order ahead of Yasim Murtuza. Would have been good decision to send the left-hand batter in. Once again, an easy single taken by the batter Azaz.
It's been an odd mix, hasn't it? We've seen a fabulous run out, we've seen some fumbles in the field. It's not very disciplined at the moment. Just little mistakes in the field can allow the batters to settle down. You need to keep up that pressure consistently. Flips that away, just short of a length there. Simple enough for the mid-wicket fielder to come and collect. He's just talking about Ijaz being promoted in the batting order. I was a little surprised that Aslam was very confident in his bowling, despite the fact first 2 overs went for 17 runs. Still he came back, brought him back at the death. Still he went for another 12 runs. This third over, it's up in the air, not the best of connections. Still got himself a couple of runs. They can take advantage of the fact that there are 2 fielders at cover and 1 at long off, so wide open spaces in that area.
Trying to go big, just a couple of runs for Azaz and for Hong Kong.
Just going back to the point, as we come to the end of the over, we'll come back to that. 62 for 3. Current run rate 4.13. That will be not of concern, but it's the loss of wickets for Hong Kong which will be bothering them. Nizakat still holding his fort. 20 is on strike now. Munib just struggling a little, I thought. But just going back to the point about promoting Ijaz, Mudassir, the trust that Nizakat has in his bowling, even after the 3 overs when he went for runs, he did come back with a wicket and bowled 2 good overs after that. And now that trust has been related to the batting order and him coming a little ahead of some of the others.
I think he has some special liking, or he might be in his good books, because the other bowlers, they bowl really well, Ayush and Harun, but still the captain trusting Azaz. Time played towards the third man. Excellent running between the wickets. 2 runs has been taken by Nizakat.
Good running between the wickets, good running by this man, because he had to cover a lot of ground to get to that ball. Definitely saved a couple of runs. Yeah, he appreciates, acknowledges the applause. Look at this, just using the face, opening the face and guiding the ball. It just stopped it with his foot. Good work. Good anticipation of the angle of the ball that's coming to you, so you can just run to it at the right time. Ensure that you get something behind the ball. Extra bit of bounce attempted here by Munib.
Look at the confidence, the way he's batting, Nizakat Khan, though he has lost his partners, Babar Hayat, Anshuman Rath and Kintit Shah. Still not getting into that pressure which was built by the bowlers, rotating the strike regularly. Just a matter of time. Once he gets settled, he'll go for those big shots, Nizakat Khan.
Oh, beauty. He's been striving for that corridor of uncertainty outside the off stump for quite a while now. But that was the perfect one.
It has been a mix and match for this bowler. Bowling a couple of wayward deliveries, then suddenly surprising the batter. An excellent delivery on the good length. Slight movement. Nizakat standing tall out there in the middle. 22 of 43 balls.
Just whips it away. Quick run taken. Once again, I just feel that a direct hit could have been interesting.
No damage has been done. A quick single has been taken right in front of Yasin Patel. Going for the direct hit.
He's always in the game, isn't he? With the ball, with the bat, in the field. Very agile character. I was so disappointed that he didn't get a direct hit on that. Ijaz on 4 of 4. Give the benefit of the doubt to the batter that he let it go through, but that lovely channel once again to finish the over. Munib's over done. A good one from him. Another look at this one. He just took his bat away. And the ball moving quite a bit. 65 for 3 after 16.
Hurry up, boys, hurry up, boy! Come on, boys, come on, boys! Lazy nahi, boys, lazy nahi, boys! Come on, Aslam bhai, come on, Aslam bhai!
Yasin and Shahrukh, wicket each, very economic. Not too bad from Munib and the skipper, who comes on once again. Simple matter of putting away in the deep end, walking the single.
Come on, boys, come on, boys, come on, boys! Come on, Asi, one good ball, Asi, one good ball, Asi!
It'd be interesting if we can get that long on in the 30-yard circle and invite the batter to go big and make a mistake. It's a new batter, Azaz.
ball. ये अच्छा है असलम भाई.
A much better delivery.
इधर से
Captain
आएगा,
Aslam
इधर से
thinks
आएगा.
there's a slip in place.
Ball.
Searching for that length. Just plonks his foot forward and further forward. So it's half a step forward, realizes that it's not quite there. So that little correction before the ball arrives. Seems to have this penchant for planting his foot halfway forward to virtually every delivery. And if it's a short one, he'll just try and get back, use the depth of the crease. He's trusting the good length deliveries to come on a regular basis. Getting committed early to the shot there. Waits this time. Sees the little bit of an angle.
So far, Aslam has been ordinary with the ball. The same surface, Yasin Patel, the left arm orthodox with the new ball, getting the turn and bounce. Aslam is unable to generate that turn.
So he has been miserly. He has not given away too many runs. So keeping check at one end. 16 he's given away in his 3 overs. It's 68 for 3 after 17. Those are the comparisons after 17 overs. It's pretty much neck and neck, isn't it? 69 for 4 when Kuwait were in a spot of bother. They recovered wonderfully well after that. Hong Kong also need to replicate that. Just a run between them and a wicket to the advantage of Hong Kong. They've got the skipper in. They've got Ejaz, who's been promoted in the batting order. Let's wait and see if it pays off. Munib continues into his 4th over. Takes a little walk. That's an interesting move from Nizakat. As the bowler was coming in, he just shimmied forward.
Better tactics by the captain. He's taking those couple of steps and uses the wrist against Syed Munib. As a bowler, you need to create those chances. You've got 3 wickets there on the back foot. Hong Kong batters.
Oh, he went chasing after that as an afterthought. Just feel that there was an effort to go after it after the ball had passed. Thankfully, it didn't get a faint edge to it. Intelligent bowling by Munib here. This is where you try to outsmart the batters. Last delivery, he really foxed the batters. And this is areas that you got to keep on bowling consistently. The channel of uncertainty, the corridor of uncertainty that you want to exploit as a pace bowler. Hurried on to the batter. Good bowling. He's come back well. He looked a little out of sorts in his first over, but now lovely channel being regularly offered to the batters.
He has been wavered initially, but now he has adjusted his line and length, especially against Azaz. No foot movement for Azaz. Get a slip in position. Bowl on that middle and off. Slight breeze going across the ground.
He just leans onto that one and a quick run taken. Yeah, you just make a point about having a slip in position. That's what we've noticed with Aslam today. Right from the word go, he seemed to be more happier with the field, positioned in more defensive positions rather than in more attacking positions. He seems to have happy to have just checked the scoring rate. So if he's happy with what he's doing, what are we to say about it?
They're on the back foot. You need to attack as a bowling team. Get those close-in fielders. Nizakat on strike. Yet again an easy run has been given away.
You know, this is where you feel, as I was saying about Aslam, the captain, that he may just be happy, you know, just give them 3 or 4 runs, wait for a super delivery to get a wicket or a run out or a good catch. But that he can do for another 3 or 4 overs. If these two batsmen get set, that is when the problem is going to start. At the moment, quite comfortable with the way they're maneuvering the ball, they're playing the shots. 71 for 3 after 18. Skipper holding the innings together. 2 unlucky 13s for Rath and Kinchit. Babu didn't bother the scorers. Ejaz once again emphasizing it, elevated in the batting order. He's got to deliver. Didn't quite do it with the ball. His opportunity now to do it with the bat for his team and give support to Nizakat. Nice little tuck away. They've gone through for the first one quickly and comfortably make the second one. Yeah, I can see Mudassir just being a little surprised with the type of attack from Aslam. But, you know, Yasin and Aslam are very distinct, different kinds of bowlers. One's shorter, Yasin much the taller, uses his height, uses that height to come perpendicular, release of the ball is higher. You'd expect more bounce of the wicket. It's less predictable when he changes his line of attack, but with Aslam, it's dependent on variations of speed more than anything else. It doesn't get too much off the wicket in terms of turn and bounce. You see, that makes it easier for the batters to go forward and help themselves to the run. So Aslam will be just thinking, if I don't get a wicket, let me keep the batters quiet. And when he bowls that arm ball, the batters can detect it because it's round armish. With Yasin, it's much more deceptive.
Absolutely, and as of now, he's happy. Giving those singles, not giving away those boundaries. A good comeback after conceding a couple of runs on the first delivery. Get the wicket inside the 30-yard circle, stop those singles. Let the batter try to go big. Cut nicely, but finds the fielder. 3 dot deliveries and the 3 runs so far in 5 deliveries bowled in this over.
So he finishes around the 20 mark after 4 overs. He'll be saying, that's fine. Not allowed them. And that is exactly what's happening here with that single to end that over. After 4 from Aslam, he's given away 20 runs. And it's 75 for 3 now after 19.
"19 overs, 75 for 3. The partnership building up between Azaz and Captain Nizakat. 19 runs partnership for the 4th wicket. So Munib will continue, and it's Azaz on strike. Nicely played and finds the gap. Ball racing towards the fence. Finds the boundary. Continues to leak the run. Syed Munib. A good looking shot. This is the right time to introduce my co-commentator. Welcome back, Suhas Vedam.
Thank you, Mudassir. Oh, had he stopped it, then it would have been a different story. The second line of defense had no chance. That was very well struck by Azaz. You need a counter-attacking innings. Nizakat's going to play the anchor's role, it's very clear. He withstood a storm first up.
This is much better. Got a boundary, then single. Trying to go big towards that mid-wicket. There's no protection in the deep. This is the plan, Suhas, to promote Azaz up the order and let him get those quick runs. He's faced 18 deliveries, 12 runs. Now looking in good touch, Azaz.
Ably guided by Nizakat, who's been there for a longer time. Beautifully driven. Beautifully driven. It's going to race away to the fence. And Nizakat has shown the opposition that everything is under control.
Not learning from the mistakes. Trying to bowl that Fuller. Is in control. Beautiful looking shot. Through the gap. Through the offside goes Nizakat Khan. 2 boundaries in this over. The pressure which was being built by the captain from the other end has been released by Syed Munib.
And we'll take a single.
It's Azaz on strike. Couple of more deliveries left in this over. Trying to chase the delivery. Once again, as we have seen in the previous over, got beaten with the pace while chasing the deliveries outside the off stump.
It's a good line to be bowling. Crowd knows the importance of this contest. Many of the locals who came here to have a peek at the game that's going on decided to stay back because of the interest, not just in cricket, but the exciting game that it eventually has become. That shall be wide.
We were pretty sure till the morning it will be Hong Kong. Be standing tall in this table, the number 1 position, but now height has been given by the Kuwait. Once again, trying to go for the direct throw. Shiraz at the non-striker. Good backup done by Meath. 20 gone, 87 for the loss of 3.
Come on, boys. 1 wicket, boys. 1 wicket, boys. One good ball, boys.
After 20 overs, Kuwait were 83 for 4 and Hong Kong are 80 7 for 3.
Paji. Come on, Sira. Come on, Sira. अच्छा start करना है, Sira.
Now, tell the fielder. You have to tell fielder.
Next जाना.
The Munit changing. Washroom. Washroom.
Come on, Sira. Come on, Sira.
You are there, Shira. You are there today. Come on, boys.
Shiraz Khan, the leg
Boys,
break
come on,
bowler,
boys.
You are there.
he rescued the team the first innings with the bat. Now it's time to get some wickets.
Well ball, Sira. Well ball,
Tall,
Sira.
leg
Shabash.
break
Good start,
bowler.
Siro. Good start, Siro.
Shiraz was lacking confidence with the ball in hand. He was bowling a little shorter. Today, he scored a brilliant half-century, and you'll want to translate that confidence into his bowling too.
Lena,
He's already started to turn the ball beautifully from the word go. And good stop by Meet.
To the third wicket, it's the result of an excellent fielding by Shiraz. The bowlers bowl really well. A quicker delivery down the leg. Easy runs for Azaz and for Hong Kong.
कोई नहीं, Siro.
Poor delivery by Shiraz. They're leaking the runs here. The partnership building up between Azaz and Nizakat Khan.
Come on, Siri. Come on, Siri.
Didn't have to do much.
Shira, nalla board kar lo.
कोई नहीं, Siro. आएगा, शाबाश, Siro. एक बार good ball, Siro. One
Azaz
good ball,
just
Siro.
helping it on its way.
Shahrukh, fast, Shahrukh. Lena, Mitu.
This partnership have come off
Shabash,
in
shabash,
good
Siro.
time, if you would see. It's come at a good time as well. 35 of 43. Both the batters contributing 17 each. And an extra.
Ball, yeah. One ball, Siri.
He's playing a very important role, Azaz. Nizakat trusting his partner. They're rotating the strikes regularly.
Lena.
Time cut hard, but again finds the fielder. Just 4 runs in his first over. 21 gone, 91 for the loss of 3.
$35 or 45 between Nizakat and Azaz, both of them contributing 17 apiece. The fourth wicket partnership is slowly and steadily building and bringing Hong Kong back into the game. Adnan Idris. So it's going to be leg spin from both sides. That's what Aslam has decided. Three matches, 2 wickets. Adnan Idris. He's got a phenomenal record in the T20s. Not a big turner of the cricket ball, but very quick. Even he's turning this much. Well done.
Getting it in from the very first delivery. Give him some confidence, but it's Nizakat Khan on strike. Look at that wrist. Not at all in a hurry. Ample of time, goes back, uses the wrist. Single for Nizakat Khan and Hong Kong.
Keep the ball off.
Group B encounter in Mulpani. It's the Kuwait and Hong Kong fighting for that spot in semi-final. Still not yet clear. Positions. Especially in this group. As of now, it's the UAE sitting on top with 6 points. And Hong Kong in the second position with 5 points, and third position is taken by Kuwait with 4 points. A win for Kuwait, they'll get into the semi-final.
Required rate is just over 6. Oh, very well tried. Still that single will be possible. Nezakat's innings of 37 of 56 has been great to watch because it's been filled with grit. He has survived the difficult moments. He's survived the testing times. Look at that effort once again from Ravija. Ravija Sandharwan moments ago was at slip. You usually see Aslam there. Very strong lad, Ravija.
Come back, two.
Easy picking this time for Azaz. Both the leg break bowlers started off well. 4 runs have been conceded by Idris. 22 gone, 95 for the loss of 3.
Shall we open seat for sorry, Zabi and he playing good now? Yeah? Check one.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. One good ball, boys. One good ball, boys. Paje.
.22 overs and 95 for the loss of 3. Let's look what's happening at TU International Ground, Kirtipur. Nepal
Come on, boys.
batting first. They were
Let's
in
do
all
it now,
sorts
boys.
of trouble,
Let's
but
do it
then
now, boys.
came in Sandeep Lamichhane. A brilliant knock has been played by this poster boy of Nepal. 42 unbeaten runs when the chase started. Again, it's all about Sandeep Lamichhane with the bat, now with the ball. 9 overs,
Come on,
3
Siraj, come on,
maidens,
Siraj.
14 runs, 4 wickets to his name. Now Nepal is looking good. It's 88 for 9. Qatar needed 69 of 25 overs.
69 of 25 overs. The eyes always drift to how many balls or how many overs does Sandeep Lamichhane have. He's already picked up a 4-fer. Can he turn that into a 5-fer? He's put in the runs as well with the bat in hand. Terrific stop this by Meet.
Come on, Siri. One good ball, Siri.
Not only did he dive, but he also ensured that he parries the ball to the nearest fielder.
Lena. Shabash, Siru.
Well done. Shiraz is growing in confidence.
Yes, Siru.
Just one poor delivery in the 8 deliveries he's bowled so far. Could come back.
Lena.
It was in the air, played straight towards the bowler, just falling short of Shiraz Ahmed. Now he is troubling the batter, the main batter Nezakat Khan.
In the air for a longer time, Shiraz pouncing on it, but it was dipping. The crowd is enjoying every bit of this. Oh, they love a battle, don't they?
Hong Kong needs to keep an eye on the required run rate as well. That's 177 needed of 27.2 overs. Required run rate is 6.48. Once again, flighted, but a bit quicker, very watchful, not at all in a hurry. He has been in these kinds of situations a number of times. The captain Nezakat Khan. Getting some support from Azaz. How easily he makes those movements, Nezakat Khan. Just a couple of runs in this over. 23 gone, 97 for the loss of 3. 23 overs, 97 for 3. Nizakat Khan still out there for Hong Kong. They might fancy their chances till this man is out there in the middle. Look at the crowd. They know what's happening at the TU. They're enjoying the battle between Kuwait and Hong Kong. Both the team. A low full toss. Risk comes into play. Play towards the corner. Fumble by the fielder, resulting in a couple of runs. It was Meet Bhavsar.
Hong Kong have been made to fight for their runs. Meet has been everywhere in the last 15 minutes, providing his services as a fielder. Was there something on it? Umpire unmoved.
In doing so, the umpire forgot to give that wide. Was chasing that Nizakat Khan, trying to put that pressure. Ibrahim straight away goes up. A good decision, but he forgot to give that wide.
I think he was able to get there, so that's perhaps not a wide. I couldn't see any deviation though, so it's a very good decision. Nizakat Khan has survived so many blows.
Suhas, your every wish has been taken care and has been granted today. Whatever you have asked for that 5-4 for Sandeep Lamachina, and the news coming from TU is he got that last wicket.
Sandeep Lamachina continues to be the star for Nepal as he bails them out of a difficult situation. First with a bat in hand with his gritty 42 when the chips were down. Now with the ball as well as expected. 14 for 5, terrific figures for Sandeep Lamachina. No wonder he'll walk away with the Player of the Match award in just a bit. Mr. Buddhi Pradhan in the foreground, along with one of the match officials, of course.
No slip in place. Very watchful in this over, Nizakat Khan. Couple of runs. He's just following his partner from the other end. 24 gone, 99 for the loss of 3.
Come on, Siro, सही जा रहा है, come on, Siro. Check to Paji. Sabah Siri, Sabah Muniba. Come on, Siri.
40 of 67. Very good delivery from Shiraz. Usman was trying to effect a run out, perhaps. Terrific. Haslam is suggesting that wasn't required, but let's set the furniture and let's get going. Oh, terrific shot. Just clearing of that front foot and putting it straight past the bowler. In fact, over his head. What a way to bring up the century for Hong Kong. Resistance from Aizaz has been terrific to watch while Nizaka drops anchor.
Flighted delivery. And there you go, Aizaz. Taking full advantage, go straight. It's a maximum. But just making sure the on-field umpires with the TV umpire. They'll have a close look whether it's a maximum or a boundary.
शाबाश सिरी एक अच्छा बॉल चाहिए सिरी एक अच्छा बॉल चाहिए कम ऑन सिरी
It has travelled the distance required, much to the delight of Azaz. The 100 comes up for Hong Kong as well. This is the fight back that Hong Kong were looking for. Terrific. This one's through the gap as well.
back up
What an innings this man's played. Azaz 27 of just 33 balls,
come on सिरी
reducing the pressure on Nizakat at the other end, who withstood a storm first up when Yasin Patel was bowling terrifically well, with Kudus giving nothing away from the other end.
थोड़ा अंदर हो जा
A good looking partnership flourishing between the captain Nizakat
Siri,
Khan
come on,
and
Siri. One
Azaz.
good ball, Siri. One good ball, Siri.
Promoted up the order and he's getting those runs, not letting that pressure to build on Nizakat Khan.
देखिए very fast आने
Look at that gentle push and they go for that couple of runs. They're very slow off the block, Adnan Idris.
come on Sira
9 runs so far. Desperately looking for that
come on Siri good line
breakthrough
Siri
here
अच्छा line
with bowlers.
चाहिए Siri batting in
Understands the importance of singles at this stage, doesn't he? Because he knows early on in the over, the big shot's already been achieved. Cruising to the target is more important for Hong Kong rather than looking flamboyant. Fantastic finish to the over. At the halfway stage, 109 for 3. This was excruciatingly close to the outside edge. It's a good collect by Usman Ghani. 109 for 3.
They were also 88 for 8 and 899. Right? No, not this. They were 111 for 112 or 111 for 9. What happened? Seriously. What happened? They could have got a better chance.
103 for 4 for Kuwait. 109 for 3. Hong Kong ahead by runs and less wickets as well. Still a long way to go, because Kuwait had a big flourish towards the end. Oh, shot. Nizakat is not hanging around now. If it's in the slot, then he is going to deposit it out of the ground.
Clearly, Adnan Idris following his partner. Previous over, the first delivery went for maximum from the blade of Azaz. Now it's time for Nizakat Khan to take advantage of the fuller delivery. Nicely played. 49 to his name of 70 deliveries. Just a single away from the milestone. 115 for 3. Good looking partnership between these two. Here's Bilal Khan.
One good ball.
They haven't used the services of Bilal.
Now that single will eventually be complete. Nizakat reaches the half century. He was tottering at one stage, had to struggle for runs, but he stood there. He stood there and believed in himself. He believed in his team's abilities. Now he's steering them towards a very important victory in this run chase. Still a long way to go, and that's exactly why a milestone which is personal is still attracting subdued celebrations.
Look at Azaz. Just he's so much calm and composed, rotating the strike. Nizakat, the captain, leading from the front. Added responsibility after losing Anshuman Rath and Babar bit early, and he has lost Kinchit Shah as well. Standing tall, Nizakat Khan. Sensible piece of batting, so as they have got that maximum the first delivery, then couple of runs, not at all in a hurry. Now just 156 needed of 24.1 over, making sure that required run rate stays somewhere around 6 runs per over.
The ball's coming out of the hand beautifully for Adnan Idris. 117 for 3.
Come on, boys, quick fast, boys, quick fast, boys. Come on, Siri, come on, Siri. Come on, boys, aega, come on, boys. One good ball, boys, one good ball, boys. Come on, Siri. Come on, Siri, come on, Siri.
This partnership's already moved on to 61 of 75 balls. And again attacking the first ball of the over. Smashing it through extra cover for 4 this time around. Shiraz pitched it up. Azaz is not having any of it.
Come on, boys.
Dismissed with disdain. And just the right time to invite Shamim Chaudhary in the combox. What a shot.
What a beautiful shot. And if you had your doubts as to the batting prowess of Ajaz and the little sort of exchanges I had with Mudassir as to his the idea behind his promotion in the batting order, he has proved everybody wrong. And Nizakat right. I think what he did with the ball maybe left a little to be desired. Now he didn't quite get a hold of that. But with the bat, he's really shown here. Took his time in settling down. Nizakat giving the instructions like, let's put up this partnership because we've lost 3 quick wickets, and Ajaz has responded wonderfully well. Shown a lot of maturity.
Glorious. Every time Shiraz is pitched in the middle stump, he doesn't even have to worry about the flight. He's got that extra bit of height, so the dip is something that follows him.
Indeed, and that is so very essential in maintaining that perfect line that you're talking about. And if you are in line, if you are in length, there is the chance for the ball to go almost to the boundary. Did well to get to it first time round, but allowed the 3rd run to be taken eventually.
Adnan Idris had to cover a lot of ground, running full tilt towards the deep square leg region, but he thought somebody else will clean it up and soon realized, oh, he also had a microphone to jump over.
Come on, Siro, focus करके Siro.
Accuracy is the forte. Shiraz into his 4th over. Tad expensive around the 6 per over mark. Be interesting to see how they negotiate this period of play when the game seems to meander along. There's nobody, none of the sides prepared to take the ascendancy between the 30th, 25th and the 35th overs. As we come to the end of the 27th, it's 125 for 3.
Adnan, how much did? Or you can go
in an interesting match, you would want a head-to-head battle. By that, I mean a real tussle. This game has been going one way and then the other. 272 for 8. At one point in time, didn't look as if the Kuwait were going to get to it, but they have, and they put the runs on the board. It's up to the Hong Kong team, who also started early on. And a similar kind of manner and fashion in which both teams have progressed. But I tell you what, it's anybody's game now.
Orange change. Left arm through.
Mohammad Aslam, if he bowls a couple of overs at this stage, then does he come back at around the 38th, 39th over? Because his 6 overs are going to be crucial from here. And of course, Yasin Patel's remaining overs as well. Nazakat Khan, I think the only thing he had in mind when he walked out to bat and he realized the ball's doing a lot is go back to the basics. The basics were that the coach taught him, play a round of every bowler possible and then gauge the situation. Look at that shot, inside out, difficult to hit.
And the utmost comfort with which he hit it tells you that he's seeing the ball well. He's just lining up nicely the trajectory of the ball. Ijaz has been very refreshing to watch. Solidly behind, smothering the spin. You can see that the reason for that elevation in the batting order, the promotion, was of course because he's got that ability in him. He's got the skill sets. It's pretty much evident in his approach. Seems to have a good temperament too. And reading of the game. Look, eases into that shot and goes across for a single.
Mind you, given the quality of bowling that he has had to face, 36 of 41 deliveries is a tremendous approach to this game. It's a tremendous achievement. He's done exactly what Nizakat wanted in that situation. Someone to counter-attack.
They've been complementing each other very well. Initially, when he came in, you could see Nizakat going across, having a little bit of a few words with him every now and then. And they just seemed to suss out what the opposition was trying to do and negate those with some sensible batting. And it's continued right through this innings. The thing that's shown out for me is the calmness, the approach they've taken. They've never been in a hurry. They've never really taken too many risks.
Very well played by Azaz. 1-2-8 for 3 after 28.
Come on guys, quick fast guys.
Troubles early for Hong Kong. Good recovery. 53 from the skipper, leading from the front. Ejaz, 36.
Come on, Sido.
Pretty quick time. Have not really allowed the bowlers to have the ascendancy. Never looked in control after the early success with the ball. Waiting for things to happen can be a very dangerous mindset for a bowling unit. Cannot afford to rest on your laurels that you've achieved. Gotta get and try and break this partnership as quick as you can.
Come on. Bola Sido.
Aslam's captaincy is now being tested as his proactiveness is being questioned. He's persisting with Shiraz. He believes that if chances are taken against him, it can also attract a wicket-taking opportunity. Couple of runs here. This is good thinking by Nizakat. The way he's paced this innings and built this innings, marvelous to watch.
Really delighted to see this because you've got to take into account the situation the team was in when he came in. He came in early, understandably, but saw those partners of his going back in the pavilion. And the enormous pressure that must have been created at that point in time. Now he's come out of it, he's flourishing. He's played out the percentage of the dot balls early. Now he's getting more flow, more singles and doubles. And so happy to just cut it square of the wicket. And also when you trust your partner, it becomes so important when you're building up a partnership that Ejaz, with the way he's maneuvering his innings, has given that luxury, that comfort to his captain to come back to his natural self.
Absolutely right. And as you say that, he's launched this missile out of here.
What about that? Ejaz is beginning to enjoy himself. That was a superb strike. Just in his zone, got a hold of it, went many a mile, threatening the windows of those houses there.
.137 for 3. It becomes a mini break for the batters and the fielders, as that ball will take some retrieving. I think it'll take a little bit of convincing as well, just like we did in the Gully cricket, that auntie, please give us the ball back. Please, next time it won't be that long a 6.
It has been retrieved. I've just seen it there is a slope just outside this ground, and it went many a mile. It kept on going down that slope. Couple of helpful gentlemen going across and collecting it, and now the ball is being returned. The umpire's going to have a look at it, because in addition to that massive hit, it also went into some rough areas, so that might do some damage to the ball.
The cows were grazing there.
It is the cow corner.
Yeah, true.
Of course.
They don't know that it was made of leather though.
Come on boys, Legend,
Well,
boys, come on boys.
Ejaz has made his intentions pretty clear. And if you just lob the ball, which Shiraj on occasion has done, he's got away with it on occasion, but not that time. Let's see what he has in store next.
No, wants to flight the ball. Azaz wants to flight it even more in the same region. This is getting even bigger. Azaz moves on to 48. And this is counter-attacking batting at its best coming from Hong Kong.
Marvelous, belligerent hitting. Look at that. Sailing, going, gone. Not only over the fence, it's gone into that rough area. There's a very busy policeman doing most of the retrieving there. Can use him as the 12th man outside the ground. It won't matter.
You know that we're going to go to him in the lost and found category anyway. It's better that he finds the cricket ball. He's been kept busier than the fielders in this over.
We were pondering, Suhash, you're just asking off air what the next ball is going to be. I said we sort of anticipate the quicker one. Not to be, he floated another one, asking for trouble. It's very surprised.
And Azaz just obliged.
Why not? A juicy one like that, you don't miss out. Now the pressure on the bowler. Definitely the quicker one. Should have come immediately after that one that went for the first maximum. Over, done, a big over with the bat. 29 done, 143 for 3. The batter's getting used to the bowling of Shiraj and Aslam. Time to make a change. Time to bring in your wicket takers, because they desperately need a breakthrough now. But it's going to be the skipper. Going to carry on. He hasn't got a wicket, but what he's done is maybe kept it generally quiet. Quicker through the air, that arm ball with the round armish delivery, even that is comfortably put away for a single.
It's very difficult to get underneath that ball because of the angle at which Aslam is giving it to you. It's difficult to get the elevation. But can Azaz manage?
That's what Aslam is banking on, really, is that the trajectory of the ball very low at point of release, and whenever it is not perpendicular at point of release, it's the round arm on it's even lower. You're absolutely right. Very difficult to get underneath. All the batter can do is fend it off if it's a good ball. And Aslam, I think, is telling himself, look, I haven't got any wickets, but I'm keeping them relatively quiet. I'm not giving those big runs like we saw in the previous over. And they are paying reasonable respect to my bowling. So why not carry on just like that?
And very quickly getting through the over as well. Suddenly you look up and realize half an over is done and dusted with as a batter.
Yeah, also that can play on your mind. Good point there, because you see 4 dot balls, you say maybe I should get a run, take a few chances. See the initial shimmy down the wicket and definite movement forward to try and get a run, but not quite there. A little bit of a fumble here and there. Second thoughts on run taking, but 5 dot balls. Pressure created.
Now can he close it out well, Aslam, this over?
Boys, come on, boys, come on, boys, let's go, boys.
And I think it's going to be around the off stump. Aslam's having a word with the umpire. That conversation is what has delayed this over.
Come on, Aslam bhai.
And that's given crucial few seconds to Azaz to regroup. But still defends that cricket ball. 144 for 3, a maiden over from Aslam.
Come on, boys, come on, boys.
Just nosing ahead after 30 overs. Kuwait were 112 for 5, 144 for 3. Definite advantage in terms of wickets and runs for Hong Kong. Need of the hour for Kuwait is a wicket. Break the partnership. Required run rate 6.45. Well, within control. And here's maybe the person who can do it for them. Yasin Patel.
Come on, Yasu. 1 wicket, Yasu. 1 good ball, Yasu.
He's had the wicket. He's
boys.
been parsimonious. Hardly given away any runs. 26 dots in his 6 overs. Right on the money straight away.
I think he was listening to you, Aslam, and the only reason that he stopped probably Yasin by 1 more over is because he wanted to give Yasin his favourite end. And Aslam's given nothing away.
That's good. He's created the pressure with that maiden over in the previous over that he bowled. That gives also the bowler at the other end, gives a little bit of a luxury knowing that the batters will not try too many things because he's been accurate so far.
8 deliveries since a run has been scored. Make it 9. And what Nizakat has done is forced Yasin to bowl wicket to wicket, because he shouldered arm to one which was outside off. He showed how innocuous his delivery can be. I mean, these are the mental notes that take this game even deeper. The nuances.
Hello. What's this discussion all about? It's about the batter and his line of bowling. And Aslam saying, don't mind the young man. Gets a little carried away now and then.
While we were describing the action at the striking end, non-strikers end became a little more interesting. I like the fact that Yasin was not getting into an altercation. Yasin was calling his captain and mentioning what he was thinking.
Let the negotiator do the talking. You just stand back, you create the problem and hang back. Let the others take the responsibility.
Reminds me so much of my parent-teacher
Play
meeting.
Aslam bhai.
Just past that fielder, a run after 10 deliveries, and that is priceless from the Kuwaiti perspective. You might not be getting the wickets, but you're ensuring
Come
that
on, boys.
that run getting spree has been checked somewhat. 6.68 the required run rate, still gettable quite comfortably with 7 wickets in hand. You'd fancy your chances as a batting unit.
Opportunity. Why did he have to go with one hand is the bigger question. We will have another look at it very soon. 145 for 3.
Relax, boy. Don't relax, boy.
48 for Ejaz, Nazakat on 58. Interesting last ball of the previous over. Going to try and have a look at that one after the first delivery of this over. Aslam just carrying on into his 7th over. He'll be hoping he can replicate that maiden he bowled in his last over. Nicely into the shot for a single. Yeah, last ball of the previous over. Was that an opportunity for a catch there? Thought from the reaction of the bowler, yeah, could have been, because no buys were signaled. A definite edge and an opportunity to carry on with this over. That's back live. Thinking of a run, quickly sent back. It's all happening in quick time here, isn't it?
Again, the question remains, why did he have to go with one hand? As this was half an opportunity at the non-strikers end. No, he had made it. Aslam was suggesting, give me a bit of time to be there for collecting. Azaz has moved on to 49. Nazakat's played a very different kind of an innings.
Essence of a good batter is to adjust to conditions, adjust to requirements. When he sees partners falling like 9 pins from the other end, he just gathers his composure, gets down to the nitty-gritty of a defensive mode, rebuild your innings. Once in a while the loose ball is going to come along, and then you get a partner like Ejaz, promoted in the batting order, and who delivers, who gives that support to you, and then you start flourishing.
Brilliantly put. Shamim, and sometimes when you lose wickets in a crunch game like this, do you really want your goody two shoes to come in and weather the storm, or you want somebody who can counter-attack? Off late with the T20 era in which we live. 32 overs gone, 147 for 3. We'll keep the chat alive.
on, boys. Come on, boys.
We've got a match on our hands, that's for sure. 147 for 3 after 32 with 18 to go. Run rate 4.59. Two batters were looking pretty solid in the middle. Nizakat came in and lost partners early, then found Saka with that support from HRs. Came in
Come on, Yassi.
with
Come on, boys.
a purpose of getting a move on. So you're just asking the question, would you bring in depends on the situation of the game. If we bring in another batter from the other end who'd play the more orthodox defensive mode,
Come on, Yasu.
so that would not really complement the approach of Nizakat. So Ajaz has been the perfect partner, to say the least. Oops, a little bit of a tumble, but recovers quickly enough. Another little period of play where they've got to regroup. Sorry to sound like a broken record, but it is that time after the drinks break. And Nizakat and Ajaz, after doing all the hard work, really needs to refocus. That could be close, and that is it. It has happened once again. This is unbelievable. Oh my goodness. How many times does a lightning strike at the same place at the same time? Uncannily, it's happened again.
Don't know about the lightning, but Yasin can continue to bowl at the same pace, at the same place as well. Bad first and then bat, says the umpire. Up went the finger, and the wicket that matters the most has come by. On the cusp of what would have been a very interesting half century in a fight back. Mohammad Azaz departs for 49. The partnership is broken, and Yasin has picked up a wicket.
Quick fast, guys. Quick fast, guys. आजा आजा बिल्ला बैट्समैन चला गया आजा Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Linto. ऐसा एक स्लिप ले ले हाँ पाजी पीछे पीछे Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
Nizakat has lost his partner.
One
A
more
partnership
wicket,
that
boys. One more
had
wicket, boys.
flourished,
Yasu, one good boy,
that
Yasu.
has promised a lot, has been broken. Ajaz just shy of that 50 mark. Immediately after the drinks break, just got that pad in front in line. To the thinking of the umpire,
Yassi, come on, Yassi.
pretty much in front. Yasim Murtaza, a left-handed batter. Now,
Come on, Yasu. Come on, Yasu.
how do they go about it? Interestingly poised, to say the least. Oh no, that's too far out. That's in too much of a hope.
You take the 3 stumps of the non-strikers and put it alongside and still be missing all 6. That's a big stride forward.
Yeah, I think we're getting carried away. Exuberance of youth.
You look at Aslam and say that.
Lena,
He's gonna be shy after this.
Bowling yan, okay.
But what a comeback. You needed, we were mentioning the fact that they desperately needed to break this partnership. It was looking so very threatening. Now they've gone for a check here. That's interesting. Run out check coming up. We thought that made it easy, but not to be. Maybe he could scamper back, didn't reach his ground. It's worth a check.
Nizakat is more concerned than Yasim Murtaza at this stage. Yasim has plonked his bat. I think Usman was looking at the foot and not the bat.
You gotta look at the bat first. The bat is the one that reaches the crease before the foot does. Nah, I don't think that was called for. Sometimes unnecessarily going for reviews and appeals. Keepers do get carried away at times. Seemed a little casual in sauntering back into his crease. Width of word is lashed onto it. Tumbling stop. This is good. This is what it does to a fielding unit. You get a wicket from out of nowhere and suddenly it lifts your spirits. You suddenly become more agile. You get a spring on your steps.
And then there is a Monk who was at the other end for a long time.
Come on, boys,
Wickets
come
are
on,
falling.
Boys, come on, boys.
The opposition is
One wicket,
buzzing.
boys. One wicket, boys.
The keeper is chirping, but the concentration of Nizakat.
राखेर भाइ पाछा राख्ने ओए होए one ball यार,
Solidly
one ball
defended.
यार. Good work, Yasu. Come on, boys, come on, boys.
Successful over. 148 for 4.
Yasin Patier's 12th over. Now that he's got a wicket, they bowl Yasin again or? Yes. I think no. I think he's got No, if we ask him, whatever he says, it happens.
I asked for him to come in. He's got to get him back on.
You want center? That's covering your center.
7 or 6, correction, 6 bowlers used by Kuwait. Success for Yasin. 2 for 18, 1 for 14. Shahrukh. Maybe he'll be brought into operation soon, but Aslam is happy with his 7 overs. The skipper has kept them quiet. He's bowled a maiden over, and suddenly the tide has turned. Very, very nicely poised. This is the beauty of cricket. You suddenly feel that it's just going in favor of one side. The whole thing turns around on its head. To talk about that, we've got Mudassir Ali in the comm box. Welcome.
Thank you, Shamim. An interesting phase. This encounter, Hong Kong versus Kuwait, 148 for 4. After the drinks break, they have lost. Azaz, who was looking good, just missed his half century. Now it's Yasin Murtaza joining Nizakat Khan. Played for Pakistan under 19. Yasin Murtaza, the left-hand batter. And it's Adnan Idris, the leg break.
Under normal circumstances, Yasin would come in before Ejaz. It's just the scenario of the game, requirement of Ejaz to come in and get a few quick runs. It worked for them. He got 49, built up that great partnership with his captain. And Yasin, no mug with the bat. I understand he sometimes opens the innings. So you can expect him to be a little more calculative, a little more patient in his approach. And that's what they need, because from the other side, Nizakat is in full flow now.
Absolutely, and he has that experience bowling the off break to the left-hand batter, Adnan Idris, bowling from wide of the crease.
The turn is still being achieved. It's not easy from that angle. He's coming around from the edge of the crease. He's almost cutting the crease there. You know, if the umpire has a close look at that, he might be caught with a no ball. It's just cutting the crease. But he's accentuating the angle. Despite that, he's getting the turn away.
Left-hand batter was expecting it to come into him.
Dani, one good ball, Dani. One good ball, Dani.
Now it's up to this man, Nizakat Khan, on screen, the captain, the leader. Have lost the way, but now he's showing them the way. He knows where exactly his team wants to go. They want to go into the semi-final of this tournament. Nizakat Khan, very watchful, not at all in a hurry. Talking about Yasin Murtaza, he has 100 to his name in list and 850s. He can bat, but it's completely different scenario now. He bats top of the order. Team is under pressure a bit. Nizakat on strike.
But you'd think when the team are under pressure, Mudassir, that you'd want someone like Yasin to come in and be sensible in his approach. So shot selection would be the thing he'll be going for. The 150 comes up for Hong Kong at the end of the 34th
Come on,
over.
boys. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Need to one wicket, boys. Need to one wicket, boys. Right here. Need to. Yes, Dani. Dani. Yasu, come here. Dani.
That's worth a look. First 50 coming in 78, the second one. 10 balls quicker, the third one. With more pressure on the accelerator, coming 10 balls quicker. 78, 68, 58. Not often that you see that uniformity in the way they've just stepped on the gas. Steady pressure on the accelerator. No sudden moves, either braking or speeding.
Absolutely, and as a Kuwaiti supporter, you don't want that 450 to come in the 48 deliveries.
That's a good point. They want to, even if it does, they want about 3 wickets alongside it.
Just an over for Yasin Patel of the drinks break. It's now Captain Aslam. 7 overs, 26 runs before the delivery. Looking for that first wicket. He needs this wicket badly.
Big one, catcher is the call. There's a fielder lining up, and he's got it in the deep. Getting a little frustrated, Nizaka trying to take on the opposing captain. This is Muhib has taken a simple catch. It was hit pretty hard. There was a lot of elevation, but not the distance required.
It looks simple, but ask Munib. It's not so simple as it looks. He was under pressure, got excited. Goes the cap. Jubilant now. The captain strikes at the right time. Nizakat. He was a bit under pressure after losing. Ezaz, just 60 to his name of 97 deliveries. A big, big wicket. Couple of maximum and a 4. An excellent delivery, offering some flight. It was grabbed. It's 150 for the loss of 5.
Suddenly,
the
tide has turned again. Nizakat was been so very patient right through his innings of 97 balls for 60 runs. Suddenly a rush of blood against a bowler who's been very accurate. In his 8th over, the opposing captain just giving away 26 runs. The new batter in Jisan Ali, the keeper, is going to join a partner. So 2 new batters in the middle. Yasim is just for 7 deliveries. But all credit to Aslam for enticing his opposing captain to go for that big shot and holding out into the deep to Mohib. Took a well-judged catch. Width of word, and he's fleeced that through with his cover in the deep.
Come on, boys.
Lapse of concentration of the drinks breaks. We have seen Ezaz and Nizakat Khan, both the set batters back in the dugout. Now it's Yasim Murtaza and Zishan Ali, the wicketkeeper batter, just joining Yasim off the mark with a single.
Oh, this is going to be a tough times now. Aslam suddenly more attacking. Is a little more. Is happy with being a little defensive, and accurate bowling, containment of the batters seemed to be his target. But after getting that wicket, you can see the definite change of interest in him. He's trying to mix the deliveries, trying to get another wicket.
Come on, boys. Lazy boys. Come on, guys. Shabash Lambai, Shabash
Lambai. At one stage, Nizakat and Ezaz looked like they were taking that game away from them. But that drinks break working for them, working for Kuwait. Very watchful Zishan Ali. An excellent, successful over comes to an end by Captain Aslam. Wicket to his name in this over is 152 for the loss of 5. 35 gone.
the sky reflecting the situation of Hong Kong at the moment. It's not very bright. They're really looking to resurrect their innings, which has faltered in the last 2 or 3 overs. And the one just kept on going away. Idris, very impressed. Look from where he's bowling. And he gets that ball to turn away from the left-hander. Backs away, gets a bit of bat on that. Does quite a bit of bat, but finds the fielder.
When it's your day, then things turns to go in your favor. Couple of wickets, then look at the turn. Idris is getting very watchful, getting that inside edge. Yasim Murtaza. Now that required run rate climbing up, it's now above 8 runs per over.
You saw how the keeper went chasing after that ball. This is good. He virtually went to a square leg position, deepish square leg position. And that tells you the urgency, the spirit they have after coming back, when they looked as if that Hong Kong were in absolute control. 2 quick wickets, spring back in their steps. They're cheering up each other, they're shouting at each other. And it's good to see the spirit rekindled. Bang! Out of here! For Hong Kong, that's what the doctor ordered.
Just trying to be a bit greedy here. Adnan, Idris giving that flight, that room, that width, and full advantage taken by the batter. The new batter, Zishan Ali, getting a boundary.
They will take the time in settling down. Yasim has got 4 of 12. Seems a little more worried in terms of getting the right part of the bat on ball. Zishan Ali, well, he's the partner you'd expect to take the attack to the bowlers. That little discussion, telling each other, we've got another partnership going if we're going to reach that target. Seeming a little distant now, 116 runs of 86 balls. Oh, inducing the outside part of the bat. Little tentative on that.
Brave enough yet again to flight the delivery. This time very watchful. 116 needed of 85 balls.
Respect. Yes. Good delivery. You play a dead bat to it. 36 done. 157 for 5.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Kick fast, boys. Kick fast, boys. Lefty. Nicho. Come on, Aslam bhai. Come on, Aslam bhai. Ravi. Aslam bhai. Keep back here. Ravi.
Now that's what's transpired so far. Kuwait starting off slowly, but fabulous recovery. Ibrahim 50 of 48, and the foundation laid there. Shiraj and Idris also chipping in. 272 is what they ended up with. Tucks it away. Take the first run quickly. Non-striker sending back the striker. Who is at the non-striker end?
Come on, boys.
So they need this rotation of strike till they get the big strokes coming along.
The hard time is the minnows. Kuwait trying to cut hard away from the ball, and the dot delivery, and associate cricket at its best, Shamim. Associate cricket is at its best.
Absolutely. I think you can some of the cricket we've seen here is more than associate cricket. We've seen some quality cricket on occasions, and they can be very proud. All the teams that have participated in the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023, it's been a good event. It's been a learning curve, and it's something that they can really think back on, be proud of. The organization, the support from the local board, the Nepal Cricket Board, Cricket Association of Nepal can, and of course the ACC joining hands in this fabulous tournament here.
Leho, Albo, Shabash. Come on, boys, come on, boys.
Now he's looking much better bowler after that wicket of Nizakat Khan, the
boys,
captain,
come on,
Mohammad
boys.
Aslam. It's just a matter of time. Zishan Ali has been patiently playing those deliveries. Need a boundary, quicker delivery, play straight towards the bowler. Now it's becoming difficult.
What a change in his bowling. He was so happy to bowl a regular kind of delivery when Nizakat was there. Once he's gone out, he's zipping them through, he's floating them over. Look at it. That's the floater. What a nice mix. What confidence you get when you get an important wicket. 9 from Aslam completed. He's got 1 for 30. It's 159 for 5. It's been a match when it has ebbed and flowed. The pendulum swung in favor of Hong Kong. 4 or 5 overs back. They were leading by a few runs, lost lesser wickets, but look at where they are now. Swung back in favor of Kuwait. Backs away, couldn't find the gap just between those two fielders.
As a bowling team, you just need to concentrate on those dot deliveries. Let the batters make a mistake. Keep it tight. Trying too hard to cut. Yasim Murtuza.
It's difficult with that tag he has of being an opening batsman to try and get a move on, particularly when the bowlers are being so very accurate in terms of lines and lengths. You'd expect Zishan Ali to really go after the bowling, but both there's a 6 of 15 for Yasin, 5 of 10 for Zishan. Have to throw caution to the wind. They have to take a few risks here. But that accuracy once again does not allow them that luxury.
Different mindset these players have. The wicket-keeper Ibrahim is an opener of Kuwait. He has been pushed down the order and went out to get at 50. Rescued his team. Can Yasim Murtuza repeat the feat the wicket-keeper Ibrahim did in the first innings?
Just a hint of width, once again missing out. Just trying to hit it too hard and not really getting the angle right. If you play horizontal bat shots, you want to ensure that the angle, opening of the face, the bat is right. Another single, but the singles are not going to do it for Hong Kong.
38 gone, 162 for the loss of 5.
Come on boys, quick change boys. Paji.
It's getting tougher and tougher for Hong Kong. We need 111 runs from 72 legal deliveries, almost 9 and over. And if you don't get a move on right now, you're going to run out of time. This is what the bowlers will be hoping that they'll go, and they've gone. It's up in the air, and it's then along the ground. It seemed to be in there. I was looking up, and then I see that it hasn't made the adequate contact, and it's gone along the ground, surprisingly.
The way he came down the track, it looked like it was played in the air, but nicely bowled yet again by Captain Aslam. Zishan Ali on strike. Sort of a single, but no chance of that, keeping things tight. Mohammad Aslam into his last over.
And he needs his fielders to be alert. and on their toes. Got to keep that pressure going constantly. Oh, this is good bowling. Simple accuracy. But don't be surprised if it tempts the batter with a flighted delivery. Let's wait and see if he does. No, much quicker, even quicker than the last one. In the process, it loses the line. It's a wide down leg.
And just lucky enough for Aslam that the batter did not got that wood on the ball. And a nice collection behind the stumps by Ibrahim.
Oh, no, that's going down leg. Yeah, he knew straight away. A wry smile on his face. He went up for the appeal. Said, sorry, umpire. Didn't really want to do that. Got a little carried away.
Straight away, he knows, just going down the leg. There was an edge. There was an edge. No slip in position. Yet again, the keeper drops.
It went very quickly. We've seen well, it wasn't an edge according to the umpire. So can't blame the keeper. Missed everything. Missed the bat. Missed the keeper. Went for a bye. But now, the pressure is building. You can see Yasim 8 of 18 on strike. Can't afford to hang around. You've got to take a few risks here. Goes down the wicket. Gets quite a bit of bat on that one. It's sailing away. This is a superb strike for the maximum.
Waited and waited. At last, a maximum from the blade of Yasim Murtuza. This time connects well over the deep mid wicket. Goes Yasim Murtuza. Much needed maximum. Ends the over with a flourish here. Yasim Murtuza is 171 for the loss of 5. 39 gone.
There are lots of different kinds of stats being kept here. I'd like to know how many balls have been changed in this match so far, because they've gone many a mile, and we've seen that happen often when ball is not found. Someone keeping count on how many balls were used?
And the change in the ball, will it help the batters or the bowlers?
Definitely the batters. Definitely would be a harder ball. You can never replace a ball with the exact type of the ball that has been lost, because that had come for some belting. That had come and had some abrasive services and the outfield to go over. So you try to get the nearest to that ball that's being lost.
No, you go there. No, better. Block this one.
But then again, some bowlers fancy harder balls, get a little bit of extra bounce of the track, maybe a prouder seam. We'll get it to seam away if it's a pace bowler. So it can work both ways.
So mid off in the circle for Yasim Murtuza. Keeping it so simple, Adnan Idris against Murtuza. Not giving flight, pulling that away from the left-hand batter.
Which bowler will be brave enough to give the ball some air? Invite the batter. Have a go. No, quick is the way to go. It's paid off. It's not allowing them to free their arms. We saw also in the previous over by the skipper when he's just zipping the balls through. Same sort of approach by Idris.
Backed offside field for Yasim Murtuza. Coming down the track, yet again finds the boundary. This time against Adnan Idris, using the feet. Yasim Murtuza.
That's a good shot. That is definitely a proper cricketing shot. Just stood his ground, allowed the ball to come to him. It was on the half volley and one bounce into the side screens there. Straight one. Proper cricketing shot. Some hope now. Backs away. Good fielding. You will get one or two. You need one or two big hits to give you a semblance of a chance. Still 97 of 61 balls. A tough ask for Hong Kong. Oh, just evading the bat there. Finishes with a good delivery, does Idris. It's 176 for 5 after 40.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Dane. पीछे हो जा अभी. Mid. Aslam bhai.
This game, such a crucial one for both the teams. Winner gets to play in the semi-finals, has had its twists and turns right from the word go. Trouble early for Kuwait, then they escaped that to some gritty batting, and then also a similar kind of scenario for Hong Kong when they started off badly. But the skipper really resolute in defense, flourishing in attack, came back strongly with some good partnerships. But now those top batters have gone back into the hat. Bowlers in the ascendancy. Not quite happy with that release point. And that's if you're not comfortable with your release, just abort and go again. It's the sensible way of doing it. And it's close. Oh, hands on head. I thought that arm ball kept on going towards the stumps there. Did it get a bit of bat? Suspect that's the only thing that could have saved him. Oh no.
Clearly there was no bat involved. Umpire has some other thought it was going down the leg. Back-to-back dot deliveries. Can they create a history here, Kuwait? Playing for the first time in 50 overs format. Can they make it into the semi-finals by defeating Hong Kong? Dancing down the track. Not in line. Pressure. It's all about the pressure building up.
Absolutely. He's lucky. He got some part of the bat, some part of the pad that deflected the ball away. Otherwise, it would have gone to the keeper and have taken it. Thank you very much. Off you go. Didn't happen. Extra pressure, as you said. Mudassir was making the batters take a few risks.
You cannot expect the boundaries to come from one end, that is from the end of Yasim Murtuza. Zishan Ali has been kept quiet, 8 of 21 deliveries. This team of Kuwait reminds me of the great 96 Sri Lanka team and the 2007 Bangladesh team. Both the teams never given a chance before the tournament. Can Kuwait pull something special here against Hong Kong?
Chopped it away. Again finding the fielder. 96 needed of 55 balls now. He goes high. The ball sailing away. He's got made good contact and it's made it over the top for another maximum.
Wind helping Yasim Murtuza to get a maximum, a much needed maximum on the last delivery, targeting that mid-wicket area against Yasin Patel. Yet again finds a maximum. Yasim Murtuza. It's 183 for the loss of 5, 41 gone.
Hello, we've got a special visitor looking for some warms here. Not interested in the cricket for the moment, but it is interesting cricket going on in the middle. And he has a swipe at that one. But I can understand the approach. That's the only way to go now. They're still needing 90 runs, and you think that every other delivery they've got to just take a few chances, try and innovate. Something that I've not really spotted are the scoop shots, the reverse sweeps that have been attempted. Not too many innovative shots from the Hong Kong batters. Well, it's easy going down the wicket and clouding a full toss ball over the top. I can't afford to give them freebies. Tell you what, don't take your eyes away. This is turning out to be quite a humdinger of a match here.
This time it's turn for Zishan Ali to go big against Adnan Idris. 84 needed of 52 balls. On the back foot goes Zishan Ali. Ball racing towards the fence. Comes in. The fielder dive by Meet. Couple of runs. Now the runs are flowing.
The slog overs are on. The runs are flowing, as you said. A bit of air given, bit of temptation. It took him on, and good fielding in the deep. Got his body behind the line of the wall. That is so very important, that if you miss with your hands, you ensure that you've got your body behind the line. Definitely saved a couple of runs. Every run so very precious. Required run rate 9.65.
Again on the back foot. Time towards the fielder for this over. It was almost 10 runs needed per over. They have got 10 in 4 deliveries.
Hong Kong not giving up the chase. It's good to see Yasim and Zishan blending together, forming a partnership. Good ball. You need good balls like that. So the batters will now be a little more proactive, a little more adventurous. Can go either way. Do not bowl short pitch deliveries. It's a lucky thing that it went to the fielder. Must have stung, must have hurt him a little bit there. Over has been completed. After 42, it's 193 for 5.
$193 for 5. Yasim still keeping the hopes alive. Zishan's quite content feeding the strike to Yasim. Kuwait at this stage were 193 for 6. And then they got the flourish towards the end thanks to Munib Bilal. Who's going to be the Munib for Hong Kong? Who's going to be the Bilal? Bilal not 100% on the field after this dive. Oh, it looks like he's hurt his knee. Still, while writhing in pain, getting rid of the ball first. Immediately Thiru, the physio, in action. Hopefully a bit of icing and he's all right. Kuwait. Well, the way this tournament has gone for them, what a story it's been.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Zero. Aslam bhai. Come on, Yasi.
Yasin Patel is generating half opportunities now, and it's the last 5 balls that Yasin Patel has to create any sort of impact on this game. That's in the air, but will land safely. Syed Munib has been asked to be as straight a long off as possible. Yasin Patel loves it when a batter is coming after him. That's when he generates more opportunities. And Yasin threw the bat at it. Not good enough connection. Munib, the way he collected it very nonchalantly, has to be careful. Did not put his body behind. So many times we've seen the ball skid away for 4. 10.3 now, the required rate. It's climbing. Zishan Ali has been feeding the strike to Yasin, but I just get a feeling the game's getting into a zone where Hong Kong, China need to hit from both sides. Both the batters have to go for the big shots.
Zishan Ali got that max in the previous over. Cuts hard, finds the boundary. Perfect timing, excellent placement, fetches the boundary. Much needed boundary from the blade of Zishan Ali.
What a shot. Wasn't very short either, but he was able to squeeze that in the gap. Zishan Ali. And this is what we were talking about. You need attacking from both ends. This is beautiful. They are keeping them alive, Zishan and Yasin Murtaza. Hong Kong are well and alive in this run chase, and hence this tournament. 75 or 45, anything can happen.
Again, Yasin Patel stopping before delivering the ball. They need 9 runs. In every over, they have got 5 in 3 deliveries. 3 more deliveries left in this over. Yasin to Zishan. Swept finds the fielder.
This Yasin conversation that happened to the non-strikers, and I would really like to be a fly on the wall there.
This is the second time he stopped before delivering the ball, and it was Yasin Murtaza. Poor effort by Shahrukh Quddus. 6 runs of 5 deliveries. Can he end the over without conceding a boundary or a maximum? It's Yasin Murtaza. He loves to go after the left-arm orthodox bowlers. He will target to go big over the deep mid-wicket. Bit under pressure. Yasin Patel. This will be his last delivery of this match.
Oh, that's a terrific shot, and it will yield 4 runs. The counter-attack from Yasin continues. As Yasin suddenly realized he's leaked not 1 but 2 boundaries in the last 3 balls. What a fight back as Hong Kong reached the 200 mark as well.
Using the feet and targeting that area, the cow corner. 43 gone, 203 for the loss of 5. .42 balls, 70 needed, 10 runs per over. Adnan Idris continues on the back foot, goes the batter. It's the first time Kuwait are participating in Asia Cup qualifier 50-over format. Though they have played the T20 format, completely different game. A win and they can book their place in the semi-final. Goes for the reverse shot, chooses the wrong end. Munib, much needed run, much needed strike rotation for Hong Kong.
This is where 69 of 40 in a T20 era with 5 wickets in hand. Hong Kong will fancy their chances with 2 set batters out there as well. This is a crucial period of play, and this is where the seniors of Kuwait, their cricket awareness would be tested. Their ability to hold the nerve and permit that calmness to the youngsters, that will be tested. That wasn't a leg spin. I think he was bowling off spin there. Adnan Idris. Adnan Idris is becoming Adnan Idris is becoming Aqib Ilyas. Superb stop. It's the captain again.
Becoming closer and closer. Nicely bowled. He knows he's very strong towards the mid-wicket region, keeping it simple, sticking to that off-stump line. It's Zishan Ali on strike. You offer him the flight, he will take you on a ride. Zishan Ali already got a maximum under 4 against Adnan Idris. 37 balls, 68 needed. They need a wicket. Nicely bowled. Just pulling his length back, Adnan Idris, after watching the batsman stepping down. So far, a decent over.
206 for 5.
सर ये लक्ष्य ठीक है इधर ठीक है थैंक यू
Shahrukh Kudus. He's picked up a wicket. Economy unreal. 2.8. Comes back to bowl the second spell at a crucial time. 67 runs of 36 balls. Zishan Ali is out there along with Yasim. The good news for Hong Kong is that both of them are striking the ball really well. Zishan Ali will face Shahrukh. Remember, someone so flexible to bat up top as well. Usually bats in the top order. For the development team, he scored a century as well. Today, can he replicate some form? That's gone on the air. This should be taken. Oh, it's a catch. It's changed things completely. Shahrukh has been brought back into the attack and has picked up Zishan Ali. There is so much experience walking back as Shahrukh has produced the magic delivery.
Strikes the fast bowler on his very first delivery of this over. They have that deep square leg inside the 30-yard circle, the fine leg inside the 30-yard circle, trying to clear them and got the glove. An excellent catch taken this time. No mistake by Ibrahim behind the stumps. Zishan Ali, 24 to his name. Couple of boundaries and a maximum. In deep, deep trouble. Hong Kong 206 for the loss of 6.
.206 for 6. And a good delivery from Shahrukh Kudus. So what a comeback by this man, Shahrukh Kudus. He's grown from strength to strength ever since this tournament started.
8 overs, 80 was needed. Last 2 overs they pull the things back, bowling those tight lines. And Shahrukh Khuddus strikes at the right time. Now 67 needed of 34 balls. It's becoming a bit tougher for Hong Kong. The key is Yasim Murtuza. He's still out there in the middle. He has that experience. 31 to his name. They need wickets from the other end as well. Forget about Yasim Murtuza. Just target Harun Arshad.
Will only get a single. Shahrukh Khuddus.
Come on, Clinton.
They are getting excited. Look at the throw coming from the third man region. Pulling the short deliveries on target. Was not in control. Harun. 3 balls, a wicket and a single run has been conceded so far in this over. It's danger man Yasim Murtuza on strike. He loves to target the deep mid-wicket area. Don't bowl him short. Anything on leg, it will be out of the park.
Absolutely right. While Zishan was there, his partner at the Pakistan club back in Hong Kong, he was feeling at ease now. Yasim, he's got to finish it off on its own. Harun can help, of course. He's a very well-known all-rounder. He's played many an innings of importance for the little Saiwan club back in Hong Kong. He's no mug with the bat. This can be an exciting contest even now. But Yasim needs to find the middle of the bat a little more.
He's not fully fit, Shahrukh, before this game. Shahrukh Khuddus. But they don't have much options in the fast bowling lineup. Playing for his team, playing for his teammates. Shahrukh Khuddus feeling that pain, but delivering for his team. Couple of wickets to his name. Into his 6th over. Full toss. Not in control. Wanted to play towards the deep mid-wicket. Got to the other end. Towards the deep extra cover.
65 of 31. No, I wanted to hit it elsewhere. Not getting the intended result as well. It wasn't a very low full toss, it was a high full toss. So for Yasim, that must be a ball that he should put away. Low full tosses are a little difficult to hit, especially during the death. Harun. Where is he targeting? Very strong over the leg side. Attempt was to do the same, but not getting it from the middle of the bat. Parvinder refrains from getting that throw in. What an over from Shahrukh Khuddus. Just 3 runs of it and a wicket. 209 for 6.
That is your center.
Oh well, so close, oh well. There was once a very nanosecond that we need to go back to, where neither the batter nor the keeper knew where the ball was. Harun running. Slapped it straight down the ground. That's 4. That's his strength. Harun can strike the ball. Not even for a second think that this game's over. Is there another twist in the tail?
Targeting the safest place. Harun goes straight over the bowler. Much needed boundary. Flight offered. And well punished by Harun. This is much better. Take the single and get Yasim Murtuza back on strike.
then that'll force Idris to bowl off spin.
He has that experience as a class player, Yasin Murtaza. He knows how to get those boundaries against off-break bowlers. Coming down the track, goes big and clears handsomely. Down the track comes Haroon, finds that maximum.
2 sixers within a span of 4 balls. That's exactly what Hong Kong desired. 54 or 26. This is game on as Haroon strikes it big. All that talk about picking up a single, putting Yasim on strike. He seems to do the job as well. Yasim's quite content. And look at it travel the distance so easily. That'll please the crowd too. That's the area that they have got for themselves. And the crowd builds up. And 3 is very expensive. 52 without a wicket. All will be forgotten if he can get these 2 deliveries in the right areas. And Haroon's looking for the maximum again. Does he go straight down the ground? His adjustment factor is brilliant, Haroon's. This one turning away.
Why can't he bowl off break to a right-hand batter? Bowl those quicker deliveries, keep it on the off stump. Now he is under pressure. Rare occasion we have seen Adnan Idris give away that extra run. Now 53 needed. Can he find a couple of more boundaries?
One thing I know about Adnan is that he always tries to bowl it full. Oh, that's another big one. Has it been cleared? No. What a catch. What a catch it is under pressure. I think it's Meet Bowser will get you the clarification in just a moment. Whoever it was terrific. Boundary awareness at its best. Meet Bowser indeed.
He's everywhere, Suhas. Beat point, short leg, silly point. And look at that effort. Incredible.
All those hours spent in learning about balance. It's a boundary check. Meet, while he took the catch, was very wary, trying to shrink himself if possible, as he balances on one leg to complete what seems to be the most important catch in this juncture.
Still waiting for the confirmation, but now I understand what is why it is needed yo-yo test in cricket. There's a balancing act, and he did well to keep the ball in the play. Excellent catch taken by Meet Bhavsar. Still waiting for the confirmation from the TV umpire, but he knows that he got his man. Going for boundary, a maximum, and a wide delivery by Adnan Idris. It was in the slot. The wind helping the Kuwait bowler, and what an extraordinary catch taken in the deep by Meet Bhavsar. Just want to make it show had he got the man. Yes, the decision has been made. That's the end of Haroon. One more wicket goes down. Adnan strikes at the right time. Excellent catch. It was Meet Bhavsar.
What a brave move by Adnan Idris to bowl it, pitch it up. Something we predicted as well. After being hit away for 2 sixes, Haroon Arshad departs. Perhaps a 6 and a 4. 20 for 7.
Hey, Aslam. Shahrukh. Sunny bhai.
Last ball. This was Haroon's wicket. What a catch this is. What a catch. Incredible take under pressure, maintaining the balance. Meet Bhavsar,
One more to go.
you've done your country proud once again. Clinging onto it under pressure. And there is a man, I think, in Kuwait named Asif, who's smiling from year to year, who trains him on red, ensures that Meet Bhavsar is fit and fine. 46 overs to 20 for 7.
Come on, Shahrukh. Aslam bhai, wait. 3 on side.
46 overs, 220 for 7. After the game, please do me a favor, Suhas, give me the number of Asif. I do need a fitness trainer. Goes towards the long off in the meanwhile. Coming back to the ground. Look at that running between the wickets by Ahsan and Yasim Murtuza.
Chose the wrong end to throw.
Come on, Siro.
Chose the wrong end to throw for 2 reasons. One is Yasim started off a little late, and the other, he's got the tired legs compared to Ahsan.
Fresh legs and excellent running by Ahsan Khan. 2 outstanding catches we have seen in the first inning. It was Nizakat Khan. Now Meet Bhavsar taking that blinder in the deep. Keeping it simple. It won't hurt Kuwait. Can they make a history here at ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 Nepal? This is the first time they are participating in Asia Cup qualifier in 50-over format. They need a win to go through into the semi-final. This is the last day of the league stage and the last match, and the entertainment continues.
What a game of cricket we've had thus far. 50 required of 22. Ahsan can swing the bat. Shah Rukh on top. 1 for the over, says the umpire.
Yes, he can swing the bat, but no connection. Requesting the umpire to give that, call it a wide. He's putting it all here, putting that extra effort, not fully fit. Shahrukh Khuddus, but hitting the deck hard, bending the back, bowling those short deliveries. Better, much better delivery after that short delivery. Back-to-back dot deliveries by Shahrukh Khuddus.
Now, what would the conversation be about? The length is getting a little predictable, so Shah Rukh might need to change that. Perhaps go for a Yorker if he's going to back himself. With figures of 2 for 20, he can. And Ahsan, make no mistake, has played those crucial cameos when Little Saiwan Cricket Club required them in Hong Kong. But can he do that under pressure today again? That's not for the best part of the bat. And will land safely as well, but the second run is on. Trouble, trouble, looks very troublesome. Decision pending, but celebrations have begun in the Kuwait camp.
Short delivery yet again working in their favor. And this time going for that second run. Not even in frame, an easy work for the wicket keeper. Disappointed, he should not have gone for that second. Yasim Murtuza, he should have kept the strike, but it was Ahsan coming back for the second run. Excellent throw coming from the deep. Number 8 goes back in the hut. 224 for the loss of 8, 46.5.
Stop, please.
I think before the toss, no one gave them the chance. Kuwait up against Hong Kong. Everyone thought it will be an easy cakewalk for Hong Kong, but they need 49 of 19. Welcomes with a short bouncer. Ayush Shukla. Excellent over comes to an end by Shahrukh Khuddus. 47 gone, 224 for the loss of 8.
Ball coming right to Brown.
Munib hasn't been amongst the wickets yet. Oh, it's a crucial over. This 49 of 18 balls. Munib hasn't had his best of days. He's giving away runs at 6 and over. This could be an interesting battle. And who do Hong Kong have in strike? Exactly the person they wanted, Yasim Murtaza. And he connects. Yasim connects, and the ball is never to be seen again. Invites Munib with a 6.
Very strong on the legs. Back of line delivery in the crease. On one leg goes big. Yasim Murtaza to the stands. It's the last hope for Hong Kong. Moves to 41 of 39 deliveries. Still, there's no change in the field placement. Get the third man inside the 30-yard circle.
I was very surprised with that delivery, shorter ball first up, because Muniz is not applying any pace and the ball just sits up and asks to be hit.
Loves to play the pace. Yasim Murtaza. It's time. Yet again targets the deep mid-wicket region. There is a protection. Yasin Patel. Comes the throw. Just a single. Some sigh of relief for Syed Munib. Not learning from his mistakes.
Now Shukla. Perhaps Munib can breathe easy because Shukla is a new man in. And got a wake-up call. The first ball from Shahrukh Khuddus. Don't go anywhere. 42 of 16, very much possible. Hong Kong have chased this down before in the T20 format. And they're up against a side whom they've seen too much of recently as well, when they called them home for a tour with featuring Malaysia as well, a side that featured in this tournament. Munib versus Shukla. And a glorious delivery. Outside off, the ball doesn't do much, but it deviates a little bit.
Bit upset. Yasim Murtaza, the other end. He gave some advice to Ayush Shukla before this ball. Was upset. Was unable to connect the wood on the ball. Dot delivery. It's like a gold dust. Syed Munib. Wicketless. Can he get a wicket here? Ayush Shukla on strike.
Once again, very accurate. Doesn't throw. Aslam has had the bit of drama that he required. The drama quotient is done and dusted with for today. Doesn't want to throw.
"14 balls, 41 needed." It's Yasim Murtaza, the big man on strike. still third man. And the deep square leg inside the circle. The length will be outside the off stump. Nicely bowled. Good comeback in this over by Syed Munib. So far 9 runs, 13 balls, 14 needed. The good news is, off the strike is Yasim Murtuza.
Since he's taking this single, that also tells me that Yasin trusts that Shukla can get this one away for a bigger denomination, because a single is off the cards here as far as I'm concerned, because you want Yasin to face the most of the deliveries left. And off the last ball, if Shukla takes a single, that's another delivery that he might need to face first ball. If he takes a single first ball next over, that's another delivery faced by Shukla. Whereas you can attack the bowler by putting the first ball away. You have Yasin there, you have better chances. It's another dot ball. Munib has been extremely accurate. This over can be decided in 2 phases and discussed in 2 phases. One where Munib was not in control, second where he was oozing control. 233 for 8.
Come on, Shahrukh. Dane. Munib bhai. Munib kahi reho to nahi asta. Munib bhai ne hoga. Board yana kidu. Munib bhai. Dane Ravi. Okay, Munib bhai.
12 balls, so 40 needed. It's the Shah Rukh Quddus in the block hole. And denies that single. Wants to keep the strike. What a comeback by this team, Kuwait. Can they create that history? They have went for runs against UAE, conceding 471 runs, and no one gave them the chance before this game started. Now they're almost there. But it's not over till it's over. 11 balls, 40 needed. A clean strike, Shah Rukh Quddus. That's the end of Yasim Murtuza. With him goes the hopes of Hong Kong. Strikes at the right time, Quddus.
The slower delivery, top for the middle stump. Yasin was through with the shot. You could almost see it, the ball hitting the stumps. That's how slow the delivery was. A runner ball 43 for Yasin Murtuza, who was holding the hopes of Hong Kong, China. As Ghazanfar will walk in, the chances have reduced for Hong Kong to advance in the tournament. What a performance this is from Kuwait. 233 for 9, Hong Kong.
Come on, boys. Finish nahi hua hai, boys. Abhi finish nahi hua hai, boys. Bye.
It's all over, it looks like, for Hong Kong. With the wicket of Yasim Murtuza, last man in. Ghazanfar up against Shah Rukh Quddus. Slower delivery in the block hole. Just a single.
What a good Yorker once again. Shah Rukh is disappointed that the bat came down on time for Ghazanfar. He still got 3 deliveries to make the most of. And this is why Ghazanfar's in the middle. Murtuza going for a big shot, missing it completely. And the top of the middle stump knocked back. Shah Rukh Quddus, the magician pacer. 3 for 22 in the 8 overs that he'll get to bowl in this contest. Marvelous. Pushing through pain for his country. Shah Rukh Quddus. That'll be 2. Or might be more. It's a 4. Shukla's found a boundary finally. But it might be a tad bit late, you never know. 35 of 8.
Finish na UI, guys. Finish na UI, guys.
Mathematically, they're in there, Hong Kong.
Just getting a bit relaxed against the number 10 batter, Ayush Shukla, but finds the gap. Risk comes into play by Ayush Shukla. 35 needed of 8 balls for Hong Kong. They need just a good ball here. Shahrukh Khuddus, can he strikes?
Very surprised by that approach from the batter Shukla. He was ducking even before the ball could even come anywhere near him because it just held its line. He never jacked back in. Sometimes the demons are in the mind. Oh, Shukla. At a time when he needs to find the ropes and beyond, he's let this one go. That delivery was eventually a paper tiger. Oh, good Yorker, one that comes back in. Disappointed Shahrukh because again the bat comes down on time. It's Willow, not Timber Heard. 49 overs gone, 239 for 9. 34 required of the last over for Hong Kong.
Six bowlers. Munib to bowl the last over, final over. Wild swing. 34 needed of 6 balls before this delivery. Now the equation shows 5 balls, 34 needed. What a fairy tale run they're having here, the Kuwait boys. ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023, Nepal participating for the first time in the 50-over format, creating a history. He has been inspirational with the bat and with the ball. Syed Munib wicketless, but bowling those tight line and lengths.
The crossing delivery seems to work, and a dot ball is the best result possible for Kuwait. Perhaps a dot ball that also features a W is the best result, because that will end the stay of Hong Kong. 34 of 4. Munib, keep your front foot in check is what Kuwaitis are telling him. 34 of 4 with Shukla and Ghazanfar. Shukla has found prowess in hitting the ball down the ground, but it's taking the aerial route that can get them anywhere closer. Otherwise, this game's done and dusted. The corridor seems to work for Munib. Another dot ball. 34 of 3. Celebrations would have already begun in Kuwait. Celebrations have begun in the crowd. Munib can score the runs with a bat and come back and bowl such a good over towards the end.
Just getting carried away. In extra, you bowl really well. That extra, you won't hurt Kuwait. 240 for the loss of 9.
That's the difference between Munib and Shahrukh Khuddus. He was attacking the stumps to seal the deal and put an end and start the handshakes. And there is Munib, who's bowling outside off, probably waiting for the edge. 3 dot balls will do though. 3 dot balls will cut the mustard for sure. Kuwait already realized they've got one foot in the semi-final. 33 of 3.
Can he get a wicket here? Just a single. So all over for Hong Kong. 2 balls, 32 needed. What a comeback by this team, Kuwait, in this tournament after conceding 471 runs against a UAE team.
Absolutely right. Kuwait's team, just like a rubber band, the more you stretch, the harder they'll come back. 2 deliveries, 32 required. The writing is on the wall. But Munib seems to be delaying the party for Kuwait.
Keep it simple, ball wicket to wicket. Still good to see that he's bending his back and putting that extra effort. Syed Munib, match winner for Kuwait. He got those quick runs when it mattered the most in the first innings, getting those quick 31 of just 13 deliveries to make sure that they post 272 on board Kuwait.
Nowhere near the middle of the bat. The backup arrives as well. 1 ball, 31 required. Celebrations have already started in Sulebia, Salmiya, everywhere in the Kuwait city too. Munib with a final delivery, after which a full stop would be put to the game and the name Kuwait would be written as the ones who have booked a berth in the semi-final of ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. Last ball. That's connected. But is it good enough? No, it isn't. Hong Kong bundle out as Adnan Idris complete the catch. Well, he does. He completes the catch and Kuwait will roar as they move a step closer towards their dream. What a win, what a comeback by the side. Discarded from the minds of many after the first loss versus UAE. They come back in style and prove to the world they are here to stay. Kuwait move on to the semi-final and Munib finally achieves a wicket.
This match will go down in history of ACC. A big upset, Kuwait defeating Hong Kong in a must-win match. First time participating in 50-over format of Asia Cup qualifier, making it into the semi-final. Hong Kong versus Kuwait. Kuwait winning by 30 runs, creates the history here at Mulpani.
Kudos to the man that you see on screen, Yasin Patel, ably led by Mohammad Aslam, and Adnan Idris completing the catch, providing the runs up top. Given the role as an opener, Meet Bhavsar taking a spectacular catch. Kuwait will look back at this performance and say everyone contributed, the kind of team effort that they required at this juncture of this wonderful tournament. As the handshakes begin, it will slowly sink in that Kuwait have created history and they've moved it an inch closer to what their dream is. And they've done it against a side who've tasted the dream. They've done it against a side who've been there and done that.
Big upset, but they have that will, they have that plan, they have executed well. And looking at the batting card of Hong Kong, captain was standing tall at the top. Nizaka, 60 runs to his name. Rath and Baba were out cheaply. Kinchit Shah making just 13. Then Azaz came in, chipped in with 49 runs, followed by Yasim Murtuza, 43. And some contribution from Zishan Ali of 24. That was not enough for Hong Kong. 19 extras have been conceded by Kuwait. But what matters is they just managed to get 242. And they're allotted 50 overs. And the partnership, they struggled to get those partnership the top of the order, but a brilliant partnership between Nizakat and Azaz made sure they are in the game. Once Azaz departed, then followed him was the captain Nizakat. Yasim and Zishan tried their best with a partnership of 56. Once Zishan was departed, there was nothing much to talk about the partnership. And at the end, they created the history. Kuwait winning by 30 runs against Hong Kong and qualifies for the semi-final. And we just got the confirmation that it would be Nepal taking on Kuwait at TU ground and UAE up against Oman in Mulpani. So 3 teams from the Gulf in this Asia Cup qualifier in Nepal.
Just tells you how Gulf is becoming a hub for wonderful cricket. In Nepal, the home country, is in there as well. Now Yasin, Shahrukh, Munib, Aslam, Shirazi, 3 6 bowlers used, and Shahrukh, the pick of the bowlers. He didn't bowl out, remember. He got 8 overs to make an impact with 27 runs and 3 wickets. Marvellous performance come the big game, a must-win game. And Idris chips in with a wicket too, the important one of Haroon. And Munib and Aslam pick up a wicket each as Yasin Patel, once again, when the batters are looking to not attack him, and walks away with 2 wickets, important ones too. Hong Kong managed 242, and that means Kuwait win by 30 runs and book a berth in the semi-final. Phenomenal this. Yasin Patel created opportunities first half. And today was a different script for Hong Kong as they had to get runs without their engine room. A beauty of a delivery to ensure that Babar Hayat is back in the hut. Thanks to Yasin Patel. And then Munib, whenever he straight down there, it was an easy picking for the batter. Nizakat played an excellent innings today. The direct hit from Shiraz as well, coming at the right time. Kinchit bearing the brunt of it. And a good partnership then continued between Aizaz and the captain Nizakat. But once Aizaz departed, Nizakat did too. It was a brilliant stay for Nizakat actually, the way he constructed the innings, but wasn't good enough under circumstances. Yasin, he was carrying the hopes of the entire nation, depositing balls way into the stands and beyond the ground. But there was only so much that he could do as well. Attacking the leg side more, the mid-wicket region more, before Zishan chipped one. An excellent catch by the keeper, Usman Ghani. And Idris not showing how small a heart it can be for any spinner. He's got a big heart. What a catch it was. To toss it up after being hit away for a 6 and a 4 was marvellous indeed. And Meath did the rest. Middle stump knockback meant full stop to the innings of Yasin. And with him, the hopes departed too. Final delivery, Idris gets the catch. The man who started off for Kuwait with the bat in hand ends it with a catch as well. So the upshot of the game, 272 for 8 for Kuwait after being asked to bat first, after being asked to negotiate the risky 30 minutes with moisture on the wicket. Shiraj walks away with 67 of 95, and the good news for Kuwait is that he's back in form. Ibrahim's half century will not be forgotten as it came in fighting conditions, and Idris's run a ball 45 as well added respectability up top when everyone else was struggling. 3 for 49 for Ehsan, the star he is, he continues to be, but Hong Kong with a bat in hand can only manage 242 come the big day. Nizakat's 60 of 97 was great resistance shown. Aizaz's 49 was comeback at its best. But in the end, it's Kuwait who triumphed. It's Kuwait who giving the lap of honor to the crowd which stayed back to watch them go into the semi-final. This is a big moment for Kuwait. And that's how it changes the points table. Nepal and Oman qualify from Group A. And from Group B, it'll be UAE and Kuwait to go ahead in this tournament and keep the dream alive of playing in the Asia Cup eventually. This is ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023, and we have our 4 semi-finalists. Nepal, Oman, UAE and Kuwait. So Kuwait will take on Nepal, and Oman versus UAE shall be the second semi-final.
It started on April 18th. Till date, everyone was thinking it will be UAE and Hong Kong from Group B, but the last day it was Kuwait. Big upset, winning against Hong Kong with 30 runs margin. Hard working and determination of these lads all started in 2000 for the first time. The Kuwait participating in ACC trophy. It took almost 23 years for them to make it big, make it count big. They sail into the semi-final of 2023 ACC Men's Premier Cup in Nepal. The attitude, the way they played, the boys of Kuwait, making sure they posted the target on board 272, then went on to defend it beautifully. Some excellent piece of bowling. And here we got the confirmation, the big match, semi-final number 2, ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023, UAE taking on Oman. And it will be played here in Mulpani on 29th April. Tomorrow is a rest day, so Saturday we'll be having a semi-final 2 here in Mulpani. They had a great rivalry, UAE and Oman, and it will continue here in Kathmandu in ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. So it means the semi-final number 1 at the other ground at TU, it will be played between Kuwait and Nepal. And looking at the match summary, batting first, Kuwait posted 272. That gave them the hope that they can beat this mighty Hong Kong. Shiraz, Ibrahim, Idris, everyone contributed with the bat. When the chase started, Shahrukh Khuddus was injured but bowled really well, getting 3 wickets to his name. At the end, Kuwait winning by 30 runs. Nizakat, Ezaz, Yasim Murtuza, some contribution, but not helping the team. Hong Kong, one of the best matches. It will be remembered in ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. And without wasting much time, let's head down for the post-match presentation. Is Shamim Chaudhary out there? And let's see who is the player of the match.
Good evening and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of the 1xBat ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 between Hong Kong and Kuwait. Well, it was a humdinger of a match. You really was not quite sure which way it would go, but eventually Kuwait prevailing and winning by 30 runs. Congratulations to Kuwait and commiserations to Hong Kong. Kuwait go with that win into the semi-finals. Well done to them. The Asian Cricket Council would like to thank the hosts, Cricket Association of Nepal, the rights holders, IPG Group, and all the sponsors for their support. It's my pleasure now to introduce you to our presentation party. We've got 2 guests here today. Mr. Ankur Chaudhary is the Assistant VP of Varun Beverages, who are the bottlers of Pepsi, and Mr. Ramhari Gimere, the distribution partner also of the same company, Varun Beverages. Thank you, gents, for being here. Now, I'd like to ask the captain of Hong Kong, Nizakat Khan, to come across and have a few words, please. No, Nizakat, it's very, very difficult, but you had the runs on the board to chase, and that is where you seem to have faltered. Let's go back to the batting innings of the opposition. You feel that a little too many runs were given away?
Yeah, I think we started well, but again in the middle, I think we gave a lot of runs, especially our fielding was not up to the standard today, and we know that, and there are a lot of takeaways from this game moving forward.
Yes, of course, and of course a more inexperienced side, you'd have fancied your chances here today, but this is cricket. I mean, there will be winners and losers, but a lot of takeaways, as you put it.
Yes, of course, exactly. You know, one bad game and we are out of the tournament, so it's cricket. But we have to make sure that the mistake we have done today, we're gonna make sure we're gonna take a lot of takeaways from this game moving forward.
Well, of course, you can be proud of the bowling of Ehsan, the way you batted in the second innings. Just didn't gel together to put the pressure on them when you came in for the chase.
Yeah, obviously, I think that the wickets, especially first three wickets we lose, that's for me, I think that mostly caused the game. But you know, Azaz batted really well. We held this partnership, but again, you know, we didn't finish the game off.
There's some hope given by Yasin Murtaza at the end when he was there, and the flashes of brilliance in that. And that's one of those little things. I'm sorry to repeat the same thing, but you've lost the game, but there are positives in there.
Yes, of course, and we will have to make sure that moving forward we're gonna learn from this game.
Well, bad luck today. Best of luck for whatever you're doing in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nazakat Khan, the captain there of Hong Kong. Right now, the winning captain, Mohammad Aslam, is going to be here. Right, Kuwait have done it. First time you're in this, playing this format of the game. This must be a huge achievement for you.
Yeah, definitely. You know, after 6 years, we're going to play one-day series. So I am happy for my team. So we did a lot of hard work from 3 2 months before. So that's the result is show we.
Absolutely, and particularly after a very, very disastrous start to the whole tour. What a wonderful comeback. And today, Shiraj really started off things. You lost early wickets, but you recovered it very quickly.
Yeah, actually, we already planned because we know this wicket is going to be difficult to bat first 10 overs. But unfortunately, we lose 2 wickets. But after that, me and coach decide to we save the wicket and play. So after that, Shiraz and Usman, they played very well.
They did indeed, and Usman in particular getting to his 50, and also that little cameo then by Munib, 31 or 14 deliveries, really set it up for you guys.
Definitely, everybody knows Munib is a strong player for us, so he's the quicker runs maker for us, so he did his job today also.
Today, just coming back to your bowling innings when you're trying to restrict them, little things, you again the early success for you with the ball, but then a period where you really had to struggle to get the wickets.
No, actually, we plan normally what we are planned, but boys did, but Nizakat played very well. So fortunately, we got his wicket. That's why that the changing moment is happened there.
And Yasin Patel, Shahrukh Kudus really set it up for you right at the end when you needed the wickets. They got it for you.
Definitely, this is my main bowlers. So far, they did good, but I hope next match also they're doing same.
Well, you're into the semi-finals, very important match. You've done well today. Congrats for that and good luck for that match.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The skipper, the winning captain. Very, very pleased captain. All right, now we have the all-important memento to be handed over to the player of the match. Our guests are going to hand that memento over to Shiraj Khan for his 67 of 95 ball. Shiraj, if you just come across and accept that memento from Mr. Chaudhary and Mr. Gimire. And after you'd like to come across and have a few words. One more for the photographers and come across, please. Congratulations, emphatic victory by your team, but on a personal level, you must be absolutely delighted with what you achieved today.
Actually, this is my first man of the match for the Kuwait flag. So I am very happy now. I'm feeling very proud for the playing for this country.
Of course, you feel proud representing your country. And just tell me about the support you had when you're just going through the innings. You didn't start off too quickly. You took your time. But once you got into the rhythm, you're really after the bowling.
Yes. So definitely this is a very batting very difficult on that wicket. We trying for the small partnership with the Aslam and the Usman that we win for that. We know we played up to 14 overs. Then we have the hitters so they can finish the match well. So we win for that.
As a batter, you take your time. You're talking about the difficulty of the wicket. But once you got in the rhythm, it seemed to be an easy wicket to play on.
not that much easy, but we're returning wickets. So some players we are playing in the same like wickets on the Kuwait also. So we have that experience to play.
Well done today. We hope you carry on with these kind of performances in the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And that is Shiraj Khan. That is our player of the match. And we have the completion of the presentation for you here.
So thanks a lot, Shamim. So man of the match was Shiraz, and just a reminder for all of our viewers, UAE will be taking on Oman in the semi-final 2 in ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023, and this match will be played here in Mulpani on 29th of April 2023. That is on Saturday at 9 a.m. So that's all we have today from Mulpani.